Foreword to The Night Operator by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Foreword. Summed up in short, the Hill Division is a vicious piece of track. Also, it is a classic in its profound contempt for the stereotyped equations and formulae of engineering, and it is that way for the very simple reason that it could not be any other way. The mountains objected, and objected strenuously, to the process of manhandling. They were there first, the mountains, that was all, and their surrender was a bitter matter. So, from Big Cloud, the divisional point, at the eastern fringe of the Rockies, to where the foothills of the Sierras on the western side merge with the more open rolling country, the right-of-way performs gyrations that would not shame an acrobatic star. It sweeps through the rifts in the range like a freed bird from the open door of its cage, clings to canyon edges where a hissing stream bubbles and boils 1,800 feet below, burrows its way into the heart of things in long tunnels and short ones, circles a projecting spur in a dizzy whirl, and swoops from the higher to the lower levels in grades whose percentages the passenger department does not deem it policy to specify in its advertising literature, but before which the men in the cabs and the cabooses shut their teeth and try hard to remember the prayers they learned at their mothers' knees. Some parts of it are worse than others, naturally, but no part of it, to the last inch of its single-tracked mileage, is pretty, leaving out the scenery, which is grand. That is the Hill Division. And the men who man the shops, who pull the throttles on the big 10-wheel mountain racers, who swing the pick and shovels in the lurching cabs, who do the work about the yards, or from the cupola of a caboose stare out at a string of wriggling flats, boxes, and gondolas, and at night time watch the high-flung sparks sail heavenward as the full, deep-chested notes of the exhaust roar an accompaniment in their ears, are men with calloused, horny hands, toilers, grimy of face and dress, rough if you like, not gentle of word, nor sometimes of action, but men whose hearts are big and right, who look you in the face, and the grip of whose paws, as they are extended after a hasty cleansing on a hunk of more or less greasy waste, is the grip of men. Many of these have lived their lives, done their work, passed on, and left no record, barely a memory behind them, as other men in other places and in other spheres of work have done and always will do, but others, for this or that, by circumstance or personality or opportunity, have woven around themselves the very legends and traditions of their environment. And so these are the stories of the Hill Division and of the men who wrought upon it, the stories of those days when it was young and in the making, the stories of the days when Carleton, Royal Carleton, was superintendent, when gruff, big-hearted, big-paunched Tommy Regan was master mechanic, when the grizzled, gray-streaked Harvey was division engineer, and little Dr. McTurk was the company surgeon, and Riley was the trainmaster, and Spence was the chief dispatcher, the stories of men who have done brave duty and come to honor and glory in their reward. And the stories of some who have gone into division for the last time on orders from the great trainmaster, and who will never railroad any more. F.L.P. End of foreword. Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Night Operator by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Night Operator, Part 1. Toddles, in the beginning, wasn't exactly a railroad man, for several reasons. First, he wasn't a man at all. Secondly, he wasn't, strictly speaking, on the company's payroll. Third, which is apparently irrelevant, everybody said that he was a bad one. And fourth, because Hawkeye nicknamed him Toddles. Toddles had another name, Christopher Hyslop Hoogan. But Big Cloud never lay awake at nights losing any sleep over that. On the first run that Christopher Hyslop Hoogan ever made, Hawkeye looked him over for a moment, said, "Toddles, short like, and, short like, that settled the matter so far as the Hill Division was concerned. His name was Toddles. Piecemeal, Toddles wouldn't convey anything to you to speak of. You'd have to see Toddles coming down the aisle of a car to get him at all, and then the chances are you'd turn around after he'd gone by and stare at him, and it would be even money that you'd call him back and fish for a dime to buy something by way of excuse. Toddles got a good deal of business that way. Toddles had a uniform and a regular run, all right, but he wasn't what he passionately longed to be, a legitimate, dyed-in-the-wool railroader. His paycheck, plus commissions, came from the news company down east that had the railroad concession. Toddles was a newsboy. In his blue uniform and silver buttons, Toddles used to stack up about the height of the back of the car seats as he hawked his wares along the aisles, and the only thing that was big about him was his head, which looked as though it had got a whopping big lead on his body and didn't intend to let the body cut the lead down any. This meant a big cap, and as Toddles used to tilt the visor forward, the tip of his nose, bar his mouth, which was generous, was about all one got of his face. Cap, buttons, magazines, and peanuts, that was Toddles. All except his voice. Toddles had a voice that would make you jump if you were nervous the minute he opened the car door, and if you weren't nervous, you would be before he had reached the other end of the aisle. It began low down, somewhere on high G, and went through you shrill as the east wind, and ended like the shriek of a brake shoe with everything the Westinghouse equipment had to offer cutting loose on a quick stop. Hawkeye? That was what Toddles called his beady-eyed conductor in retaliation. Hawkeye used to nag Toddles every chance he got, and being Toddles' conductor, Hawkeye had a good many chances. In a word, Hawkeye, carrying the punch on the local passenger that happened to be the run Toddles was given when the news company sent him out from the east, used to think he got a good deal of fun out of Toddles, only his idea of fun and Toddles' idea of fun were as divergent as the poles, that was all. Toddles, however, wasn't anybody's fool, not by several degrees, not even Hawkeye's. Toddles hated Hawkeye like poison. And his hate, apart from daily annoyances, was deep-seated. It was Hawkeye who had dubbed him Toddles, and Toddles repudiated the name with his heart, his soul, and his fists. Toddles wasn't anybody's fool, whatever the division thought, and he was right down to the basic root of things from the start. Coupled with the stunted growth that nature in a miserly mood had doled out to him, none knew better than himself that the name of Toddles, keeping that nature stuff patently before everybody's eyes, damned him in his aspirations for a bona fide railroad career. Other boys got a job and got their feet on the ladder as call boys or in the roundhouse. Toddles got a grin. Toddles pestered everybody for a job. He pestered Carleton, the super. He pestered Tommy Regan, the master mechanic. Every time that he saw anybody in authority, Toddles spoke up for a job. He was in deadly earnest, and got a grin. Toddles, with a basket of unripe fruit and stale chocolates and his bestseller voice, was one thing, but Toddles as anything else was just Toddles. Toddles repudiated the name, and he did it forcefully. Not that he couldn't take his share of a bit of guying, but because he felt that he was face to face with a vital factor in the career he longed for, so he fought. And if nature had been niggardly in one respect, she had been generous in others. Toddles, for all his size, possessed the heart of a lion and the strength of a young ox, and he used both with black and bloody effect on the eyes and noses of the call boys and younger element who called him Toddles. He fought it all along the line, at the drop of a hat, at a whisper of Toddles. There wasn't a day went by that Toddles wasn't in a row, and the women, the mothers of the defeated warriors whose eyes were puffed and whose noses trickled crimson, denounced him in virulent language over their washtubs and the back fences of Big Cloud. You see, they didn't understand him, so they called him a bad one, and being from the East and not one of themselves, a New York gutter snipe. But for all that, the name stuck. Up and down through the Rockies it was Toddles. Toddles, with the idea of getting a layover on a siding, even went to the extent of signing himself in full Christopher Hyslop Hoogan, every time his signature was in order, but the official documents in which he was concerned, being of a private nature between himself and the news company, did not in the very nature of things have much effect on the Hill Division. Certainly the big fellows never knew he had any name but Toddles, and cared less. But they knew him as Toddles all right, all of them, every last one of them. Toddles was everlastingly and eternally bothering them for a job, any kind of a job, no matter what, just so it was real railroading, and so a fellow could line up with everybody else when the pay car came along, and look forward to being something some day. Toddles, with time, of course, grew older, up to about 17 or so, but he didn't grow any bigger, not enough to make it noticeable. Even Toddles' voice wouldn't break. It was his young heart that did all the breaking there was done. Not that he ever showed it. No one ever saw a tear in the boy's eyes. It was clenched fists for Toddles, clenched fists and passionate attack. And therein, while Toddles had grasped the basic truth that his nickname militated against his ambitions, he erred in another direction that was equally fundamental, if not more so. And here it was Bob Donkin, the night dispatcher, as white a man as his record after years of train handling was white, a railroad man from the ground up if there ever was one, and one of the best, who set Toddles. But we'll come to that presently. We've got our clearance now, and we're off with rights through. Number 83, Hawkeye's train, and Toddles, scheduled Big Cloud on the eastbound run at 9:05. And on the night the story opens, they were about a half-hour away from the little mountain town that was the divisional point, as Toddles, his basket of edibles in the crook of his arm, halted in the forward end of the second-class smoker to examine again the fistful of change that he had dug out of his pants pocket with his free hand. Toddles was in unusually bad humor, and he scowled. With exceeding deftness he separated one of the coins from the others, using his fingers like the teeth of a rake, and dropped the rest back jingling into his pocket. The coin that remained he put into his mouth and bit on it, hard. His scowl deepened. Somebody had presented Toddles with a lead quarter. It wasn't so much the quarter, though Toddles' salary wasn't so big as some people's who would have felt worse over it. It was his amour propre that was touched, deeply. It wasn't often that anyone could put so bald a thing as lead money across on Toddles. Toddles' mind harked back along the aisles of the cars behind him. He had only made 2 sales that round, and he had changed a quarter each time. For the pretty girl with the big picture hat who had giggled at him when she bought a package of chewing gum, and the man with the 3-carat diamond tie pin in the parlor car, a little more than on the edge of inebriety, who had got on at the last stop and who had bought a cigar from him. Toddles thought it over for a bit, decided he wouldn't have a fuss with a girl anyway, balked at a parlor car fracas with a drunk, dropped the coin back into his pocket, and went on into the combination baggage and express car. Here, just inside the door, was Toddles', or rather the news company's, chest. Toddles lifted the lid, and then his eyes shifted slowly and traveled up the car. Things were certainly going badly with Toddles that night. There were 4 men in the car. Bob Donkin, coming back from a holiday trip somewhere up the line, McNichol, the baggage master, Nulty, the express messenger, and Hawkeye. Toddles' inventory of the contents of the chest had been hurried but intimate. A small bunch of 6 bananas was gone, and Hawkeye was munching them unconcernedly. It wasn't the first time the big hulking 6-foot conductor had pilfered the boy's chest, not by many, and never paid for the pilfering. That was Hawkeye's idea of a joke. Hawkeye was talking to Nulty, elaborately simulating ignorance of Toddles' presence, and he was talking about Toddles.
Sure, said Hawkeye, his mouth full of banana. He'll be a great railroad man some day. He's the stuff they're made of. You can see it sticking out all over him. He's only selling peanuts now till he grows up, and
Toddles put down his basket and planted himself before the conductor.
"You pay for those bananas,"
said Toddles in a low voice, which was high.
"When he'll grow up,"
continued Hawkeye, peeling more fruit.
"I don't know. You got me. The first time I saw him 2 years ago, I imagined he wasn't bigger than he is now. I guess he grows backward. Have a banana?"
He offered one to Nulty, who refused it.
"You pay for those bananas, you big stiff!"
squealed Toddles belligerently. Hawkeye turned his head slowly and turned his little beady black eyes on Toddles. Then he turned with a wink to the others, and for the first time in 2 years offered payment. He fished into his pocket and handed Toddles a $20 bill. There always was a mean streak in Hawkeye, more or less of a bully, none too well liked, and whose name on the payroll, by the way, was Reynolds.
"Take 15 cents out of that,"
he said, with no idea that the boy could change the bill. For a moment Toddles glared at the yellowback, then a thrill of unholy glee came to Toddles. He could just about make it. Business all around had been pretty good that day, particularly on the run west in the morning. Hawkeye went on with the exposition of his idea of humor, at Toddles' expense, and Toddles went back to his chest and his reserve funds. Toddles counted out $18 in bills, made a neat pile of 4 quarters, the lead one on the bottom, another neat pile of the odd change, and returned to Hawkeye. The lead quarter wouldn't go far toward liquidating Hawkeye's long-standing indebtedness, but it would help some. Hawkeye counted the bills carefully and crammed them into his pocket. Toddles dropped the neat little pile of quarters into Hawkeye's hand, they counted themselves, and Hawkeye put those in his pocket. Toddles counted out the odd change piece by piece, and as Hawkeye put that in his pocket, Toddles put his fingers to his nose. Queer, isn't it, the way things happen? Think of a man's whole life, aspirations, hopes, ambitions, everything, pivoting on a lead quarter. But then they say that opportunity knocks once at the door of every man, and if that be true, let it be remarked in passing that Toddles wasn't deaf. Hawkeye, making Toddles a target for a parting jibe, took up his lantern and started through the train to pick up the fares from the last stop. In due course he halted before the inebriated one with the glittering tie pin in the smoking compartment of the parlor car.
"Ticket, please,"
said Hawkeye.
"Too busy to buy his ticket,"
the man informed him with heavy confidence.
"What's fare Loon Dam to Big Cloud?"
$1.50, said Hawkeye curtly. The man produced a roll of bills, and from the roll extracted a $2 note. Hawkeye handed him back 2 quarters and started to punch a cash fare slip. He looked up to find the man holding out one of the quarters insistently, if somewhat unsteadily.
"What's the matter?"
demanded Hawkeye brusquely.
"Bad?"
said the man. A drummer grinned, and an elderly gentleman from his magazine looked up inquiringly over his spectacles.
"Bad?"
Hawkeye brought his elbow sharply around to focus his lamp on the coin. Then he leaned over and rang it on the window sill, only it wouldn't ring. It was indubitably bad. Hawkeye, however, was dealing with a drunk, and Hawkeye always did have a mean streak in him.
"It's perfectly good,"
he asserted gruffly. The man rolled an eye at the conductor that mingled a sudden shrewdness and anger, and appealed to his fellow travelers. The verdict was against Hawkeye, and Hawkeye ungraciously pocketed the lead piece and handed over another quarter.
"Say,"
observed the inebriated one instantly.
"Say, conductor, I don't like you. You thought I was so drunk I wouldn't know, huh? That's where you fool yourself."
"What do you mean?" Hawkeye bridled virtuously for the benefit of the drummer and the old gentleman with the spectacles. And then the other began to laugh immoderately.
"Same old quarter," said he. "Same old quarter back again. Great system. Peanut boy, conductor, pass it off on one, other passes it off on someone else, just passed it off on Peanut boy, for a joke. Gonna give him $1 when he comes back. Oh, you did you? Snapped Hawkeye ominously. And you mean to insinuate that I deliberately tried to... Sure, declared the man heartily. You're a liar, announced Hawkeye, sputtering mad. And what's more, since it came from you, you'll take it back. He dug into his pocket for the ubiquitous lead piece. Not on your life, said the man earnestly. You hang on to it, old top. I didn't pass it off on you. Ha ha! Exploded the drummer suddenly. Ha ha! And the elderly gentleman smiled. Hawkeye's face went red and then purple. Go away, said the man petulantly. I don't like you. Go away. Go and tell Peanuts I got $1 for him. And Hawkeye went, but Toddles never got the $1. Hawkeye went out of the smoking compartment of the parlor car with the lead quarter in his pocket because he couldn't do anything else, which didn't soothe his feelings any, and he went out mad enough to bite himself. The drummer's guffaw followed him, and he thought he even caught a chuckle from the elderly party with the magazine and spectacles. Hawkeye was mad, and he was quite well aware, painfully well aware, that he had looked like a fool, which is about one of the meanest feelings there is to feel, and as he made his way forward through the train, he grew madder still. That change was the change from his $20 bill. He had not needed to be told that the lead quarter had come from Toddles. The only question at all in doubt was whether or not Toddles had put the counterfeit coin over on him knowingly and with malice aforethought. Hawkeye, however, had an intuition deep down inside him that there wasn't any doubt even about that, and as he opened the door of the baggage car, his intuition was vindicated. There was a grin on the faces of Nulty, McNichol, and Bob Donkin that disappeared with suspicious celerity at sight of him as he came through the door. There was no hesitation then on Hawkeye's part. Toddles, equipped for another excursion through the train with a stack of magazines and books that almost hit him, received a sudden and vicious clout on the side of the ear. "You'd try your tricks on me, would you?" Hawkeye snarled. "Lead quarters, huh? Another clout. I'll teach you, you blasted little runt!" And with the clouts, the stack of carefully balanced periodicals went flying over the floor, and with the clouts, the nagging and the hectoring and the bullying that had rankled for close on 2 years in Toddles' turbulent soul rose in a sudden, all-possessing sweep of fury. Toddles was a fighter, with the heart of a fighter, and Toddles' cause was just. He couldn't reach the conductor's face, so he went for Hawkeye's legs, and the screams of rage from his high-pitched voice as he shot himself forward sounded like a cage full of Australian cockatoos on the rampage. Toddles was small, pitifully small for his age, but he wasn't an infant in arms, not for a minute. And in action, Toddles was as near to a wildcat as anything else that comes handy by way of illustration. 2 legs and 1 arm he twined and twisted around Hawkeye's legs, and the other arm, with a hard and knotty fist on the end of it, caught the conductor a wicked jab in the region of the bottom button of his vest. The brass button peeled the skin off Toddles' knuckles, but the jab doubled the conductor forward, and coincident with Hawkeye's winded grunt, the lantern in his hand sailed ceilingwards, crashed into the center lamps in the roof of the car, and down in a shower of tinkling glass, dripping oil and burning wicks came the wreckage to the floor. There was a yell from Nulty, but Toddles hung on like grim death. Hawkeye was bawling fluent profanity and seeing red. Toddles heard one and sensed the other, and he clung grimly on. He was all doubled up around Hawkeye's knees, and in that position Hawkeye couldn't get at him very well, and besides, Toddles had his own plan of battle. He was waiting for an extra heavy lurch of the car. It came. Toddles' muscles strained legs and arms and back in concert, and for an instant across the car they tottered, Hawkeye staggering in a desperate attempt to maintain his equilibrium, and then down, speaking generally, on a heterogeneous pile of express parcels, concretely, with an eloquent squunch, on a crate of eggs, 30 dozen of them, at 40 cents a dozen. Toddles, over his rage, experienced a sickening sense of disaster, but still he clung, he didn't dare let go.
Hawkeye's fists, both in an effort to recover himself and in an endeavor to reach Toddles, were going like a windmill, and Hawkeye's threats were something terrible to listen to. And now they rolled over, and Toddles was underneath, and then they rolled over again, and then a hand locked on Toddles' collar, and he was yanked, terrier fashion, to his feet. His face white and determined, his fists doubled, Toddles waited for Hawkeye to get up. The word run wasn't in Toddles' vocabulary. He hadn't long to wait. Hawkeye lunged up, drenched in the broken crate. A sight! The road always prided itself on the natty uniforms of its train crews, but Hawkeye wasn't dressed in uniform then, mostly egg yolks. He made a dash for Toddles, but he never reached the boy. Bob Donkin was between them. "Cut it out," said Donkin coldly, as he pushed Toddles behind him. "You asked for it, Reynolds, and you got it. Now cut it out." And Hawkeye cut it out. It was pretty generally understood that Bob Donkin never talked too much for show. And Bob Donkin was bigger than Toddles, a whole lot bigger, as big as Hawkeye himself. Hawkeye cut it out. Funny, the egg part of it? Well, perhaps, but the fire wasn't. True, they got it out with the help of the hand extinguishers before it did any serious damage, for Nolte had gone at it on the jump, but while it lasted, the burning oil on the car floor looked dangerous. Anyway, it was bad enough so they couldn't hide it when they got into Big Cloud, and Hawkeye and Toddles went on the carpet for it the next morning in the super's office. Carleton, Royal Carleton, reached for a match, and, to keep his lips straight, clamped them firmly on the amber mouthpiece of his briar, and stumpy, big paunched Tommy Regan, the master mechanic, who was sitting in a chair by the window, reached hurriedly into his back pocket for his chewing, and looked out of the window to hide a grin as the two came in and ranged themselves in front of the super's desk. Hawkeye, 6 feet and 190 pounds, and Toddles trailing him, mostly cap and buttons and no weight at all. Carleton didn't ask many questions. He'd asked them before, of Bob Donkin, and the dispatcher hadn't gone out of his way to invest the conductor with any glorified halo. Carleton, always a strict disciplinarian, said what he had to say and said it quietly, but he meant to let the conductor have the worst of it, and he did, in a way that was all Carleton's own. 2 years picking on a youngster didn't appeal to Carleton, no matter who the youngster was. Before he was half through, he had the big conductor squirming. Hawkeye was looking for something else, besides a galling and matter-of-fact impartiality that accepted himself and Toddles as being on exactly the same plane and level. "There's a case of eggs," said Carleton at the end. "You can divide up the damage between you. And I'm going to change your runs unless you've got some good reason to give me why I shouldn't." He waited for an answer. Hawkeye, towering, sullen, his eyes resting bitterly on Regan, having caught the master mechanic's grin, said nothing. Toddles, whose head barely showed above the top of Carleton's desk, and the whole of him sizing up about big enough to go into the conductor's pocket, was equally silent. Toddles was thinking of something else. "Very good," said Carleton suavely, as he surveyed the ridiculous incongruity before him. "I'll change your runs, then. I can't have you two men brawling and prize fighting every trip." There was a sudden sound from the window, as though Regan had got some of his blackstrap juice down the wrong way. Hawkeye's face went black as thunder. Carleton's face was like a sphinx. "That'll do, then," he said. "You can go, both of you." Hawkeye stamped out of the room and down the stairs, but Toddles stayed. "Please, Mr. Carleton, won't you give me a job on—" Toddles stopped. So had Regan's chuckle. Toddles the irrepressible was at it again, and Toddles after a job, any kind of a job, was something that Regan's experience had taught him to fly from without standing on the order of his flight. Regan hurried from the room. Toddles watched him go, kind of speculatively, kind of reproachfully. Then he turned to Carleton. "Please give me a job, Mr. Carleton," he pleaded. "Give me a job, won't you?" It was only yesterday on the platform that Toddles had waylaid the super with the same demand, and about every day before that as far back as Carleton could remember. It was hopelessly chronic. Anything convincing or appealing about it had gone long ago. Toddles said it parrot fashion now. Carleton took refuge in severity. "See here, young man," he said grimly, "you were brought into this office for a reprimand and not to apply for a job. You can thank your stars and Bob Donkin you haven't lost the one you've got. Now get out."
"I'd make good if you gave me one," said Toddles earnestly. "Honest, I would, Mr. Carleton."
"Get out," said the super, not altogether unkindly. "I'm busy." Toddles swallowed a lump in his throat, but not until after his head was turned and he'd started for the door so the super couldn't see it. Toddles swallowed the lump and got out. He hadn't expected anything else, of course. The refusals were just as chronic as the demands. But that didn't make each new one any easier for Toddles. It made it worse. Toddles' heart was heavy as he stepped out into the hall, and the iron was in his soul. He was 17 now, and it looked as though he never would get a chance except to be a newsboy all his life. Toddles swallowed another lump. He loved railroading. It was his one ambition, his one desire. If he could ever get a chance, he'd show them. He'd show them he wasn't a joke just because he was small. Toddles turned at the head of the stairs to go down when somebody called his name. "Here, Toddles, come here." Toddles looked over his shoulder, hesitated, then marched in through the open door of the dispatcher's room. Bob Donkin was alone there. "What's your name, Toddles?" inquired Donkin, as Toddles halted before the dispatcher's table. Toddles froze instantly, hard, his fists doubled. There was a smile on Donkin's face. Then his fist slowly uncurled. The smile on Donkin's face had broadened, but there wasn't any malice in the smile.
"Christopher Hyslop Hoogan,"
said Toddles, unbending. Donkin put his hand quickly to his mouth and coughed. Said he pleasantly. "Super hard on you this morning, Hoogan." And with the words Toddles' heart went out to the big dispatcher. Hoogan! And a man-to-man tone.
"No,"
said Toddles cordially.
"Say, I thought you were on the night trick."
"Double shift, short-handed," replied Donkin. "Come from New York, don't you?"
"Yes,"
said Toddles. "Mother and father still down there?" It came quick and unexpected, and Toddles stared for a moment. Then he walked over to the window.
"I haven't got any," he said.
There wasn't any sound for an instant, save for the clicking of the instruments. Then Donkin spoke again, a little gruffly.
"When are you going to quit making an ass of yourself?"
Toddles swung from the window, hurt. Donkin, after all, was like all the rest of them.
"Well,"
prompted the dispatcher.
"You go to blazes,"
said Toddles bitterly, and started for the door. Donkin halted him.
"You're only fooling yourself, Hoogan," he said coolly. "If you wanted what you'd call a real railroad job as much as you pretend you do, you'd get one."
"Huh?" demanded Toddles defiantly, and went back to the table. "A fella," said Donkin, putting a little sting into his words, "never got anywhere by going around with a chip on his shoulder, fighting everybody because they called him Toddles, and making a nuisance of himself with the big fellas until they got sick of the sight of him." It was a pretty stiff arraignment. Toddles choked over it, and the angry blood flushed to his cheeks.
"That's all right for you," he sputtered out hotly. "You don't look too small for the train crews or the roundhouse, and they don't call you Toddles so nobody'll forget it. What did you do?"
"I'll tell you what I'd do," said Donkin quietly. "I'd make everybody on the division wish their own name was Toddles before I was through with them, and I'd make a job for myself." Toddles blinked helplessly. "Getting right down to a cash fare," continued Donkin after a moment, as Toddles did not speak, "they're not so far wrong, either, about you sizing up pretty small for the train crews or the roundhouse, are they?"
"No,"
admitted Toddles reluctantly, "but—" "Then why not something where there's no handicap hanging over you?" suggested the dispatcher, and his hand reached out and touched the sender. "The key, for instance."
"But I don't know anything about it,"
said Toddles, still helplessly. "That's just it," returned Donkin smoothly. "You never tried to learn." Toddles' eyes widened, and into Toddles' heart leaped a sudden joy. A new world seemed to open out before him in which aspirations, ambitions, longings, all were a reality. A key! That was real railroading, the top notch of railroading, too. First an operator, and then a dispatcher, and then his face fell and the vision faded.
How'd I get a chance to learn? He said miserably. Who'd teach me?
The smile was back on Donkin's face as he pushed his chair from the table, stood up, and held out his hand, man-to-man fashion. "I will," he said. "I liked your grit last night, Hoogan, and if you want to be a railroad man, I'll make you one before I'm through. I've some old instruments you can have to practice on, and I've nothing to do with my spare time. What do you say?" Toddles didn't say anything. For the first time since Toddles' advent to the Hill Division, there were tears in Toddles' eyes for someone else to see. Donkin laughed. "All right, old man, you're on. See that you don't throw me down. And keep your mouth shut. You'll need all your wind. It's work that counts and nothing else. Now chase yourself. I'll dig up the things you'll need, and you can drop in here and get them when you come off your run tonight." Spare time! Bob Donkin didn't have any spare time those days. But that was Donkin's way. Spence sick, and two men handling the dispatching where three had handled it before, didn't leave Bob Donkin much spare time. Not much. But a boost for the kid was worth a sacrifice. Donkin went at it as earnestly as Toddles did, and Toddles was in deadly earnest. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Night Operator by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Night Operator, Chapter 1, Part 2. When Toddles left the dispatcher's office that morning with Donkin's promise to teach him the key, Toddles had a hazy idea that Donkin had wings concealed somewhere under his coat and was an angel in disguise, and at the end of 2 weeks he was sure of it. But at the end of a month Bob Donkin was a god. Throw Bob Donkin down, Toddles would have sold his soul for the dispatcher. It wasn't easy, though, and Bob Donkin wasn't an easy-going taskmaster, not by long odds. Donkin had a tongue, and on occasions could use it. Short and quick in his explanations, he expected his pupil to get it short and quick. Either that or Donkin's opinion of him. But Toddles stuck. He'd have crawled on his knees for Donkin anywhere, and he worked like a major, not only for his own advancement, but for what he came to prize quite as much, if not more, Donkin's approval. Toddles, mindful of Donkin's words, didn't fight so much as the days went by, though he found it difficult to swear off all at once. And on his runs he studied his Morse code, and he had the calls of every station on the division off by heart right from the start. Toddles mastered the sending by leaps and bounds, but the taking came slower, as it does for everybody. But even at that, at the end of 6 weeks, if it wasn't thrown at him too fast and hard, Toddles could get it, after a fashion. Take it all around, Toddles felt like whistling most of the time, and, pleased with his own progress, looked forward to starting in presently as a full-fledged operator. He mentioned the matter to Bob Donkin once. Donkin picked his words and spoke fervently. Toddles never brought the subject up again. And so things went on. Late summer turned to early fall, and early fall to still sharper weather, until there came the night that the operator at Blind River muddled his orders and gave number 73, the westbound fast freight, her clearance against the second section of the eastbound limited that doomed them to meet somewhere head on in the Glacier Canyon. The night that Toddles... But there's just a word or two that comes before that. When it was all over, it was up to Sam Beale, the Blind River operator, straight enough. Beale blundered. That's all there was to it. That covers it all. He blundered. It would have finished Beale's railroad career forever and a day. Only Beale played the man. and the instant he realized what he had done, even while the tail lights of the freight were disappearing down the track and he couldn't stop her, he was stammering the tale of his mistake over the wire, the sweat beads dripping from his wrist, his face gray with horror, to Bob Donkin under the green-shaded lamp in the dispatcher's room at Big Cloud, miles away. Donkin got the miserable story over the chattering wire, got it before it was half told, cut Beale out and began to pound the Gap call. And as though it were before him in reality, that stretch of track, 15 miles of it, from Blind River to the Gap, unfolded itself like a grisly panorama before his mind. There wasn't a half-mile of tangent at a single stretch in the whole of it. It swung like the writhings of a snake, through cuts and tunnels, hugging the canyon walls, twisting this way and that. Anywhere else there might be a chance, 1 in 1,000 even, that they would see each other's headlights in time. Here it was disaster quick and absolute. Donkin's lips were set in a thin, straight line. The Gap answered him, and the answer was like the knell of doom. He had not expected anything else. He had only hoped against hope. The second section of the Limited had pulled out of the Gap, eastbound, 2 minutes before. The two trains were in the open against each other's orders. In the next room, Carleton and Regan over their pipes were at their nightly game of Pedro. Donkin called them, and his voice sounded strange to himself. Chairs scraped and crashed to the floor, and an instant later the super and the master mechanic were in the room. "What's wrong, Bob?" Carleton flung the words from him in a single breath. Donkin told him. But his fingers were on the key again as he talked. There was still one chance, worse than the 1,000-to-1 shot, but it was the only one. Between the Gap and Blind River, 8 miles from the Gap, 7 miles from Blind River, was Cassil's Siding. But there was no night man at Cassil's, and the little town lay a mile from the station. It was 10 o'clock. Donkin's watch lay face up on the table before him. The day man at Cassil's went off at 7. The chance was that the day man might have come back to the station for something or other. Not much of a chance? No, not much. It was a possibility, that was all, and Donkin's fingers worked. The 17, the life and death calling. Calling on the night trick to the day man at Cassil's Siding. Carleton came and stood at Donkin's elbow, and Regan stood at the other, and there was silence now, save only for the key that under Donkin's fingers seemed to echo its stammering appeal about the room like the sobbing of a human soul. "CS, CS, CS," Donkin called, and then "the 17," and then "hold second number 2," and then the same thing over and over again. And there was no answer. It had turned cold that night, and there was a fire in the little heater. Donkin had opened the draft a little while before, and the sheet iron sides now began to purr red hot. Nobody noticed it. Regan's kindly, good-humored face had the stamp of horror in it, and he pulled at his scraggly brown mustache, his eyes seemingly fascinated by Donkin's fingers. Everybody's eyes, the three of them, were on Donkin's fingers and the key. Carleton was like a man of stone, motionless, his face set harder than face was ever carved in marble. It grew hot in the room, but Donkin's fingers were like ice on the key, and, strong man though he was, he faltered. "Oh, my God," he whispered, and never a prayer rose more fervently from lips than those 3 broken words. Again he called, and again, and again. The minutes slipped away. Still he called with the life and death, the 17, called and called, and there was no answer save that echo in the room that brought the perspiration streaming now from Regan's face, a harder light into Carleton's eyes, and a chill like death into Donkin's heart. Suddenly, Donkin pushed back his chair, and his fingers, from the key, touched the crystal of his watch. "The second section will have passed Cassil's now," he said in a curious, unnatural, matter-of-fact tone. "It'll bring them together about a mile east of there in another minute." And then Carleton spoke, master railroader, Royal Carleton. It was up to him. All the pity of it, the ruin, the disaster, the lives out, all the bitterness to cope with as he could. And it was in his eyes, all of it. But his voice was quiet. It rang quick, peremptory, his voice, but quiet. "Clear the line, Bob," he said. "Plug in the roundhouse for the wrecker, and tell them to send uptown for the crew." Toddles? What did Toddles have to do with this? Well, a good deal in one way and another. We're coming to Toddles now. You see, Toddles, since his fracas with Hawkeye, had been put on the Elk River local run that left Big Cloud at 9:45 in the morning for the run west, and scheduled Big Cloud again on the return trip at 10:10 in the evening. It had turned cold that night after a day of rain. Pretty cold. The thermometer can drop on occasions in the late fall in the mountains, and by 8 o'clock, where there had been rain before, there was now a thin sheeting of ice over everything, very thin, you know the kind. Rails and telegraph wires glistening like the decorations on a Christmas tree, very pretty, and also very nasty running on a mountain grade. Likewise, the rain, in a way rain has, had dripped from the car roofs to the platforms. The local did not boast any closed vestibules, and had also been blown upon the car steps with the sweep of the wind, and having frozen, it stayed there. Not a very serious matter, annoying perhaps, but not serious, demanding a little extra caution, that was all. Toddles was in high fettle that night. He had been getting on famously of late, even Bob Donkin had admitted it. Toddles, with his stack of books and magazines, an unusually big one, for a number of the new periodicals were out that day, was dreaming rosy dreams to himself as he started from the door of the first-class smoker to the door of the first-class coach. In another hour now he'd be up in the dispatcher's room at Big Cloud for his nightly sitting with Bob Donkin. He could see Bob Donkin there now, and he could hear the big dispatcher growl at him in his bluff way. "Use your head. Use your head, Hoogan." It was always Hoogan, never Toddles. "Use your head." Donkin was everlastingly drumming that into him, for the dispatcher used to confront him suddenly with imaginary and hair-raising emergencies, and demand Toddles' instant solution. Toddles realized that Donkin was getting to the heart of things, and that some day he, Toddles, would be a great dispatcher, like Donkin. "Use your head, Hoogan." That's the way Donkin talked. Anybody can learn a key, but that doesn't make a railroad man out of him. It's the man, when trouble comes, who can think quick and think right. Use your... Toddles stepped out on the platform and walked on ice. But that wasn't Toddles' undoing. The trouble with Toddles was that he was walking on air at the same time. It was treacherous running. They were nosing a curve, and in the cab, Kinnard at the throttle, checked with a little jerk at the air, and with the jerk Toddles slipped, and with the slip the center of gravity of the stack of periodicals shifted, and then bulged ominously from the middle. Toddles grabbed at them, and his heels went out from under him. He ricocheted down the steps, snatched desperately at the handrail, missed it, shot out from the train, and head, heels, arms, and body, going every which way at once, rolled over and over down the embankment. And starting from the point of Toddles' departure from the train, the right-of-way for 100 yards was strewn with the latest magazines and new books just out today. Toddles lay there, a little curled, huddled heap, motionless in the darkness. The tail lights of the local disappeared. No one aboard would miss Toddles until they got into Big Cloud and found him gone. Which is Irish for saying that no one would attempt to keep track of a newsboy's idiosyncrasies on a train. It would be asking too much of any train crew, and besides, there was no mention of it in the rules. It was a long while before Toddles stirred. A very long while before consciousness crept slowly back to him. Then he moved, tried to get up, and fell back with a quick, sharp cry of pain. He lay still. Then, for a moment, his ankle hurt him frightfully, and his back, and his shoulder, too. He put his hand to his face where something seemed to be trickling warm, and brought it away wet. Toddles, grim little warrior, tried to think. They hadn't been going very fast when he fell off. If they had, he would have been killed. As it was, he was hurt, badly hurt, and his head swam, nauseating him. Where was he? Was he near any help? He'd have to get help somewhere, or with the cold and and everything, he'd probably die out there before morning. Toddles shouted out again and again. Perhaps his voice was too weak to carry very far. Anyway, there was no reply. He looked up at the top of the embankment, clamped his teeth, and started to crawl. If he got up there, perhaps he could tell where he was. It had taken Toddles a matter of seconds to roll down. It took him 10 minutes of untold agony to get up. Then he dashed his hand across his eyes where the blood was, and cried a little with the surge of relief. East, down the track, only a few yards away, the green eye of a switch lamp winked at him. Where there was a switch lamp there was a siding, and where there was a siding there was promise of a station. Toddles, with the sudden uplift upon him, got to his feet and started along the track. 2 steps, and went down again. He couldn't walk. The pain was more than he could bear. His right ankle, his left shoulder, and his back. Hopping only made it worse. It was easier to crawl. And so Toddles crawled. It took him a long time even to pass the switch light. The pain made him weak. His senses seemed to trail off giddily every now and then, and he'd find himself lying flat and still beside the track. It was a white, drawn face that Toddles lifted up each time he started on again, miserably white, except where the blood kept trickling from his forehead. And then Toddles' heart, stout as it was, seemed to snap. He had reached the station platform, wondering vaguely why the little building that loomed ahead was dark. And now it came to him in a flash as he recognized the station. It was Cassil's Siding, and there was no night man at Cassil's Siding. The switch lights were lit before the day man left, of course. Everything swam before Toddles' eyes. There was no help here. And yet perhaps, desperate hope came again, perhaps there might be. The pain was terrible, all over him, and he'd got so weak now. But it wasn't far to the door. Toddles squirmed along the platform and reached the door finally, only to find it shut and fastened, and then Toddles fainted on the threshold. When Toddles came to himself again, he thought at first that he was up in the dispatcher's room at Big Cloud with Bob Donkin pounding away on the battered old key they used to practice with. Only there seemed to be something the matter with the key, and it didn't sound as loud as it usually did. It seemed to come from a long way off, somehow. And then, besides, Bob was working it faster than he had ever done before when they were practicing. Hold second something. Toddles couldn't make it out. Then the 17. Yes, he knew that. That was the life and death. Bob was going pretty quick, though. Then CS. Toddles' brain fumbled a bit over that. Then it came to him. CS was the call for Cassil's Siding. Cassil's Siding. Toddles' head came up with a jerk. A little cry burst from Toddles' lips, and his brain cleared. He wasn't at Big Cloud at all. He was at Cassil's Siding, and he was hurt. And that was the sounder inside, calling frantically for Cassil's Siding, where he was. The life and death, the 17. It sent a thrill through Toddles' pain-twisted spine. He wriggled to the window. It, too, was closed, of course, but he could hear better there. The sounder was babbling madly. Hold second. He missed it again, and as on top of it the 17 came pleading, frantic, urgent, he wrung his hands. Hold second. He got it this time. Number 2. Toddles' first impulse was to smash in the window and reach the key. And then, like a dash of cold water over him, Donkin's words seemed to ring in his ears. Use your head. With the 17, it meant a matter of minutes, perhaps even seconds. Why smash the window? Why waste the moment required to do it simply to answer the call? The order stood for itself. Hold second number 2. That was the second section of the Limited, eastbound. Hold her. How? There was nothing, not a thing to stop her with. Use your head, said Donkin in a faraway voice to Toddles' wobbling brain. Toddles looked up the track, west, where he had come from, to where the switch light twinkled green at him, and with a little sob he started to drag himself back along the platform. If he could throw the switch, it would throw the light from green to red, and the Limited would take the siding, but the switch was a long way off. Toddles half fell, half bumped from the end of the platform to the right of way. He cried to himself with low moans as he went along. He had the heart of a fighter and grit to the last tissue, but he needed it all now, needed it all to stand the pain and fight the weakness that kept swirling over him in flashes. On he went, on his hands and knees, slithering from tie to tie, and from one tie to the next was a great distance. The life and death, the dispatcher's call, he seemed to hear it yet, throbbing, throbbing on the wire. On he went, up the track, and the green eye of the lamp, winking at him, drew nearer, and then suddenly, clear and mellow through the mountains, caught up and echoed far and near, came the notes of a chime whistle ringing down the gorge. Fear came upon Toddles then, and a great sob shook him. That was the Limited coming now. Toddles' fingers dug into the ballast, and he hurried. That is, in bitter pain, he tried to crawl a little faster, and as he crawled he kept his eyes straining up the track. She wasn't in sight yet around the curve. Not yet, anyway. Another foot, only another foot, and he would reach the siding switch, in time, in plenty of time. Again the sob, but now in a burst of relief that for the moment made him forget his hurts. He was in time. He flung himself at the switch lever, tugged upon it, and then, trembling, every ounce of remaining strength seeming to ooze from him, he covered his face with his hands. It was locked, padlocked. Came a rumble now, a distant roar, growing louder and louder, reverberating down the canyon walls, louder and louder, nearer and nearer. Hold second number 2, hold second number 2. The 17, the life and death, pleading with him to hold number 2. And she was coming now, coming, and the switch was locked. The deadly nausea racked Toddles again. There was nothing to do now, nothing. He couldn't stop her, couldn't stop her. He'd tried very hard, and he couldn't stop her now. He took his hands from his face and stole a glance up the track, afraid almost with the horror that was upon him to look. She hadn't swung the curve yet, but she would in a minute, and compounding down the stretch at 50 miles an hour, shoot by him like a rocket to where, somewhere ahead, in some form, he did not know what, only knew that it was there, death and ruin and use your head, snapped Donkin's voice to his consciousness. Toddles' eyes were on the light above his head. It blinked red at him as he stood on the track facing it. The green rays were shooting up and down the line. He couldn't swing the switch, but the lamp was there, and there was the red side to show just by turning it. He remembered then that the lamp fitted into a socket at the top of the switch stand and could be lifted off, if he could reach it. It wasn't very high for an ordinary-sized man. For an ordinary-sized man had to get at it to trim and fill it daily. Only Toddles wasn't an ordinary-sized man. It was just 9 or 10 feet above the rails, just a standard siding switch. Toddles gritted his teeth and climbed upon the base of the switch, and nearly fainted as his ankle swung against the rod. A foot above the base was a footrest for a man to stand on and reach up for the lamp, and Toddles drew himself up and got his foot on it, and then at his full height the tips of his fingers only just touched the bottom of the lamp. Toddles cried aloud, and the tears streamed down his face now. Oh, if he weren't hurt, if he could only shin up another foot, but it was all he could do to hang on there where he was. What was that? He turned his head. Up the track, sweeping in a great circle as it swung the curve, a headlight's glare cut through the night, and Toddles shinned the foot. He tugged and tore at the lamp, tugged and tore at it, loosened it, lifted it from its socket, sprawled and wriggled with it to the ground, and turned the red side of the lamp against second number 2. The quick, short blasts of a whistle answered, then the crunch and grind and scream of biting brake shoes, and the big mountain racer, the 10-12, pulling the second section of the Limited that night, stopped with its pilot nosing a diminutive figure in a torn and silver-buttoned uniform, whose hair was clotted red, and whose face was covered with blood and dirt. Masters, the engineer, and Pete Leroy, his fireman, swung from the gangways. Kelly, the conductor, came running up from the forward coach. Kelly shoved his lamp into Toddles' face and whistled low under his breath.
Toddles,
he gasped, and then, quick as a steel trap, "What's wrong?"
"I don't know,"
said Toddles weakly.
There's something wrong. Get into the clear on the siding."
"Something's wrong," repeated Kelly. "And you don't—"
But Masters cut the conductor short with a grab at the other's arm that was like the shutting of a vise, and then bolted for his engine like a gopher for its hole. From down the track came the heavy, grumbling roar of a freight. Everybody flew then, and there was quick work done in the next half minute, and none too quickly done. The Limited was no more than on the siding when the fast freight rolled her long streak of flats, boxes, and gondolas thundering by. And while she passed, Toddles on the platform stammered out his story to Kelly. Kelly didn't say anything then. With the express messenger and a brakeman carrying Toddles, Kelly kicked in the station door and set his lamp down on the operator's table.
"Hold me up,"
whispered Toddles, and while they held him, he made the dispatcher's call. Big Cloud answered him on the instant. Haltingly, Toddles reported the second section in and the freight out. Only he did it very slowly, and he couldn't think very much more, for things were going black. He got an order for the Limited to run to Blind River, and told Kelly and got the complete, and then Big Cloud asked who was on the wire, and Toddles answered that in a mechanical sort of a way without quite knowing what he was doing, and went limp in Kelly's arms. And as Toddles answered, back in Big Cloud, Regan, the sweat still standing out in great beads on his forehead, fierce now in the revulsion of relief, glared over Donkin's left shoulder as Donkin's left hand scribbled on a pad what was coming over the wire. Regan glared fiercely, then he sputtered: "Who in hell's Christopher Hyslop Hogan, hm?" Donkin's lips had a queer smile on them. "Toddles," he said. Regan sat down heavily in his chair. "What?" demanded the super. "Toddles," said Donkin. "I've been trying to drum a little railroading into him on the key." Regan wiped his face. He looked helplessly from Donkin to the super, and then back to Donkin.
But what's he doing at Castle's Siding? How'd he get there? How'd he get there?"
"I don't know," said Donkin, his fingers rattling his Castle's Siding call again. "He doesn't answer any more. We'll have to wait for the story till they make Blind River, I guess." And so they waited. And presently, at Blind River, Kelly, dictating to the operator, not Beale, Beale's day man, told the story. It lost nothing in the telling. Kelly wasn't that kind of a man. He told them what Toddles had done, and he left nothing out, and he added that they had Toddles on a mattress in the baggage car with a doctor they had discovered among the passengers looking after him. At the end, Carleton tamped down the dottle in the bowl of his pipe thoughtfully with his forefinger and glanced at Donkin. "You got along far enough to take a station key somewhere?" he inquired casually. "You've made a pretty good job of it as the night operator at Castle's." Donkin was smiling. "Not yet," he said. "No?" Carleton's eyebrows went up. "Well, let him come in here with you then, till he has. And when you say he's ready, we'll see what we can do. I guess it's coming to him. And I guess" he shifted his glance to the master mechanic "I guess we'll go down and meet number 2 when she comes in, Tommy." Regan grinned.
"With our hats in our hands," said the
big-hearted master mechanic. Donkin shook his head. "Don't you do it," he said. "I don't want him to get a swelled head." Carleton stared, and Regan's hand, reaching for his back pocket for his chewing, stopped midway. Donkin was still smiling. "I'm going to make a railroad man out of Toddles," he said. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 1 of The Night Operator by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Night Operator, Chapter 2, Part 1, Owsley and the 1601. His name was Owsley, Jake Owsley, and he was a railroad man before ever he came to Big Cloud and the Hill Division, before ever the Hill Division was even advanced to the blueprint stage, before steel had ever spider-webbed the stubborn Rockies, before the Herculean task of bridging a continent was more than a thought in even the most ambitious minds. Owsley was an engineer, and he came from the East when they broke ground at Big Cloud for a start toward the western goal through the mighty range, a comparatively young man, 30 or thereabouts. Then, inch by inch and foot by foot, Owsley, with his ballast cars and his boxes and his flats bumping material behind him, followed the construction gangs as they burrowed and blasted and trestled their way along, day in, day out, month in, month out, until the years went by, and they were through the Rockies, with the coast and the blue of the Pacific in sight. First over every bridge and culvert, first through every cut, first through every tunnel shorn in the bitter gray rock of the mountain sides, the pilot of Owsley's engine nosed its way, and when the rough of the work was over, and in the hysteria of celebration, the toll of lives, the hardships, and the cost were forgotten for the moment, and the directors and their guests crowded the cab and perched on running boards and footplates till you couldn't see the bunting they'd draped the engine with, and the mahogany coaches behind looked like the striped sticks of candy the kids buy on account of more bunting, and then some. And the local band they'd brought along from Big Cloud got the mouthpieces of their trombones and cornets mixed up with the necks of champagne bottles, and the Indian braves squatted gravely at different points along the trackside and thought their white brothers had gone mad. Owsley was at the throttle for the first through run over the division. It was Owsley's due. Then other years went by, and the steel was shaken down into the permanent right-of-way that is an engineering marvel today, and Owsley still held a throttle on a through run, just kept growing a little older, that was all, but one of the best of them for all that, steadier than the younger men, wise in experience, and with a love for his engine that was like the love of a man for a woman. It's a strange thing, perhaps, a love like that. But, strange or not, there was never an engineer worth his salt who hasn't had it, some more than others, of course, as some men's love for a woman is deeper than others. With Owsley it came pretty near being the whole thing, and it was queer enough to see him when they'd change his engine to give him a newer and more improved type for a running mate. He'd refuse point blank at first to be separated from the obsolete engine that was either carted for some local jerkwater, mixed freight run, or for a construction job somewhere. "Leave her with me," he'd say to Regan, the master mechanic. "Leave me with her. You can give my run to someone else, Regan, do you mind? It's little I care for the swell run me and the old girl sticks. I'll have nothing else." But the bluff, fat, big-hearted, good-natured little master mechanic knew his man, and he knew an engineer when he saw one. Regan would no more have thought of letting Owsley get away from the Imperial's throttle than he would have thought of putting call boys in the cabs to run the engines. "Humph!" he would say, blinking fast at Owsley. "Feel that way, do you? Well, then, maybe it's about time you quit altogether. I didn't offer you your choice, did I? Now, you take the Imperial with what I give you to take her with, or take nothing. Think it over." And Owsley, perforce, had to think it over, and, perforce, he stayed on the limited run. Came then the day when changes in engine types were not so frequent, and a fair maximum in machine design efficiency had been obtained, and Owsley came to love, more than he had ever loved any engine before, his big, powerful 1600 class racer, with its 4 pairs of massive drivers that took the curves with the grace of a circling bird, that laughed in glee at anything lower than a 3% grade, and tackled the 5s with no more than a grunt of disdain. Owsley and the 1601, right from the start, clipped 55 minutes off the running time of the Imperial Limited through the Rockies, where before it had been nip and tuck to make the old schedule anywhere near the dot. For 3 years it was Owsley and the 1601. For 3 years, east and west through the mountains, and a smile in the roundhouse at him as he nursed and cuddled and groomed his big flyer in from a run. Not now. They don't smile now about it. It was Owsley and the 1601 for 3 years, and at the end it was still Owsley and the 1601. The two are coupled together. They never speak of one on the Hill Division without the other. Owsley and the 1601. Owsley, one of the old guard who answered the roll call at the birth of the Hill Division. 40 years a railroader, call boy at 10, 20 years of service, counting the construction period, on the Hill Division. Straight and upright as a young sapling at 50 odd, with a swing through the gangway that the younger men tried to imitate, hair short cropped, a little grizzled, gray, steady eyes, a beard whose color, once brown, was nondescript, kind of shading tawny and gray and streaks. A slim little man, overalled and jumpered, with greasy, peaked cap, and wifeless, without kith or kin save his engine, the star boarder at Mrs. McCann's short order house. Liked by everybody, known by everybody on the division down to the last Polack construction hand. Quiet, no bluster about him, full of good-humored fun, ready to take his part or do his share in anything going, from a lodge minstrel show to sitting up all night and playing trained nurse to anybody that needed one. That was Owsley. Oh, you and your millions who ride in trains by day and night, do you ever give a thought to the men into whose keeping you hand your lives? Does it ever occur to you that they are not just part of the equipment of iron and wood and steel and rolling things to be accepted callously as bought and paid for with the strip of ticket that you hold, animate only in that you may voice your grumblings and your discontent at some delay that saves you probably from being hurled into eternity, while you chafe impatiently and childishly at something you know nothing about, that they, like you, are human, too, with hopes achieved and aspirations shattered, and plans and interests in life? Have you ever thought that there was a human side to railroading, and that... But we were speaking of Owsley, Jake Owsley. Perhaps you'll understand a little better further on along the right-of-way. Elbow Bend, were it not for the insurmountable obstacles that Dame Nature had seen fit to place there, the bed of the Glacier River on one side and the sheer rock base of mountain on the other, would have been a black mark against the record of the engineering corps who built the station. Speaking generally, it is not good railroad practice to put a station on a curve, when it can be helped. Elbow Bend, the whole of it, main line and siding, made a curve. That's how it got its name. And yet, in a way, it wasn't the curve that was to blame, though, too, in a way, it was. Owsley had a patched eye that night from a bit of steel that had got into it in the afternoon, nothing much, but a patch on it to keep the cold and the sweep of the wind out. It was the eastbound run, and to make up for the loss of time a slow order over new construction work back a dozen miles or so had cost him, the 1601 was hitting a pretty fast clip as he whistled for Elbow Bend. Owsley checked just a little as he nosed the curve. The Imperial Limited made no stop at Elbow Bend, and then as the 1601 sort of got her footing, so to speak, on the long bend, he opened her out again, and the storm of exhausts from her short, stubby stack went echoing through the mountains like the play of artillery. The light of the west end siding switch flashed by like a scintillating gem in the darkness. Brannigan, Owsley's fireman, pulled his door, shooting the cab and the heavens full of leaping, fiery red, and swung to the tender for a shovelful of coal. Owsley, crouched a little forward in his seat, his body braced against the cant of the mogul on the curve, was feeling the throttle with a careful hand, and he peered ahead through the cab glass. Came the station lights, the black bulk of a locomotive cascading steam from her safety on the siding, and then the thundering reverberation as the 1601 began to sweep past a long curving line of boxes, flats, and gondolas, the end of which Owsley could not see for the curve. Owsley relaxed a little. That was right. Extra number 49 West was to cross him at Elbow Bend, and she was on the siding as she should be. His headlight, streaming out at a tangent to the curve, played its way kaleidoscopically along the sides of the string of freights, now edging the roof of a box car, now opening a hole to the gray rock of the cut when a flat or two intervened. And then, sudden, quick as doom, with a yell from his fireman ringing in his ears, Owsley, his jaws clamping like a steel trap, flung his arm forward, jamming the throttle shut, while with the other hand he grabbed at the air. Owsley had seen it too, as quick as Brannigan, a figure, arms waving frantically, for a fleeting second strangely silhouetted in the dancing headlights' glare on the roof of one of the box cars. A wild shout from the man, fluttering, indistinguishable, reached them as they roared by, then the grind and scream of brake shoes as the air went on, the answering shudder vibrating through the cab of the big racer, the meeting clash of buffer plates echoing down the length of the train behind, and a queer obstructing blackness dead ahead ere the headlight, tardy in its sweep, could point the way. But Owsley knew now, too late. Brannigan screamed in his ear. "She ain't in the clear!" he screamed. "It's a swipe! She ain't in the clear!" He screamed again and took a flying leap through the offside gangway. Owsley never turned his head, only held there, grim-faced, tight-lipped, facing what was to come, facing it with a clear head, quick brain, doing what he could to lessen the disaster, for 40 years had schooled him to face emergency. Owsley, for 40 years with his record, until that moment, as clean and unsmirched as the day he started as a kid calling train crews back in the little division town on the Penn in the Far East. Strange it should come to Owsley, the one man of all you'd never think it would. It's hard to understand the running orders of the great trainmaster sometimes, isn't it? And sometimes it doesn't help much to realize that we never will understand this side of the Great Divide. Does it? The headlight caught it now, seemed to gloat upon it in a flood of blazing, insolent light, the rear cars of the freight crawling frantically from the main line to the siding, then the pitiful yellow from the cupola of the caboose, the light from below filtering up through the windows. It seared into Owsley's brain lightning quick, but vivid in every detail in a horrible, fascinating way. It was a second, the fraction of a second, since Brannigan had jumped. It might have been an hour. The front of the caboose seemed to leap suddenly at the 1601, seemed to rise up in the air and hurl itself at the straining engine as though in impotent fury at unwarranted attack. There was a terrific crash, the groan and rend of timber, the sickening grind and crunch as the van went to matchwood, the debris hurtling along the running boards, shattering the cab glass in flying splinters, and Owsley dropped where he stood like a log. And the pony truck caught the tongue of the open switch, and with a vicious, nasty lurch, the 1601 wrenched herself loose from her string of coaches, staggered like a lost and drunken soul a few yards along the ties, and turned turtle in the ditch. It was a bad spill, but it might have been worse, a great deal worse. A box car in the van for the junk heap, and the 1601 for the shops to repair fractures, and nobody hurt, except Owsley. But they couldn't make head or tail of the cause of it. Everybody went on the carpet for it, and still it was a mystery. The main line was clear at the west end of the siding, and the switch was right. Everybody was agreed on that, and it showed that way on the face of it, and that was as it should have been. The operator at Elbow Bend swore that he had shown his red, and that it was showing when the Limited swept by. He said he knew it was going to be a close shave whether the freight, a little late and crowding the Limited's running time, would be clear of the main line without delaying the express, and he had shown his red before even he had heard her whistle. His red was showing. The engine crew and the train crew of Extra Number 49 West backed the operator up. The red was showing. Brannigan, the fireman, didn't count as a witness. The only light he'd seen at all was the west end switch light. The curve had hidden anything ahead until after he'd pulled his door and turned to the tender for coal, and by then they were past the station. And Owsley, pretty badly smashed up and in bed down in Mrs. McCann's short order house, talked kind of queer when he got around to where he could talk at all. They asked him what color light the station semaphore was showing, and Owsley said white. White as the moon. That's what he said. White as the moon. and they weren't quite sure he understood what they were driving at. For a week, that's all they could make out of it, and then, with Regan scratching his head over it one day in confab with Carleton, the superintendent, it came more by chance than anything else.
"Blamed if I know what to make of it," he growled. "Ordinary, 6 men's words would be the end of it. But Owsley's the best man that ever latched a throttle in our cabs, and for 20 years his record's cleaner than a baby's. What he says now don't count, because he ain't right again yet. But what you can't get away from is the fact that Owsley's not the man to have slipped a signal. Either the 6 of them are doing him cold to save their own skins, or there's something queer about it."
Carleton, Royal Carleton, in his grave, quiet way, shook his head. "We've been trying hard enough to get to the bottom of it, Tommy," he said. "I wish to the Lord we could. I don't think the men are lying. They tell a pretty straight story. I've been wondering about that patch Owsley had on his eye, and—"
"What's that got to do with it?"
cut in the blunt little master mechanic, who made no bones about his fondness for the engineer.
"He isn't blind in the other, is he?"
Carleton stared at the master mechanic for a moment, pulling ruminatively at his briar. Then, they were in the super's office at the time, his fist came down with a sudden bang upon the desk. "I believe you've got it, Tommy!" he exclaimed.
"Believe I've got it?"
echoed Regan, and his hand halfway to his mouth with his plug of chewing stopped in midair.
Got what? I said he wasn't blind in the other, and neither is he. You know that as well as I do."
"Wait," said Carleton. "It's very rare, I know, but it seems to me I've heard of it. Wait a minute, Tommy." He was leaning over from his chair and twirling the little revolving bookcase beside the desk as he spoke. Not a large library was Carleton's, just a few technical books and his cherished Britannica. He pulled out a volume of the encyclopedia, laid it upon the desk, and began to turn the leaves. "Yes, here it is," he said after a moment. "Listen." And he commenced to read rapidly. "The most common form of Daltonism, that's color blindness, you know, Tommy, depends on the absence of the red sense. Great additions to our knowledge of this subject, if only in confirmation of results already deduced from theory, have been obtained in the last few years by Holmgren, who has experimented on 2 persons, each of whom was found to have one color-blind eye, the other being nearly normal."
"Color-blind?"
sputtered the master mechanic. "In one eye," said Carleton, sort of as though he was turning a problem over in his mind. "That would account for it all, Tommy. As far as I know, one doesn't go color blind, one is born that way. And if this is what's at the bottom of it, Owsley's been color blind all his life in one eye, and probably didn't know what was the matter. That would account for his passing the tests, and would account for what happened at Elbow Bend. It was the patch that did it. You remember what he said? The light was white as the moon."
"And he's out!" stormed Regan. "Out for keeps after 40 years. Say, do you know what this'll mean to Owsley? Do you? Do you? It'll be hell for him, Carleton. He thinks more of his engine than a woman does of her child."
Carleton closed the volume and replaced it mechanically in the bookcase. Regan's teeth met in his plug and jerked savagely at the tobacco.
"I wish to blazes you hadn't read that," he muttered fiercely. "What's to be done now?"
"I'm afraid there's only one thing to be done," Carleton answered gravely. "Sentiment doesn't let us out. There's too many lives at stake every time he takes out an engine. He'll have to try the color test with a patch over the same eye he had on that night. Perhaps, after all, I'm wrong, and—"
"He's out!" said the master mechanic gruffly. "He's out! I don't need any test to know that now. That's what's the matter, and no other thing on earth. It's rough, damn rough, ain't it, after 40 years?"
And Regan, with a short laugh, strode to the window and stood staring out at the choked railroad yards below him. And Regan was right. 3 weeks later, when he got out of bed, Owsley took the color test under the queerest conditions that ever a railroad man took it, with his right eye bandaged, and failed utterly. But Owsley didn't quite seem to understand. And little Dr. McTurk, the company surgeon, was badly worried, and had been all along. Owsley was a long way from being the same Owsley he was before the accident. Not physically, That way he was shaping up pretty well, but his head seemed to bother him. He seemed to have lost his grip on a whole lot of things. They gave him the test more to settle the point in their own minds, but they knew before they gave it to him that it wasn't much use as far as he was concerned one way or the other. There was more than a mere matter of color wrong with Owsley now. And maybe that was the kindest thing that could have happened to him. Maybe it made it easier for him, since the colors barred him anyway from ever pulling a throttle again, not to understand. They tried to tell him he hadn't passed the color test. Regan tried to tell him in a clumsy, big-hearted way, breaking it as easy as he could, and Owsley laughed as though he were pleased. Just laughed, and with a glance at the clock and a jerky pull at his watch for comparison, a way he had of doing, walked out of Riley's, the trainmaster's office, and started across the tracks for the roundhouse. Owsley's head wasn't working right. It was as though the mechanism was running down, the memory kind of tapering off. But the 1601, his engine, stuck. And it was train time when he walked out of Riley's office that afternoon, the first afternoon he'd been out of bed in Mrs. McCann's motherly hands since the night at Elbow Bend. Perhaps you'll smile a little tolerantly at this, and perhaps you'll say the story's cooked. Well, perhaps. If you think that way about it, you'll probably smile more broadly still, and with the same grounds for a smile before we make division and sign the train register at the end of the run. Anyway, that afternoon, as Owsley, out for the first time, walked a little shakily across the turntable and through the big engine doors into the roundhouse, the 1601 was out for the first time herself from the repair shops, and for the first time since the accident was standing on the pit, blowing from a full head of steam and ready to move out and couple on for the mountain run west as soon as the Imperial Limited came in off the Prairie Division from the east. Is it a coincidence to smile at? Yes? Well, then there is more of the same humor to come. They tell the story on the Hill Division this way, those hard, grimy-handed men of the Rockies, in the cab, in the caboose, in the smoker, if you get intimate enough with the conductor or brakeman, in the roundhouse and in the section shanty, but they never smile themselves when they tell it. Paxley, big as two of Owsley, promoted from a local passenger run, had been given the Imperial and the 1601. He was standing by the front end, chatting with Clarihue, the turner, as Owsley came in. Owsley didn't appear to notice either of the men, didn't answer either of them as they greeted him cheerily. His face, that had grown white from his illness, was tinged a little red with excitement, and his eyes seemed trying to take in every single detail of the big mountain racer all at once. He walked along to the gangway, his shoulders sort of bracing further back all the time, and then with the old-time swing he disappeared into the cab. He was out again in a minute with a long-spouted oil can, and just as he always did, started in for an oil around. Paxley and Clarihue looked at each other, and Paxley sort of fumbled aimlessly with the peak of his cap, while Clarihue couldn't seem to get the straps of his overalls adjusted comfortably. Brannigan, Owsley's old fireman, joined them from the other side of the engine. None of them spoke. Owsley went on oiling, making the round slowly, carefully, head and shoulders hidden completely at times as he leaned in over the rod, poking at the motion gear. And Regan, who had followed Owsley, coming in, got the thing in a glance and swore fiercely deep down in his throat. Not much to choke strong men up and throw them into the dead center? Well, perhaps not. Just a railroad man for 40 years, just an engineer, and the best of them all, out. Owsley finished his round, and instead of climbing into the cab through the opposite gangway, came back to the front end and halted before Jim Clarihue. "I see you got that injector valve packed at last," said he approvingly. "She looks cleaner under the guard plates than I've seen her for a long time, too. Give me the table, Jim." None of them answered. Regan said afterward that he felt as though there'd been a head-on smash somewhere inside of him. But Owsley didn't seem to expect any answer. He went on down the side of the locomotive, went in through the gangway, and the next instant the steam came purring into the cylinders, just warming her up for a moment, as Owsley always did before he moved out of the roundhouse. It was Clarihue then who spoke, with a kind of catchy jerk. She's stiff from the shops. He ain't strong enough to hold her on the table." Regan looked at Paxley and tugged at his scraggly little brown mustache. "You'll have to get him out of there, Bob," he said gruffly to hide his emotion. "Get him out, gently." The steam was coming now into the cylinders with a more businesslike rush, and Paxley jumped for the cab. As he climbed in, Brannigan followed, and in a sort of helpless way hung in the gangway behind him. Owsley was standing up, his hand on the throttle, and evidently puzzled a little at the stiffness of the reversing lever that refused to budge on the segment with what strength he had in one hand to give it. Paxley reached over and tried to loosen Owsley's hand on the throttle. "Let me take her, Jake," he said. Owsley stared at him for a moment in mingled perplexity and irritation. "What in blazes would I let you take her for?" he snapped suddenly, and attempted to shoulder Paxley aside. "Get out of here and mind your own business. Get out." He snatched his wrist away from Paxley's fingers and gave a jerk at the throttle, and the 1601 began to move. The table wasn't set, and Paxley had no time for hesitation. More roughly than he had any wish to do it, he brushed Owsley's hand from the throttle and latched the throttle shut. And then, quick as a cat, Owsley was on him. It wasn't much of a fight, hardly a fight at all. Owsley, from 3 weeks on his back, was dropping weak, but Owsley snatched up a spanner that was lying on the seat and smashed Paxley with it between the eyes. Paxley was a big man physically, and a bigger man still where it counts most and doesn't show. With the blood streaming down his face and half blinded, regardless of the blows that Owsley kept trying to rain upon him, he picked the engineer up in his arms like a baby, and with Brannigan dropping off the gangway and helping, got Owsley to the ground. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of The Night Operator by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Night Operator, Chapter 2, Part 2. Owsley hadn't been fit for excitement or exertion of that kind, for any kind of excitement or exertion. They took him back to his boarding house, and Dr. McTurk screwed his eyes up over him in the funny way he had when things looked critical, and Mrs. McCann nursed him daytimes, and Carleton and Regan and 2 or 3 others took turns sitting up with him nights, for a month. Then Owsley began to mend again, and began to talk of getting back on the limited run with the 1601, always the 1601, and most times he talked pretty straight, too, as straight as any of the rest of them, only his memory seemed to keep that queer sort of haze over it. Up to the time of the accident it seemed all right, but after that things blurred woefully. Regan, Carleton, and Dr. McTurk went into committee over it in the super's office one afternoon just before Owsley was out of bed again.
"What do you say? What do you say, Doc?"
demanded Regan. Dr. McTurk, scientific and professional in every inch of his little body, lined his eyebrows up into a ferocious black streak across his forehead, and talked medicine in medical terms into the superintendent and the master mechanic for a good 5 minutes. When he had finished, Carleton's brows were puckered too, his face was a little blank, and he tapped the edge of his desk with the end of his pencil somewhat helplessly. Regan tugged at both ends of his mustache and sputtered.
"What the blazes!"
he growled. "Give it to us in plain railroading. Has he got rights through, or hasn't he? Does he get better, or does he not? I don't know, I tell you," retorted Dr. McTurk. "I don't know, and that's flat. I've told you why a minute ago. I don't know whether he'll ever be better in his head than he is now. Otherwise, he'll come around all right." "Well, what's to be done?" inquired Carleton. "He's got to work for a living, I suppose, Dr. McTurk answered. "And he can't run an engine any more on account of the colors, no matter what happens. That's the state of affairs, isn't it?" Carleton didn't answer. Regan only mumbled under his breath. "Well, then," submitted Dr. McTurk, The best thing for him, temporarily at least, to build him up, is fresh air and plenty of it. Give him a job somewhere out in the open." Carleton's eyebrows went up. He looked across at Regan questioningly. "He wouldn't take it," said Regan slowly. "There's nothing to anything for Owsley but the 1601. "Wouldn't take it?" snapped the little doctor. "He's got to take it. And if you care half what you pretend you do for him, you got to see that he does." "How about construction work with McCann?" suggested Carleton. "He likes McCann, and he's lived at their place for years now." "Just the thing," declared Dr. McTurk heartily. "Couldn't be better." Carleton looked at Regan again. "You can handle him better than anyone else, Tommy. Suppose you see what you can do. And speaking of the 1601, how would it do to tell him what's happened in the last month? Maybe he wouldn't think so much of her as he does now." "No!" exclaimed Dr. McTurk quickly. "Don't you do it." "No," said Regan, shaking his head. "It would make him worse. He'd blame it on Paxley, and we'd have trouble on our hands before you could bat an eyelash." "Yes, perhaps you're right," agreed Carleton. "Well, then, try him on the construction tack, Tommy." And so Regan went that afternoon from the super's office over to Mrs. McCann's short order house and up to Owsley's room.
"Well, how's Jake today?"
he inquired in his bluff, cheery way, drawing a chair up beside the bed. "I'm fine, Regan," said Owsley earnestly. "Fine. What day is this?" "Thursday," Regan told him. "Yes," said Owsley, "that's right. Thursday. Well, you can put me down to take the old 1601 out Monday night. I'm figuring to get back on the run Monday night, Regan." Regan ran his hand through his short cropped hair, twisted a little uneasily in his chair, and coughed to fill in the gap. "I wouldn't be in a hurry about it if I were you, Jake," he said. "In fact, that's what I came over to have a little talk with you about. We don't think you're strong enough yet for the cab." "Who don't?" demanded Owsley antagonistically. "Well, the doctor and Carleton and myself, we were just speaking about it." "Why ain't I?" demanded Owsley again. "Why, good Lord, Jake," said Regan patiently, "you've been sick there's near 2 months. A man can't expect to get out of bed after a lay off like that and start right in again before he gets his strength back. You know that as well as I do." "Maybe I do, and maybe I don't," said Owsley a little uncertainly. "How am I going to get strong?" "Well," replied Regan, "the doc says open air work to build you up, and we were thinking you might like to put in a month, say, with Bill McCann up on the Elk River work, helping him boss Polax, for instance." Owsley didn't speak for a moment. He seemed to be puzzling something out, and then still, in a puzzled way, "And what about after the month?" "Oh, why then," said Regan, "then—" He reached for his hip pocket and his plug, pulled out the plug, picked the heart-shaped tin tag off with his thumbnail, decided not to take a bite, and put the black strap back in his pocket again. "Why, then," said he, "you ought to be all right again." Owsley sat up in bed. "You're playing straight with me, Regan?" he asked slowly. "Oh, sure," said Regan gruffly. "Sure I am." Owsley passed his hand 2 or 3 times across his eyes. "I don't seem to get the signals right on what's happened," he said. "I guess I've been pretty sick. I guess I had a feeling a minute ago that you were trying to sidetrack me. But if you say you ain't, I believe you. I ain't going to be sidetracked. When I quit for keeps, I quit in the cab with my boots on. No way else. I'll tell you something, Regan. When I go out, I'm going out with my hand on the throttle, same as it's been for more'n 20 years. And me and the old 1601 we're going out together. That's the way I want to go when the time comes. That's the way I'm going. I've known it for a long time." "How do you mean you've known it for a long time?" Regan swallowed a lump in his throat as he asked the question. Owsley's mind seemed to be wandering a little. "I don't know," said Owsley, and his hand crept to his head again. "I don't know. I just know." Then abruptly, I got to get strong for the old 1601, ain't I? That's right. I'll go up there. Only if you give me your word I get the 1601 back after the month." Regan's eyes from the floor lifted and met Owsley's steadily. "You bet, Jake," said he. "Give me your hand on it," said Owsley happily, and Regan gripped the engineer's hand. Regan left the room a moment or two after that, and on his way downstairs he brushed the back of his hand across his eyes. "What the hell?" he growled to himself. "I had to lie to him, didn't I?" And so, on the Monday following, Owsley went up to the New Elk River road work, and but just a moment. We've overrun our holding orders a bit, and we've got to back for the siding. The 1601 crosses us here. Superstition is a queer thing, isn't it? Speaking generally, we look on it somewhat from the viewpoint of the old adage that all men are mortal save ourselves. That is, we can accept with more or less tolerant condescension the existence of superstition in others, and with more or less tolerant condescension put it down to ignorance in others. But we're not superstitious ourselves, so we've got to have something better to go on than that, as far as the 1601 is concerned. Well, the 1601 was pretty badly shaken up that night in the spill at Elbow Bend, and when they overhauled her in the shops, while they made her look like new, perhaps they missed something down deep in her vitals in the doing of it. Perhaps she was weakened and strained where they didn't know she was. Perhaps they didn't get clean to the bottom of all her troubles. Perhaps they made a bad job of a job that looked all right under the fresh paint and the gold leaf. There's nothing superstitious about that, is there? It's logical and reasonable enough to satisfy even the most hypercritical crank amongst us anti-superstitionists, isn't it? But that doesn't go in the cabs and the roundhouses and the section shanties on the Hill Division. You could talk and reason out there along that line until you were blue in the face from shortness of breath, and they'd listen to you while they wiped their hands on a hunk of waste. They'd listen, but they've got their own notions. It was the night at Elbow Bend that Owsley and the 1601 together first went wrong, and both went into hospital together and came out together to the day, the 1601 for her old run through the mountains, and Owsley with no other idea in life possessing his sick brain than to make the run with her. Owsley had a relapse that day, and that day, 20 miles west of Big Cloud, the 1601 blew her cylinder head off. And from then on, while Owsley lay in bed again at Mrs. McCann's, the 1601, when she wasn't in the shops from an endless series of mishaps, was turning the hair gray on a dispatcher or two, and got most of Paxley's nerve. But what's the use of going into all the details? There was enough paper used up in the specification repair sheets. Going slow up a grade and around a curve that was protected with 90-pound guard rails, her pony truck jumped the steel where a baby carriage would have held to the right of way. She broke this, she broke that, she was always breaking something, and rare was the night that she didn't limp into division, dragging the grumbling occupants of the mahogany sleepers after her with her schedule gone to smash. And then, finally, putting a clincher on it all, she ended up, when she was running 50 miles an hour, by shedding a driving wheel and nearly killing Paxley as the rod ripped through and through, tearing the right-hand side of the cab into mangled wreckage. And that finished her for the limited run. Do you recall that Owsley, too, was finished for the limited run? Superstition? You can figure it any way you like. They've got their own notions on the Hill Division. When the 1601 came out of the shops again after that, the marks of authorities' disapprobation were heavy upon her. The gold leaf of the passenger flyer was gone. The big figures on the tender were only yellow paint. Regan scowled at her as they ran her into the yards. "Damn her," said Regan fervently. And then, as he thought of Owsley, he scowled deeper and yanked at his mustache. "Say," said Regan heavily, "it's queer, ain't it? Blamed queer, when you come to think of it." And so, while the 1601, disfranchised, went to hauling extra freights, kind of a misfit, doing spare jobs, anything that turned up, no regular run any more, Owsley, kind of a misfit too, without any very definite duties, because there wasn't anything very definite they dared trust him with, went up on the Elk River work with Bill McCann, the husband of Mrs. McCann, who kept the short order house. Owsley told McCann, as he had told Regan, that he was only up there getting strong again for the 1601, and he went around on the construction work whistling and laughing like a schoolboy and happy as a child, getting strong again for the 1601. McCann couldn't see anything very much the matter with Owsley, except that Owsley was happy. He studied the letter Regan had sent him, and watched the engineer, and scratched at his bullet head, and blinked fast with his gray Irish eyes.
"Faith,"
said McCann,
"it's them that's off their chumps, not Owsley. Hark to him singing out there like a lark, and bedad, it's myself tell him so."
And he did. He wrote his opinion in concise, forceful, misspelled English on the back of a requisition slip, and sent it to Regan. Regan didn't say much, just choked up a little when he read it. McCann wasn't very strong on diagnosis. It was still early spring when Owsley went to the new loop they were building around the main line to tap a bit of the country south, and the Chinook, blowing warm, had melted most of the snow, and the creeks, rivers, and sluices were running full, the busiest time in all the year for the trackmen and section hands. It was a summer's job, the loop, if luck was with them, and the orders were to push the work. The steel was to be down before the snow flew again. That was the way it was put up to McCann when he first moved into construction camp, a short while before Owsley joined him.
"Then give me the stuff," said McCann. "Shoot the material along, and don't leave me biting me fingernails for the want of it, you mind?"
So the Big Cloud yards, too, had orders, standing orders, to rush out all material for the Elk River loop as fast as it came in from the east. In a way, of course, that was how it happened, from the standing orders. It was just the kind of work the 1601 was hanging around waiting to do, the odd jobs, pulling the extras. Ordinarily, perhaps, somebody would have thought of it, and maybe they wouldn't have sent her out. Maybe they would. You can't operate a railroad wholly on sentiment. And there were 10 cars of steel and as many more of ties and conglomerate supplies helping to choke up the Big Cloud yards when they should have been where they were needed a whole lot more, in McCann's construction camp. But there had been 2 days of bad weather in the mountains, 2 days of solid rain, track troubles, and troubles generally, and what with one thing and another, the motive power department had been taxed to its limit. The first chance they got in a lull of pressure, not the storm, they sent the material west with the only spare engine that happened to be in the roundhouse at the time, the 1601, and never thought of Owsley. Regan might have, would have, if he had known it, but Regan didn't know it then. Regan wasn't handling the operating. Perhaps, after all, they needn't have been in a belated hurry that day. McCann and his foreigners had done nothing but hug their shanties and listen to the rain washing the ballast away for 2 days and a half, until, as it got dark on that particular day, barely a week after Owsley had come to the work, they listened, by way of variation, to the chime whistle of an engine that came ringing down with the wind. McCann and Owsley shared a little shanty by themselves, and McCann was trying to initiate Owsley into the mysteries of that grand old game so dear to the hearts of Irishmen, the game of 45. But at the first sound of the whistle, the cards dropped from Owsley's hands, and he jumped to his feet. "Do you hear that? Do you hear that?" he cried.
For what of it?" inquired McCann. "It'll be the material we'd be hung up for if 'tweren't for the storm."
Owsley leaned across the table, his head turned a little sideways in a curious listening attitude, leaned across the table and gripped McCann's shoulders. "It's the 1601," he whispered. He put his finger to his lips to caution silence, and with the other hand patted McCann's shoulder confidentially. "It's the 1601," he whispered, and jumped for the door, out into the storm.
"For the love of Mike!"
gasped McCann, struggling to his feet as the lamp flared up and out with the draft.
"Now what the devil? From this and the misfortunate way he picks up 45, maybe I was wrong, and maybe it's queer after us that he is, and—"
McCann was still muttering to himself as he stumbled to the door. There was no sign of Owsley, only a string of boxes and flats backed down and rattling and bumping to a halt on the temporary track 100 yards away. Then the joggling light of a trainman running through the murk and evidently hopping the engine pilot, for the light disappeared suddenly and McCann heard the locomotive moving off again. McCann couldn't see the main line or the little station they had erected there since the work began for the purpose of operating the construction trains, but he knew well enough what was going on. Off the main line, in lieu of a turntable, and to facilitate matters generally, they had built a Y into the construction camp, and the work train, in from the east, had dropped its caboose on the main line between the arms of the Y, gone ahead, backed the flats and boxes down the west end arm of the Y into the camp, left them there in front of him, and the engine, shooting off on the main line again, via the east end arm of the Y, would be heading east and had only to back up the main line and couple on the caboose for the return trip to Big Cloud. There were no empties to go back, he knew. It was raining in torrents, pitilessly, and over the gusts of wind the thunder went racketing through the mountains like the discharge of heavy guns. McCann swore with sincerity as he gazed from the doorway, didn't like the look of it, and was minded to let Owsley go to the devil. But instead, after getting into rubber boots, a rubber coat, and lighting a lantern, he put his head down to butt the storm, goat fashion, and started out.
Me conscience would not be clear if anything happened to the man,
communed McCann, as he battered and sloshed his way along.
"'Tis one hell of a night."
McCann lost some time. He could have made a short cut over to the main line and the station, but instead, thinking Owsley might have run up the track beside the camp toward the front end of the construction train and the engine, he kept along past the string of cars. There was no Owsley, and the only result he obtained from shouting at the top of his lungs was to have the wind slap his voice back in his teeth. McCann headed then for the station. He took the west end arm of the Y, that being the nearer to his destination. Halfway across, he heard the engine backing up on the main line, and a moment later saw her headlight and the red tail lights of the caboose as she coupled on. Of course, it was against the rules, but rules are broken sometimes, aren't they? It was a wicked night, and the station, diminutive and makeshift as it was, looked mighty hospitable and inviting by comparison. The engine crew, Matt Dugan and Green, his fireman, thought it sized up better while they were waiting for orders than the cab of the 1601 did, and they didn't see why the train crew, McGonigal, the conductor, and his two brakemen should have any the better of it, so they left their engine and crowded into the station too. There wasn't much room left for McCann when he came in like an animated shower bath. He heard Merle, the young operator, they'd probably been guying him, snap at McGonigal.
"I ain't got any orders for you yet, but you better get into the clear on the Y. The Limited East is due in 4 minutes." "Say," panted McCann, "say."
And that was as far as he got. Matt Dugan, making a wild dash for the door, knocked the rest of his breath out of him. And after Dugan, in a mad and concerted rush, sweeping McCann along with it, the others burst through the door and out on the platform as, volleying through the storm, came suddenly the quick staccato bark of engine exhaust. For a moment, huddled there, trying to get the rights of it, no one spoke. Then it came in a yell from Matt Dugan. "She's gone!" he screamed, and gulped for his breath. "She's gone!" McCann looked and blinked and shook the rain out of his face. 200 yards east, down the track, and disappearing fast, were the twinkling red tail lights of the caboose.
"By the tokens of all the saints!"
stammered McCann.
It's...
He grabbed at Matt Dugan.
"What engine is it?"
It was McGonigal who answered as they crowded back inside for shelter, and answered quick, getting McCann's dropped jaw. "The 1601. What's wrong with you, McCann?"
"Holy Mither!" stuttered McCann miserably. "That settles it, it's Owsley. 'Twas the whistle, you mind. The whistle."
Merle, young and hysterical, was up in the air.
The Limited! He burst out, white-faced. "There ain't 3 miles between them. She's coming now!"
McGonigal, grizzled old veteran, cool in any emergency, whirled on the younger man. "Then stop her," he drawled. "Don't make a fool of yourself. Show your red and hold her here until you get Big Cloud on the wire. They're both running the same way, aren't they, you blamed idiot? Everything's out of the road far enough east of here, on account of the Limited, to give 'em time at headquarters to take care of things. Let 'em have it at Big Cloud." And Big Cloud got it. Spence, the dispatcher on the early night trick, got it, and Carleton and Regan, at their homes, got it in a hurried call from Spence over their private keys that brought them running to headquarters. "I've cleared the line," said Spence. "The Limited is holding at Elk River till Brooks Cut reports Owsley through, then she's to trail along." Carleton nodded and took a chair beside the dispatcher's table. Regan, as ever with him in times of stress, tugged at his mustache and paced up and down the room. He stepped once in front of Carleton and laughed shortly, and there was more in his words, a whole lot more, than he realized then. "The Lord knows where he'll stop now with a bit in his mouth. But suppose he'd been heading the other way, into the Limited, head on, instead of just tying up all the blame traffic between here and the Elk, what? We can thank God for that." Carleton didn't answer, except by another nod. He was listening to Spence at the key, asking Brooks Cut why they didn't report Owsley through. The rain rattled at the window panes, and the sashes shook under the gusts of wind. Out in the yards below, the switch lights showed blurred and indistinct. Regan paced the room more and more impatiently. Carleton's face began to go hard. Spence hung tensely over the table, his fingers on the key, waiting for the sounder to break, waiting for the Brooks Cut call. It was only 7 miles from Elk River, where the stalled passengers of the Limited, will you remember this, grumbled and complained, pettish in their discontent at the delay. Only 7 miles from there to Brooks Cut, the first station east, only 7 miles, but the minutes passed, and still Brooks Cut answered no. And Carleton's face grew harder still, and Regan swore deep down under his breath from a full heart, and Spence grew white and rigid in his chair. And so they waited there, waited with the sense of disaster growing cold upon them, waited, but Brooks Cut never reported Owsley in or out that night. Owsley! Who knows what was in the poor warped brain that night? He had heard her call to him, and they had brought him back to 1601, and she was standing there alone, deserted, and she had called to him. Who knows what was in his mind as together he and the 1601 went tearing through the black, storm-rent night, when the rivers and the creeks and the sluices were running full, and the Elk River that paralleled the right-of-way for a mile or two to the crossing was a raging torrent. Who knows if he ever heard the thundering crash with which the Elk River bridge went out? Who knows, as he swung the curve that opened the bridge approach, without time for any man, Owsley or another, to have stopped, if the headlight played on the surge of maddened waters meant anything to him? Who knows? That was where they found him, beneath the waters, Owsley and the 1601. And Owsley was smiling, his hand tight gripped upon the throttle that he loved. "I don't know," says Regan when he speaks of Owsley, "if the mountains out here have anything to do with making a man think harder. I don't know. Sometimes I think they do. You get to figuring that the Grand Master maybe goes a long way back, years and years to work things out. If it hadn't been for Owsley, the Limited would have gone into the Elk that night with every soul on board. Owsley? That's the way he wanted to go out, wasn't it? With the 1601. Maybe the Grand Master thought of him, too." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of The Night Operator. This is a LibriVox recording. It is in the public domain. The Night Operator by Frank L. Packard. Chapter 3, Part 1. The Apotheosis of Sammy Durgan. The only point in the Hill Division from Carleton the super to the last car tink would admit it was at all hazy on, as far as Sammy Durgan was concerned, was why, in the everlasting name of everything the man stuck to railroading. When the Hill Division got up against that point, it was floored and took the count. Sammy Durgan wore the belt. He had a record never equaled before or since. Tommy Regan, the master mechanic, who had a warped gift for metaphor, Said the man was as migratory on jobs as a flock of crows in a poor year for corn, only a blamed sight harder to get rid of. As far back as anybody could remember, they remembered Sammy Durgan. Somewhere on the division you were bound to bump up against him, but rarely twice in the same place. There wasn't anyone in authority, even so mild an authority as a section boss, who hadn't fired Sammy Durgan so often that it had grown on them like a habit. Not that it made much difference, however, for, ejected from the roundhouse, Sammy Durgan's name would be found decorating the payroll next month in the capacity of baggage master, possibly, at some obscure spot up the line. And here, for example, a slight mix-up of checks in the baggage of a tourist family that divided the family against itself and its baggage as far as the east is from the west, and Sammy Durgan moved on again. What the Hill Division said about him would have been complimentary, if it hadn't been for the grin. They said he was an all-round railroad man. Shops, roundhouse, train crews, station work, and construction gangs. Sammy Durgan knew them all, and they knew Sammy Durgan. Eternally and everlastingly in trouble. That was Sammy Durgan. Nothing much else the matter with him, just trouble. Brains, all right, only as far as the Hill Division could make out, the last thing Sammy Durgan ever thought of doing was to give his brains a little exercise to keep them in condition. But if appalling in his irresponsibility, Sammy Durgan nevertheless had a saving grace. No cork ever bobbed more buoyantly on troubled waters than Sammy Durgan did on his sea of adversity. Sammy Durgan always came up smiling. He had a perennial sort of cheerfulness on his leathery face that infected his guileless blue eyes, while a mop of fiery red hair like a flaming halo kind of guaranteed the effect to be genuine. One half of you felt like kicking the man violently, and the other half was obsessed with an insane desire to hobnob with him just as violently. Sammy Durgan, to say the least of it, was a contradictory proposition. He had an ambition. He wanted a steady job. He mentioned the matter to Regan one day, immediately following that period in his career when, doing odd jobs over at the station, he had, in filling up the fire buckets upstairs, inadvertently left the tap running. The sink being small and the flooring none too good, a cherished collection of Regan's blueprints in the room below were reduced to a woebegone mass of sticky pulp. Sammy Durgan mentioned his ambition as a sort of corollary, as it were, to the bitter and concise remarks in which the fat little master mechanic had just couched Sammy Durgan's ubiquitous discharge. Regan didn't stop breathing. He had dealt with Sammy Durgan before. Regan smiled as though it hurt him. "A steady job, is it?" said Regan softly. "I've been thinking so hard daytimes trying to place you in a railroad job, and still keep railroading safe out in this part of the world, that I've got to dreaming about it at nights. Last night I dreamt I was in a foundry, and there was an enormous vat of red, bubbling liquid iron they'd just drawn off the furnace, and you came down from the ceiling on a spider web and hung over it. And then I woke up, and I was covered with cold sweat, for fear the web wouldn't break." "Regan," said Sammy Durgan, blinking fast, "you don't know a man when you see one. You're where you are because you've had the chance to get there. Mind that, I've never had a chance. But it'll come, Regan, and the day'll come, Regan, when you'll be down on your knees begging me to take what I'm asking you for now, a steady job on your blessed railroad." "Maybe," said Regan, chewing absently on his blackstrap, and then, as a sort of afterthought, "What kind of a job?" "A steady one," said Sammy Durgan doggedly. "I don't know just what, but—" said Regan solicitously. "Well, don't make up your mind in a hurry, Durgan. I don't want to press you. When you've had a chance to look around a little more, maybe you'll be able to decide better. What? Get out!" Sammy Durgan backed to the door. There he paused, blinking fast again. "Some day I'll show you, Regan, and all the rest of them, and—" "Get out!" said the little master mechanic peremptorily. And Sammy Durgan got out. He was always getting out. That was his forte. When he got in, it was only to get out. "Some day," said Sammy Durgan, and the Hill Division stuck its tongue in its cheek, but Sammy Durgan had an answer to the blunt refusal that invariably greeted his modest request for a fresh job. "Listen here," said Sammy Durgan, with a firm hold on the overall strap of, it might be, the bridge foreman he was trying to wheedle a time check out of. "'Twas Regan fired me first, but he was in a bad humor at the time. 'Tis the steam hose I was washing out boiler tubes with in the roundhouse got away from me, and it was accidental, though maybe for the moment it was painful for him. It just shows that if you get fired once, it sticks to you. As for them baggage checks out in Moose Peak, well, they weren't no family. There was a tribe, about 18 kids besides the pa and ma, and 14 baggage cars full of trunks. Well, he was a little bow-legged fellow with a scared look, and he whispers when he wants the checks for about 3 minutes before train time. Then she comes in, bigger'n 2 elephants, scorches him through a pair of glasses she carries on a handle, and orders them checked somewhere else. Say, was I to blame if some of them checks in the hurry didn't get the first name I'd written on 'em scratched out, and over there to the station the time Regan's office got flooded? 'Twasn't my fault. If you get fired once, you keep on getting fired no matter what you do. I turned the tap off. It was one of them little devils of call boys turned it on again. But do you think anyone would believe that? They would not, or I'd have mentioned it at the time. If there's any trouble anywhere and I'm around, it's put onto me. And there's Mrs. Durgan back there in Big Cloud. She ain't very well. Cough's troubling her more'n usual lately, and worrying about the rent not being paid ain't helping her any. Say, you'll give me a job, won't you?" Sammy Durgan got the job. Now, as may be inferred, Sammy Durgan did not always adhere strictly to the truth. Not that he swerved from it with vicious intent, but that, like some other things, trouble, for instance, the swerving had grown, as it were, to be a habit. Mrs. Durgan did not have a cough, neither was she worrying about the unpaid rent. Mrs. Durgan, speaking strictly in a physical sense, was mightiest among women in Big Cloud, and on the night the story proper opens, a very black night for Sammy Durgan. Sammy Durgan was sitting on Mrs. Durgan's front doorstep, and the door was locked upon him. Sammy Durgan, paradoxical as it may sound, though temporarily out of a job again, and with no job to be fired from, was being fired at that moment harder than he had ever been fired before in his life, and the firing was being done by Mrs. Durgan. It had been threatening for quite a while, quite a long while, 2 or 3 years, but it none the less came to Sammy Durgan with something of a shock, and he gasped. Mrs. Durgan was intensely Irish, from purer stock than Sammy Durgan, and through the window Mrs. Durgan spoke barbed words.
"'Tis shame yous to take to yourself, Sammy Durgan, if yez had the sense to take anything, the likes of ye, a big, strong man. 'Tis years I put up with yez when another woman would not, but I'll put up with ye no more. 'Tis the end this night, Sammy Durgan, and the Holy Mither be praised there's no children to blush for the disgrace yez are."
"Maria," said Sammy Durgan craftily, for this had worked before, "do I drink?" Mrs. Durgan choked in her rage. "I do not," said Sammy Durgan soothingly. "And who but me lays the pay envelopes on your lap without so much as tearing 'em to count the insides of 'em? Listen here, Maria, listen."
"Is it mocking me yez are?"
shrieked Mrs. Durgan.
"'Tis little good the opening of 'em would do. Listen, is it, to the smooth tongue of yez? I've listened till me fingers are bare to the bone with the wash tubs to kape the roof over me head. I'll listen no more, Sammy Durgan, mind that."
"Maria," said Sammy Durgan, with a softness that was meant to turn away wrath. "Maria, Open the door."
"I will not,"
said Mrs. Durgan with a truculent gasp.
"Niver, not while yez live, Sammy Durgan. For yez funeral, maybe, but for no less than that. And then only for the joy of being a widdy."
It sounded inevitable. There was a sort of cold uncompromise even in the fire of Mrs. Durgan's voice. Sammy Durgan rose heavily from the doorstep. "Some day," said Sammy Durgan sadly, "some day, Maria, you'll be sorry for this. You'll break your heart for it, Maria. You wait. 'Tis no fault of mine, the trouble. Everybody's against me, and now my wife. But you wait. Once in the life of every man he gets his chance. Mine ain't come yet, but you wait. It's the man who rises to an emergency that counts, and—" There was a gurgling sound from Mrs. Durgan's throat, then the window slammed down hard. Sammy Durgan stared a little blankly as the lamp retreated from the window and the front of the house grew black. "I guess," said Sammy Durgan a little wistfully to himself, "I guess I'm fired all around for fair." He turned and walked slowly out to the street and headed downtown toward the railroad yards. And as he walked, he communed with himself somewhat bitterly. "Any blamed little thing that comes up, that if it were anybody else, nobody'd pay any attention to it. And everybody yells, 'Fire Sammy Durgan!' That's me, fire Sammy Durgan. And why? Because I never get the chance, that's why." Sammy Durgan grew earnest in his soliloquy. "Some day," said he, as he reached the station platform, "I'll show 'em. I'll show Maria. It'll come. Every man gets his chance. Give me the chance to rise to an emergency. That's all I ask. Just give me that, and I'll show 'em." Sammy Durgan walked up the deserted platform with no very definite destination in view, and stopped abruptly in front of the freight shed as he suddenly remembered that it was very late. He sat down on the edge of the platform and kicked at the main line rail with the toe of his boot. Sammy Durgan was bedless, penniless, wifeless, and jobless. It was a very black night indeed for Sammy Durgan. Sammy Durgan's mind catalogued those in authority in Big Cloud in whose gift a job was, and he went over the list. But it did not take him long, as he had need to hesitate over no single name. Big Cloud and a job for Sammy Durgan were separated by a great gulf. Sammy Durgan, however, his perennial optimism gaining the ascendancy again, found solace even in that fact. In view of his present marital difficulties, a job in Big Cloud would be an awkward thing anyhow. In fact, for the first time in his life, he would have refused a job in Big Cloud. Sammy Durgan had a certain pride about him. Given the opportunity, the roundhouse, the shops, the yards, and the train crews, once they discovered the little impasse that had arisen in the Durgan family, might be safely trusted to make capital out of it at his expense. Sammy Durgan's mind in search of a job went further afield. This was quite a different proposition, for the mileage of the Hill Division was big. For an hour Sammy Durgan sat there, scratching at his red hair, puckering his leathery face, and kicking at the rail to the detriment of the toe cap of his boot. He knew the division well, very well, too well. At the moment he could not place any spot upon it that he did not know, or perhaps what was more to the point, that was not intimately acquainted with him. Road work, bridge work, yard work, station work passed in review before him, but always and with each one arose a certain well-remembered face whose expression, biblically speaking, was not like unto a father's on the prodigal's return. And then at last Sammy Durgan sighed in relief. There was Pat Donovan. True, he and Pat Donovan had had a little misunderstanding incident to the premature explosion of a keg of blasting powder that had wrecked the construction shanty, but that was 2 years ago and under quite different conditions. Pat Donovan was now a section boss on a desolate stretch of track about 5 stations up the line, and his only companions were a few Polacks who spoke English like parrots, voluble enough as far as it went, but not entirely soul-filling to an Irishman of the social tendencies of Pat Donovan. He could certainly get a job out of Pat Donovan. The matter ultimately settled, Sammy Durgan stood up. Across the yards they were making up the early morning freight. That solved the transportation question. A railroad man, whether he was out of a job or not, could always get a lift in any caboose that carried the markers or the tail lights of old Bill Wallace's train. Sammy Durgan got a lift that morning up to Dam River, and there, a little further along the line, he ran Pat Donovan and his Polacks to earth where they were putting in some new ties. Donovan, a squat, wizened, red eye-lidded little man with a short, bristling crop of sandy whiskers circling his jaws like an ill-trimmed hedge, hurriedly drew back the hand he had extended as he caught the tail end of Sammy Durgan's greeting. "Oh, a job, is it?" he inquired without enthusiasm from his seat on a pile of ties beside the track. "Listen here, Pat," said Sammy Durgan brightly. "Listen to—" "Yez have your nerve, witches," observed the section boss caustically. "Yez put me in mind of a felly I had working for me once, for yez are the dead spit of him, Sammy Durgan, that blew the roof off of the construction shanty, and—"
"Well, that was 2 years ago, Donovan,"
interposed Sammy Durgan hurriedly.
"And you've no blasting powder on this job, and it was no fault of mine. I would have explained it at the time, but you were a bit hot under the collar, Pat, and you would not listen. I was but testing the detonator box, and 'twas yourself told me the connections were not made."
"Did I?"
The section boss was watching his chattering gang of foreigners with gradually narrowing eyes.
"You did,"
asserted Sammy Durgan earnestly,
"and—"
Sammy Durgan stopped. Donovan had leaped from his seat and was gesticulating fiercely at his gold-earringed, greasy-haired laboring crew.
"Yez are apes!"
he yelled, dancing frantically up and down.
"Yez are orangutans, and yez talk like a cage full of monkeys. Yez look like men, but yez are not. Yez are anything that has no brains. Have I not told yez till me throat's cracked doing the— Yez are not required to lift the whole damned right away to put in a single measly tie. Is it a lump like a camel's back yez are trying making the rail? Here, dig, here!"
The little section boss, with wrathful precision, indicated the exact spot with the toe of his boot. He returned to his seat and regarded Sammy Durgan helplessly.
"This is a new lot," said he sadly, "and the worst bar none that ever I had."
"Oh, but an Irishman, and one that can talk your own tongue, you won't hire when he's out of a job,"
insinuated Sammy Durgan reproachfully. The section boss scrubbed reflectively at his chin whiskers.
"And how's Mrs. Durgan?" he asked with some cordiality.
"Oh, she's bad,"
said Sammy Durgan, suddenly mournful and shaking his head.
"She's worse than she's ever been, Donovan. I felt bad at leaving her last night, Donovan. I did that. But what could I do? It was a job I had to get, Donovan, bad as I felt at leaving her, Donovan."
"Sure now, is that so?"
said the little section boss sympathetically.
"'Tis cruel hard luck yez have, Durgan. But yez'll mind I've not much in the way of jobs. 'Tis a desolate bit of country, and mostly track walking at $1.10 a day."
"Donovan,"
said Sammy Durgan from a full heart,
"the day'll come, Donovan, when I'll keep the grass green on your grave for this. I knew you'd not throw an old friend down."
"'Tis glad I am to do it,"
said Donovan, waving his hand royally.
"And yez can start at once."
And Sammy Durgan started. And for a week Sammy Durgan assiduously tramped his allotted mileage out and back to the section shanty each day, and for a week Sammy Durgan and trouble were asunder. Trouble? Where? From what possible source could there be any trouble? Not a soul for miles around the section shanty, just mountains and track and cuts and fills, and nothing on earth for Sammy Durgan to do but keep a paternal eye generally on the roadbed. Trouble? It even got monotonous for Sammy Durgan himself. "'Tis not," confided Sammy Durgan to himself one morning after a week of this, that found him plodding along the track some 2 miles east of the section shanty.
'Tis not precisely the job I'd like, for it's the chance I'm looking for to show 'em, Maria and Regan, and the rest of 'em, and there'll be no chance here. But temporarily it'll do. 'Tis not much of a job, and beneath me at that. But have I not heard that them as are as faithful in little will some day be handed much? There'll be no one to say," he glanced carefully around him in all directions, "that Sammy Durgan was not a good track walker." Sammy Durgan sat down on the edge of the embankment, extracted a tiny cutty from his pocket, charged it with very black tobacco, lit it, tamped the top of the bowl with a calloused forefinger, and from another pocket extracted a newspaper, one of a bundle that the train crew of No. 7 thoughtfully heaved at the section shanty door each morning on their way up the line. It was a warm, bright morning, one of those comfortable summer mornings with just enough heat to lift a little simmering haze from the rails, and just enough sun to make a man feel leisurely, so to speak. Sammy Durgan, the cutty drawing well, wormed a comfortable and inviting hollow in the gravel of the embankment, propped his back against an obliging tie, and opened his paper. "Track walking," said Sammy Durgan, "is not much of a job, and 'tis not what I'm looking for, but there are worse jobs." Somebody had read the paper before Sammy Durgan, hence the sheet that first presented itself to his view was a page of classified advertisements. His eye roved down the column of situations vacant and held on one of them. Men wanted for grading work at the Gap. Apply at engineer's office, Big Cloud, or to T.H. McMurtry, foreman at the Gap. Sammy Durgan pursed his lips. "There's no telling," said Sammy Durgan thoughtfully, "when I'll be looking for a new job, so I'll bear it in mind. Not that they'd give me a job at the office, for they would not, but the name of him, this T.H. McMurtry'll be a new man and unknown to me, which is quite another matter. I'll keep it in mind." Sammy Durgan turned the sheet absently, and then, forgetful of the obliging tie that propped his back, he sat bolt upright with a jerk. "For the love of Mike!" observed Sammy Durgan breathlessly, with his eyes glued to the paper. It leaped right out at him in the biggest type the Big Cloud Daily Sentinel had to offer, which, if it had its limitations, was not to be despised, since it had acquired a second-hand font or two from a metropolitan daily east that made no pretense at being modest in such matters. Sammy Durgan's eyes began to pop, and his leathery face to screw up. "Ghastly Railroad Tragedy. Unknown man murdered in stateroom of eastbound flyer. No clue to assassin." Sammy Durgan's eyes bored into the fine print of the story. If the style was a trifle provincial and harrowing, Sammy Durgan was not fastidious enough to be disturbed thereby. It was intensely vivid. Sammy Durgan's mouth was half open, and he read: "One of the most atrocious, daring, and bloody murders in the annals of the country's crime was perpetrated last night in a compartment of the sleeping car on No. 12, the eastbound through express. It is a baffling mystery, though suspicion is directed against a passenger who gave his name as Samuel Stark, of New York. The details, gathered by the Sentinel staff from Conductor Hurley and Clements, the porter, on the arrival of the train at Big Cloud, are as follows. The car was a new type compartment car, with the compartment doors opening off the corridor that runs along one side of the length of the car. As the train was passing Dam River, Clements, the porter, at the forward end of the car, thought he heard 2 revolver shots from somewhere in the rear. Clements says he thought at first he had been mistaken, for the train was traveling fast and making a great uproar, and he did not at once make any effort to investigate. Then he heard a compartment door open, and he started down the corridor. Stark was standing in the doorway of B compartment where the murdered man was, and Stark yelled at Clements, 'Here, porter, quick!' is what Clements said Stark said to him. 'There's a man been shot in here. My compartment's next to his, you know, and I heard 2 shots and rushed in.' It was a horrible and unnerving sight that greeted the porter's eyes. Mr. Clements was still visibly affected by it, as he talked to the Sentinel reporter in Big Cloud. The unknown murdered man lay pitifully huddled on the floor, lifeless and dead, a great bullet wound in one temple and another along the side of his neck that must have severed the jugular vein. It was as though blood had rained upon the victim. He was literally covered with it. He was already past aid, being quite dead. Conductor Hurley was quickly summoned, but investigation only deepened the mystery. Suicide was out of the question because there was no weapon to be found. Mr. Stark, at his own request, was searched, but had no revolver. Mr. Stark, however, has been held by the police. The Sentinel, without wishing to infringe upon the sphere of the authorities or cast aspersions upon their acumen, but in the simple furtherance of justice, offers the suggestion that as the compartment window was open, the assassin, whoever he was, hurled the revolver out of the window after committing his dastardly and unspeakable crime, and the Sentinel hereby offers $25 reward for the recovery of the revolver. Lawlessness and crime, we had fondly believed, was stamped out of the West, and we raise our voice in protest against the return of desperadoes, bandits, and train robbers, and we solemnly warn all those of that caliber that they will not be tolerated in the New West, and we call upon all public-spirited citizens in whose veins red blood flows to rise up and put them down with an iron and merciless. There were still 3 columns. Sammy Durgan read them voraciously. At the end he sucked hard on the black cutty. The black cutty was out. To think of the likes of that,
muttered Sammy Durgan heavily, as he dug for a match.
The fellow that wrote the piece, 'twill be that little squint-eyed runt Labatt, is not the fool I thought him. It's right he is. What with murders and desperadoes, no man's life's safe, it is not. And to think of it right on this same railroad, and who knows?
Sammy Durgan rose with sudden haste.
But 'twas right on this same spot where I am this blessed minute, for the paper says it was close to Dam River, that the poor devil was shot dead and foully killed, and
the match flamed over the bowl of the cutty, but Sammy Durgan's attention was not on it. Sammy Durgan, in a sort of strained way, descended the embankment. The match burned his fingers, and Sammy Durgan dropped it. Sammy Durgan rubbed his eyes. Yes, it was still glistening away there in the sunlight. He stooped, and from the grass, trembling a little with excitement, picked up a heavy-calibered, nickel-trimmed revolver.
"Holy Christmas!" whispered Sammy Durgan, blinking fast. "'Tis the same. There's no doubt of it. 'Tis the same that done the bloody deed. And 'tis the first bit of luck I've had since I was born. $25 reward."
He said it over very softly again.
$25 reward.
Sammy Durgan returned to the track and resumed his way along it, though as far as his services to the road were concerned, he might just as well have remained where he was. Sammy Durgan's thoughts were not of loosened spikes and erring fish plates, and neither were his eyes intent on their discovery. His mind, thanks to Labatt of the Big Cloud Daily Sentinel, teemed with scenes of violence vividly portrayed, midnight murders, corpses in grotesque attitudes on gore-bespattered compartment floors, desperadoes of all descriptions, train bandits and train robbers in masks holding up trains. "'Tis true," said Sammy Durgan to himself. "'Tis a lawless country, these same Rockies. I mind 'twas only a year ago that Black Dempsey and his gang tried to wreck Number 2 in the cut near Coyote Bend. I mind it well." Sammy Durgan walked on down the track. At intervals he took the revolver from his pocket and put it back again, as though to assure himself beyond peradventure of doubt that it was in his possession.
$25 reward,
communed Sammy Durgan, grown arrogant with wealth.
"'Tis near a month's pay at $1.10, and all for the picking of it up. I called in luck, but it is not luck. An ordinary track walker would have walked by it and not seen it. 'Tis what you get for keeping your eyes about you, and besides the 25, 'tis promotion, too, maybe I'll get. 'Twill show them that there's track walkers and track walkers. I'll say to Regan, I'll say, You've said hard words to me, Regan, but I ask you, Regan, how many track walkers would have brought a bloody murderer to justice by keeping their eyes about them in the faithful performance of their duty, Regan? 'Tis but the chance I ask. 'Tis the man in an emergency that counts, and if ever I get a chance at an emergency, I'll show you. And Regan will say, Sammy, he'll say, you...
Sammy Durgan paused in his engrossing soliloquy as the roar of an approaching train fell on his ears, and he scrambled quickly down from the right-of-way to the bottom of the embankment. Just ahead of him was a short, narrow, high-walled rock cut, and at the further end the track swerved sharply to the right, sidestepping, as it were, the twist of the dam river that swung in, steep bank, to the right-of-way.
I'll wait here, said Sammy Durgan, till she's through the cut.
Sammy Durgan waited. The train came nearer and nearer, and then Sammy Durgan cocked his head in a puzzled way and started through the cut. He couldn't see anything, of course, for the curve, but from the sound she had stopped just beyond the cut.
Now what the devil is she stopping there for?
Inquired Sammy Durgan of the universe in an injured tone. He started along through the cut, and then Sammy Durgan stopped himself, as though he were rooted to the earth, and a sort of grayish white began to creep over his face. Came echoing through the cut a shout, a yell, another, a chorus of them, then a shot, another shot, a fusillade of them, and then a din mingling the oaths, the yells, and the shots into a hideous babel that rang terror in Sammy Durgan's ears. Sammy Durgan promptly sidled in and hugged up against the rock wall that towered above him. Here he hesitated an instant, then he crept cautiously forward. Where he could not see, it was axiomatic that he could not be seen. And where he could not be seen, it was equally logical that he would be safe. Sammy Durgan's face, quite white now, was puckered as it had never been puckered before, and his lips moved in a kind of twitching, jerky way as he crept along. Then suddenly a voice that seemed nearer than the others, but which, from the acoustic properties of the cut, he could not quite locate, bawled out fiercely over the confusion, prefaced with an oath,
"Get that express car door open and be damn quick about it. Go on, shoot along the side of the train every time you see a head in a window."
Sammy Durgan's mouth went dry, and his heart lost a beat, then went to pounding like a trip hammer. Labatt and the Big Cloud Daily Sentinel hadn't drawn any exaggerated picture. A hold-up in broad daylight.
Holy Mother!
Whispered Sammy Durgan. He crept further forward, very cautiously, still farther, and then he lay full length, crouched against the rock wall at the end of the cut. He could see now, and the red hair of Sammy Durgan kind of straggled down damp over his forehead, and his little black eyes lost their pupils. It was a passenger train, one side of it quite hidden by the sharp curve of the track. The other side presented almost full on to Sammy Durgan's view, the whole length of it, and Sammy Durgan, gasping, stared. Not 10 yards away from the mouth of the cut, a huge pile of ties were laid across the rails, and the pilot of the stalled engine almost nosing them. Down the embankment, a very steep embankment where the dam river swirled along, marched there evidently at the revolver's point. The engine crew stood with their hands up in the air, at the revolver's point, with a masked man behind it. Along the length of the train, 2 or 3 more masked men were shooting past the windows in curt intimation to the passengers that the safest thing they could do was to stay where they were. And further down, by the rear coach, the conductor and 2 brakemen, like their mates of the engine crew, held their hands steadfastly above their heads as another bandit covered them with his weapon. And through the open door of the express car, Sammy Durgan could see bobbing heads and straining backs, and the express company's safe being worked across the floor preparatory to heaving it out on the ground. It takes a long time to tell it. Sammy Durgan got it all as a second flies, and something, a bitter something, seemed to be gnawing at Sammy Durgan's vitals.
Holy Miller, he mumbled miserably. 'Tis an emergency, all right, but 'tis not the right kind of an emergency. What could any one man do against a lot of bloodthirsty, desperate devils like that'd sooner cut your throat than look at you?
Sammy Durgan's hand inadvertently rubbed against his right-hand coat pocket, and his revolver. He drew it out mechanically, and it seemed to put new life into Sammy Durgan, for, as he stared again at the scene before him, Sammy Durgan quivered with a sudden, fierce elation.
"I was wrong," said Sammy Durgan grimly. "'Tis the right kind of an emergency, after all. And 'tis the man that uses his head and rises to one that counts. I'll show 'em, Maria, and Regan, and the rest of them. Begorra, it can be done. 'Tis no one'll notice me while I'm getting to the engine and climbing in on the other side. And by glory, if I back her out quick enough, them thieving hellions in the express car can either jump for it or ride back to the arms of authority at the next station. But the safe'll be there, and 'twill be Sammy Durgan that kept it there."
But Sammy Durgan still lay on the ground and stared, while the safe was being pushed to the express car door, and one edge of it already protruded out from the car.
"Go on, Sammy Durgan,"
urged Sammy Durgan anxiously to himself.
"Don't you be scared, Sammy. You got a revolver. 'Tis yourself and not Maria that'll do the locking of the doors hereafter, and Regan you can pass with fine contempt. Think of that, Sammy Durgan. And all for a bit of a run that'll not take the time of a batting of an eyelash, and with no one to notice you doing it. Oh, 'tis a clever plan you've devised, Sammy Durgan. It is that. Go on, Sammy. Go on."
Sammy Durgan wriggled a little on the ground, and cocked his revolver, and wriggled a little more.
"I will,"
said Sammy Durgan with a sudden pinnacling of a determination, and he sprang to his feet. Some loosened shale rattled down behind him. Sammy Durgan dashed through the mouth of the cut, and then for a moment all was a sort of chaos to Sammy Durgan. From the narrow edge of the embankment, just clear of the cut, a man stepped suddenly out. Sammy Durgan collided with him. His cocked revolver went off, and, jerked from his grasp by the shock, sailed riverwards through the air, while, echoing its report from the express car door, a man screamed wildly and grabbed at a bullet-shattered wrist. And the man with whom Sammy Durgan had collided, having but precarious footing at best, reeled back from the impact, smashed into another man behind him, and with a crash both rolled down the almost perpendicular embankment. Followed a splash and a spout of water as they struck the river, and from every side a tornado of yells and curses.
"'Tis my finish,"
moaned Sammy Durgan, but his feet were flying.
I've done it now. If I ran back up the cut, they'd chase me and finish me. 'Tis my finish anyway, but the engine'll be the only chance I got."
Sammy Durgan streaked across the track, hurtled, tumbled, fell, and sprawled over the pile of ties, recovered himself, regained his feet, and made a frantic spring through the gangway and into the cab. With a sweep, Sammy Durgan shot the reversing lever over into the back notch, and with a single yank he wrenched the throttle wide. There was nothing of the craftsman in engine handling about Sammy Durgan at that instant, only hurry. The engine, from a passive, indolent, and inanimate thing, seemed to rise straight up in the air like an aroused and infuriated beast that had been stung. With one mad plunge it backed crashing into the buffer plates of the express car behind it, backed again and once again, and the tinkle of breaking glass sort of ricocheted along the train as one car after another added its quota of shattered window panes, while the drivers, slipping on the rails, roared around like gigantic and insensate pinwheels. Sammy Durgan snatched at the cab frame for support, and then with a yell he snatched at a shovel. A masked face showed in the gangway. Sammy Durgan brought the flat of the shovel down on the top of the man's head. The gangway was clear again. There was life for it yet. The train was backing quickly now under the urgent, prodding bucks of the engine. Sammy Durgan mopped at his face, his eyes warily on the gangways. Another man made a running jump for it. Again Sammy Durgan's shovel swung, and again the gangway was clear. Shovel poised, lurching with the lurch of the cab, red hair flaming, half terrified and half defiant, eyes shooting first to one gangway and then the other. Sammy Durgan held the cab. A minute passed with no renewal of attack. Sammy Durgan stole a quick glance over his shoulder through the cab glass up the track, and with a triumphant shout he flung the shovel clanging to the iron floor plates, and leaning far out of the gangway shook his fist. Strewn out along the right of the way, masked men yelled and shouted and cursed, but Sammy Durgan was beyond their reach, and so was the express company's safe.
"Yeah!"
screamed Sammy Durgan, wildly derisive and also belligerent in the knowledge of his own safety.
"Yeah, yeah, yeah! 'Twas me, you bloody hellions, that turned the trick on you. 'Twas me, Sammy Durgan, I'll have you know. 'Twas—"
Sammy Durgan turned as the express car opened, and Macy, the conductor, hatless and wild-eyed, appeared on the platform.
"'S all right, Macy," Sammy Durgan screeched reassuringly. "'S all right. It's me, Sammy Durgan." Macy jumped from the platform to the tender, jumped over the water tank, and came down into the cab with an avalanche of coal. His mouth was twitching and jerking, but for a moment he could not speak, and then the words came like an explosion, and he shook his fist under Sammy Durgan's nose. "You damn fathead!" he roared. "What in the double blankety blank son of blazes are you doing?" "Fathead yourself!" retorted Sammy Durgan promptly. There was spice in the way Sammy Durgan said it. "I'm doing what you hadn't the nerve of the head to do, Macy, unless maybe you're in the gang yourself. I'm saving that safe back there in the express car, that's what I'm doing."
"Saving nothing!" bellowed Macy crazily as he slammed the throttle shut. "There! Look there!" He reached for Sammy Durgan's head and with both hands twisted it around and fairly flattened Sammy Durgan's nose against the cab glass.
What is it?"
faltered Sammy Durgan a little less assertively. Macy was excitable. He danced upon the cab floor as though it were a hornet's nest. "What is it?" he echoed in a scream. "What is it? It's moving pictures, you tangle-brained, rusty-headed idiot, that's what it is!" A sort of gray film seemed to spread itself over Sammy Durgan's face. Sammy Durgan stared through the cab glass. The track ahead was just disappearing from view as the engine backed around a curve. But what Sammy Durgan saw was enough. Two dripping figures were salvaging a wrecked and bedraggled photographic outfit on the river bank, close to the entrance of the cut where he had been in collision with them. An excited group of train bandits, without any masks now, were gesticulating around the marooned engineer and fireman, and in the middle distance, squatting on a rail, a man, coatless, his shirt sleeves rolled up, was making horrible grimaces as a companion bandaged his wrist. Macy's laugh rang hollow. It wasn't exactly a laugh. I don't know how much it costs," stuttered the conductor demonically. "But there's about $4 million worth of film they're fishing out of the river there, and they paid $1,000 for the train and 35 minutes between stations to clear number 40, and there's about 8,000 car windows gone, and one vestibule, and 2 platforms in splinters, and a man shot through the wrist, and if that crowd up there ever gets our hands on you, they'll—"
"I think," said Sammy Durgan hurriedly, "that I'll get off."
He edged back to the gangway and peered out. The friendly bend of the road hid the outlaws, the train was almost at a standstill, and Sammy Durgan jumped. Not on the riverside, on the other side. Sammy Durgan's destination was somewhere deep in the wooded growth that clothed the towering mountain before him. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Sammy Durgan backed to the door. There he paused, blinking fast again. Sammy Durgan backed to the door. There he paused, blinking fast again. Sammy Durgan backed to the door. There he paused, blinking fast again. Sammy Durgan backed to the door. There he paused, blinking fast again. Sammy Durgan backed to the door. There he paused, blinking fast again. Sammy Durgan backed to the door. There he paused, blinking fast again. Chapter 3, Part 2 of The Night Operator by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Night Operator, Chapter 3, The Apotheosis of Sammy Durgan, Part 2. There is an official record for cross-country mileage registered in the name of someone whose name is not Sammy Durgan, but it is not accurate.
Sammy Durgan holds it. And it was far up on the mountainside that he finally crossed the tape and collapsed, breathless and gasping, on a tree stump. He sat there for quite a while, jabbing at his streaming face with the sleeve of his jumper, and there was trouble in Sammy Durgan's eyes and plaint in his voice when at last he spoke.
$25 reward,
said Sammy Durgan wistfully,
and 'twas as good as in my pocket, and now it's gone. 'Tis hard luck, cruel hard luck, it is that.
Sammy Durgan's eyes roved around the woods about him and grew thoughtful.
I was minded at the time, said Sammy Durgan, that 'twas not the right kind of an emergency, and when he hears of it, Regan will be displeased. And now what'll I do? 'Twill do no good to return to the section shanty, for they'll be telegraphing Donovan to fire Sammy Durgan. That's me, fire Sammy Durgan. 'Tis trouble dogs me and cruel hard luck, and all I'm asking for is a steady job and a chance.
Sammy Durgan relapsed into mournful silence and contemplation for a spell, and then his face began to clear. Sammy Durgan's optimism was like the bobbing cork.
'Tis another streak of cruel hard luck, of bitter cruel hard luck I've had this day, but am I down and out for the likes of that?
Inquired Sammy Durgan defiantly of himself.
I am not,
replied Sammy Durgan buoyantly to Sammy Durgan.
'Tis not the first time I've been fired, and did I not read that there's McMurtry begging for men up there at the Gap? And him being a new man and unknown to me, 'tis a job sure. 'Tis only my name might stand in the way, for 'tis likely 'twill be remembered in his hearing on account of the bit of trouble down yonder. But 'tis the job I care for and not the name. I'll be working for McMurtry tomorrow morning, I will that. And what's more, added Sammy Durgan, beginning to blink fast, I'll show 'em yet, Maria and Regan and the rest of them. Once in every man's life he gets his chance. Mine ain't come yet. I thought it had today, but I was wrong. But it'll come. You wait, I'll show 'em some day.
Sammy Durgan lost himself in meditation. After a while he spoke again.
I'm not sure about the law, said Sammy Durgan, but on account of the fellow that the bullet hit, apart from McMurtry taking note of it, 'twould be as well anyway if I changed my name temporarily till the temper of all concerned is cooled down a bit.
Sammy Durgan rose from the stump.
I'll start west, said Sammy Durgan, and get a lift on the first way freight before the word is out. I'm thinking they'll be asking for Sammy Durgan down at Big Cloud.
And they were. It was quite true. Down at headquarters they were earnestly concerned about Sammy Durgan. Sammy Durgan had made no mistake in that respect. Fire Sammy Durgan, wired the roadmaster to the nearest station for transmission by first train to Pat Donovan, the section boss, and he got this answer back the next morning. I.P. Spears, Roadmaster, Big Cloud. Sammy Durgan missing. P. Donovan. Missing. That was it. Just that, nothing more, as though the earth had opened and swallowed him up. Sammy Durgan had disappeared. And while Carleton grew red and apoplectic over the claim sheet for damages presented by the moving picture company, and Regan fumed and tugged at his scraggly brown mustache at thought of the damage to his rolling stock, Sammy Durgan was just missing, that was all, just missing. Nobody knew where Sammy Durgan had gone. Nobody had seen him. Station agents, operators, road bosses, section bosses, construction bosses, and everybody else were instructed to report, and they did. They reported nothing. Regan even went so far as to ask Mrs. Durgan.
Is it here to taunt me, yez are?
Screamed Mrs. Durgan bitterly, and slammed the door in the little master mechanic's face. I guess, observed Regan to himself as he gazed at the uncommunicative door panels, I guess maybe the neighbors have been neighborly. But I guess, too, we're rid of Sammy Durgan at last. And I don't know but what that comes pretty near square and accounts for window glass and about 1,000,000 other incidentals. Only, added the little master mechanic, screwing up his eyes as he walked back to the station, only it would have been more to my liking to have got my hands on him first and got rid of him after. But Regan and Carleton and Mrs. Durgan and the Hill Division generally were not rid of Sammy Durgan, far from it. For a week he was missing, and then one afternoon young Hinton, of the division engineer's staff, strolled into the office, nodded at Carleton, and grinned at the master mechanic, who was tilted back in a chair with his feet on the window sill. "I dropped off this morning to look over the new grading work at the Gap," said Hinton casually, "and I thought you might be interested to know that McMurtry's got a man working for him up there by the name of Timmy O'Toole." "Doesn't interest me," said Regan blandly, chewing steadily on his blackstrap. "Try and spring it on the super, Hinton. He always bites." "Who's Timmy O'Toole?" smiled Carleton. Hinton squinted at the ceiling. "Sammy Durgan," said Hinton casually. There wasn't a word spoken for a minute. Regan lifted his feet from the window sill and lowered his chair legs softly down to the floor, as though he were afraid of making a noise, and the smile on Carleton's face sort of faded away as though a blight had withered it. "What was that name?" said Carleton presently in a velvet voice. "Timmy O'Toole," said Hinton. Carleton's hand reached out, kind of as though on its own initiative, kind of as though it were just a habit, for a telegraph blank, but Regan stopped him. It wasn't often that the fat, good natured little master mechanic was vindictive, but there were times when even Regan's soul was overburdened. "Wait," said Regan with ferocious grimness. "Wait! I'll make a better job of it than that, Carleton. I'm going up the line myself to morrow morning on number 3, and I'll drop off at the Gap. Timmy O'Toole, now, is it? I'll make him sick." Regan clenched his pudgy fist. "When I'm through with him, he'll never have to be fired again, not on this division. Still looking for an emergency to rise to, eh? Well, I'll accommodate him. He'll run up against the hottest emergency tomorrow morning he ever heard of." And Regan was right. That was exactly what Sammy Durgan did, only it wasn't quite the sort of emergency that Regan but just a moment till the line's clear. There go the cautionaries against us. If it had been any other kind of a switch, it would never have happened. Let that be understood from the start, and how it ever came to be left on the main line when modern equipment was installed is a mystery, except perhaps that as it was never used, it was therefore never remembered by anybody. Nevertheless, there it stood, an old, weather-beaten, two-throw stub switch of the vintage of the arc. Two-throw, mind you, when a one-throw switch, even in the days of its usefulness, would have answered the purpose just as well, better for that matter. No modern drop handle, interlocking safety device about it, not at all. A handle sticking straight out like a sore thumb that could creak around on a semicircular guide, with a rusty pin dangling from a rusty chain to lock it, if some itinerant section hand didn't forget to jab the pin back into the hole if it had the habit of worming its way out of it. It stood about a quarter of the way down the grade of the Gap, which is to say about half a mile from the summit, a deserted sentinel on guard over a deserted spur that in the old construction days had been built in a few hundred yards through a soft spot in the mountainside for camp and material stores. As for the Gap itself, it was not exactly what might be called a nice piece of track. Officially, the grade is an average of 4.2. Practically, it is likened to a balloon descension by means of a parachute. It begins at the east end and climbs up in a wriggling, twisting way, hugging gray rock walls on one side and opening a canyon on the other that, as you near the summit, would make you catch your breath even to look over the edge. It is a sheer drop. And also the right of way is narrow, very narrow, just clearance on one side against the rock walls, and a whole canyon full of nothingness at the edge of the other rail, and but here's our clearance now. McMurtry's camp was at the summit, and McMurtry's work, once the camp was fairly established and stores in, was to shave the pate of the summit, looking to an amelioration in the Gap's grade average, that is, its official grade average. But on the morning that Regan left Big Cloud on number 3, the work was not very far along, only the preliminaries accomplished, so to speak, which were a siding at the top of the grade with storehouse and camp shanties flanking it. And on the siding that morning, just opposite the storehouse, which, it might be remarked in passing, had already received its first requisition of blasting materials for the barbering of the grade that was to come, a hybrid collection of Polacks, Swedes, and Hungarians were emptying an oil tank car and discharging supplies from some flats and box cars, while on the main line track a red-haired man with leathery face was loading some grade stakes on a handcar. McMurtry, tall, lanky, and irascible, shouted at the red-haired man from a little distance up the line.
Hey, O'Toole!
The red-haired man paid no attention.
O'Toole!
It came in a bellow from the road boss.
You there, O'Toole! You wooden-headed mud picker! Are you deaf?
Sammy Durgan looked up to get a line on the disturbance and caught his breath.
By glory, whispered Sammy Durgan to himself. I was near forgetting. 'Tis me he's yelling at.
O'Toole!
Yes, sir,
shouted Sammy Durgan hurriedly.
Oh, you woke up, have you? Shrilled McMurtry. Well, when you've got those stakes loaded, take 'em down the grade and leave 'em by the old spur. And take it easy on the grade and mind your brakes going down, understand?
Yes, sir,
said Sammy Durgan. Sammy Durgan finished loading his handcar and, hopping aboard, started to pump it along. At the brow of the grade, he passed the oil tank car and nodded sympathetically at a round-faced, tow-headed Swede who was snatching a surreptitious drag at his pipe in the lee of the car. Like one other memorable morning in Sammy Durgan's career, it was sultry and warm with that same leisurely feeling in the air. Sammy Durgan and his handcar slid down the grade for about 1/8 of a mile, rounded a curve that hid Sammy Durgan and the construction camp one from the other, continued on for another 100 yards, and came to a stop. Sammy Durgan got off. On the canyon side, there was perhaps room for an agile mountain goat to stretch its legs without falling off, but on the other side, if a man squeezed in tight enough and curled his legs Turk fashion, the rock wall made a fairly comfortable backrest.
"'Twas easy," he said, "to take it on the grade,"
said Sammy Durgan reminiscently.
"And why not?"
Sammy Durgan composed himself against the rock wall and produced his black cutty.
"'Tis a better job than track walking,"
said Sammy Durgan judicially,
"though more arduous."
Sammy Durgan smoked on.
"But some day," said Sammy Durgan momentously, "I'll have a better one. I will that. It's a long time in coming, maybe, but it'll come. Once in every man's life a chance comes to him. 'Tis patience that counts, that, and rising to the emergency that proves the kind of man you are, as some day I'll prove to Maria and Regan and the rest of 'em."
Sammy Durgan smoked on. It was a warm summer morning, sultry even, as has been said, but it was cool and shady against the rock ledge. Peace fell upon Sammy Durgan drowsily. Also, presently, the black cutty fell, or rather slipped down into Sammy Durgan's lap without disturbing Sammy Durgan. A half hour, 3/4 of an hour passed, and McMurtry, far up at the extreme end of the construction camp, let a sudden yell out of him and started on a mad run toward the tank car and the summit of the grade, as a series of screeches in 7 different varieties of language smote his ears, and a great burst of black smoke rolling skyward met his startled gaze. But fast as he ran, the Polacks, Swedes, and Hungarians were faster, pipe smoking under discharging oil tank cars and in the shadow of a dynamite storage shed they were accustomed to, but to the result, a blazing oil tank car shooting a flame against the walls of the dynamite shed, they were not. They were only aroused to action with their lives in peril, and they acted promptly and earnestly, too earnestly. Someone threw the main line open, and the others crowbarred the blazing car like mad along the few feet of siding to get it away from the storage shed, bumped it on the main line, and then their bars began to lose their purchase under the wheels. The grade accommodatingly took a hand. McMurtry, tearing along toward the scene, yelled like a crazy man.
"Blocker! Block the wheels, you...
His voice died in a gasp.
D'ye hear?"
he screamed as he got his breath again.
"Block the wheels!"
and the Polacks, the Swedes, the Hungarians, and the whatnots, scared stiff, screeched and jabbered as they watched the tank car, gaining speed with every foot it traveled, sail down the grade. And McMurtry, too late to do anything, stopped dead in his tracks, his face ashen. He pulled his watch, licked dry lips, and kind of whispered to himself. "Number 3'll be on the foot of the grade now," whispered McMurtry, and licked his lips again. "Oh, my God!" Meanwhile, down the grade around the bend, Sammy Durgan yawned, sat up, and cocked his ear summitwards.
"Now, what the devil are them crazy foreigners yelling about?"
complained Sammy Durgan unhappily.
"'Tis always the same with them, like a cage full of screeching cockatoos they are. But being foreigners, maybe they can't help it. 'Tis their nature to yell without provocation, and—"
Sammy Durgan's ear caught a very strange sound that mingled the clack of fast revolving wheels as they pounded the fish plates with a roar that hissed most curiously, and then Sammy Durgan's knees went loose at the joints and wobbled under him. Trailing a dense black canopy of smoke, wrapped in a sheet of flame that spurted even from the trucks, the oil tank car lurched around the bend and plunged for him, and for once Sammy Durgan thought very fast. There was no room to let it pass. On one side there was just nothing, barring a precipice, and on the rock side, no matter how hard he squeezed back from the right of way, there wasn't any room to escape that spurting flame that even in its passing would burn him to a crisp. And with one wild squeak of terror, Sammy Durgan flung himself at his handcar and, pushing first like a maniac to start it, sprang aboard. Then he began to pump. There were 100 yards between the bend and the scene of Sammy Durgan's siesta, only the tank car had momentum, a whole lot of it, and Sammy Durgan had not. By the time Sammy Durgan had the handcar started, the 100 yards was 25, and the monster of flame and smoke behind him was traveling 2 feet to his 1. Sammy Durgan pumped for his life. He got up a little better speed, but the tank car still gained on him. Down the grade he went, the handcar rocking, swaying, lurching, and up and down on the handle, madly, frantically, desperately, wildly went Sammy Durgan's arms, shoulders, and head. His hat flew off, and his red hair sort of stood straight up in the wind, and his face was like chalk. Down he went, faster and faster, and the handcar, reeling like a drunken thing, took a curve with a vicious slew, and the off wheels hung in air for an instant while Sammy Durgan bellowed in panic, then found their base again and shot along the straight. And faster behind him, on wings of fire it seemed, spitting flame tongues, vomiting its black clouds of smoke like an inferno, roaring like a mighty furnace in blast, came the tank car. It was initial momentum and mass against Sammy Durgan's muscles on a handcar pump handle, and the race was not to Sammy Durgan. He cast a wild glance behind and squeaked again, and his teeth began to go like castanets as the hot breath of the thing fanned his back.
"'Tis me finish,"
wheezed and stuttered Sammy Durgan through bursting lungs and chattering teeth.
"'Tis a dead man I am, oh, holy mother! 'Tis a dead man I am."
Ahead and to either side swept Sammy Durgan's eyes like a hunted rat's, and they held fascinated on where the old spur track led off from the main line. But it was not the spur track that interested Sammy Durgan, it was that the rock wall, diverging away from his elbow, as it were, presented a wide and open space.
"It's killed I am, anyway,"
moaned Sammy Durgan.
"But 'tis a chance. If maybe I could jump far enough there where there's room to let it pass, I don't know. But 'tis killed I'll be, anyway. Oh, holy mither, but 'tis a chance. Oh, holy mither." Hissing in its wind-swept flames, belching its cataract of smoke that lay behind it up the grade like a pall of death, roaring like some insensate demon, the tank car leaped at him 5 yards away, and screaming now in a paroxysm of terror that had his soul in clutch, crazed with it, blind with it, Sammy Durgan jumped blindly just before he reached the spur. Like a stone from a catapult, Sammy Durgan went through the air, and with a sickening thud his body crashed full into the old stub switch stand and into the switch handle, whirled around, and he ricocheted, a senseless, bleeding, shattered Sammy Durgan 3 yards away. It threw the switch.
The handcar, already over it, sailed on down the main line and around the next bend, climbed up the front end of the 508 that was hauling Number 3 up the grade, smashed the headlight into battered ruin, unshipped the stack, and took final lodgment on the running board, its wheels clinging like tentacles to the 508's bell and sandbox. But the tank car, with a screech of wrenching axles, a frightened, quivering stagger, took the spur, rushed like a berserker amuck along its length, plowed up sand and gravel and dirt and rock where there were no longer any rails, and toppled over, a spent and buckled thing, on its side. It was a flying switch that they talk of yet on the Hill Division. Number 3, suspicious of the handcar, sniffed her way cautiously around the curve, and there passengers, train crew, engine crew, and Tommy Regan made an excited exodus from the train, just as McMurtry, near mad with fear, Swedes, Hungarians, and Polacks stringing out along the right of way behind him, also arrived on the scene. Who disclaims circumstantial evidence? Regan stared at the burning oil tank up the spur, stared at the bleeding, senseless form of Sammy Durgan, and then he yelled for a doctor. But a medical man amongst the passengers was already jumping for Sammy Durgan, and McMurtry was clawing at the master mechanic's arm, stuttering out the tale of what had happened.
And if it hadn't been for Timmy O'Toole there,
stuttered McMurtry, flirting away the sweat that stood out in great nervous beads on his face.
It makes me sick to think what would have happened when that tank struck Number 3. Oh, something would have gone into the canyon, sure. Timmy O'Toole's
His name's Sammy Durgan, said Regan, kind of absently.
I don't give a blamed hoot what his name is, declared McMurtry earnestly. He's a man with grit from his soles up, and a head on him to use it with. It was 3/4 of an hour ago that I sent him down, so he must have been near the top on his way back when he saw that tank car coming, and he took the one chance there was to try and beat it to the spur here to save Number 3. And it was so close on him, for it's a cinch he hadn't time to stop, that he had to jump for the switch with about 1 chance in 10 for his own life. See?
A blind man could see it, said Regan heavily. But Sammy Durgan. He reached uncertainly toward his hip pocket for his chewing, and then, with sudden emotion, the big-hearted, fat little master mechanic bent over Sammy Durgan.
God bless the man,
blurted out Regan, and then to the doctor,
will he live?
Oh, yes, I think so, the doctor answered. He's pretty badly smashed up, though. Sammy Durgan's lips were moving. Regan leaned close to catch the words.
A steady job,
murmured Sammy Durgan.
Never get a chance, but some day it'll come. I'll show 'em Maria and Regan and the rest of 'em.
You have, Sammy, said Regan in a low, anxious voice. It's all right, Sammy. It's all right, old boy. Just pull around and you can have any blamed thing you want on the Hill Division. The doctor smiled sympathetically at Regan. He's delirious, you know, he explained kindly. What he says doesn't mean anything. Regan looked up with a kind of grim smile. Don't it? Inquired Regan softly. Then he cleared his throat and tugged at his scraggly brown mustache, both ends of it. That's what I used to think myself, said the fat little master mechanic, sort of as though he were apostrophizing the distant peaks across the canyon, and not as though he were talking to the doctor at all. But I guess I know Sammy Durgan better than I did. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Part 1 of The Night Operator. This is a LibriVox recording. It is in the public domain. The Night Operator by Frank L. Packard. Chapter 4, The Wrecking Boss. Part 1. Opinions, right or wrong, on any subject are a matter of individuality. There have been different opinions about Flannagan on the Hill Division, but the story is straight enough. From car tink to superintendent, there has never been any difference of opinion about that. Flannagan was the wrecking boss. Tommy Regan said the job fitted Flanagan, for it took a hard man for the job, and Flanagan, bar none, was the hardest man on the payroll. Hardest at crooking elbows in McGuire's Blazing Star saloon, hardest with his fists, and hardest of all when it came to getting at the heart of some scalding, mangled horror of death and ruin that a man wouldn't be called a coward to turn from. Sick. Flanagan looked it. He stood 6'1" in his stockings, and his chest and shoulders were like the front end view you'd get looking at a sturdy, well-grown ox. He wasn't pretty. His face was scarred with cuts and burns enough to stall any German dueling student on a siding till the rails rusted, and the beard he grew to hide these multitudinous disfigurements just naturally came out in tussocks. He had black eyes that could go coal black and lose their pupils, and a shock of black hair that fell into them half the time. Also, he had a tongue that wasn't elegant. That was Flanagan. Flanagan, the wrecking boss. There's no accounting for the way some things come about, and it's pretty hard to call the turn of the card when Dame Fortune deals the bank. It's a trite enough saying that it is the unexpected that happens in life, but the reason it's trite is because it's immeasurably true. Flanagan growled and swore and cursed one night, coming back from a bit of a spill up the line, because they stalled him and his wrecking outfit for an hour about half a mile west of Big Cloud. The reason being that, like the straw that broke the camel's back, a circus train in from the east, built for a 3 days layoff at Big Cloud, had, seeking siding, temporarily choked the yards, already glutted with traffic, until the mix-up Gleason, the yardmaster, had to wrestle with, would have put a problem in differential calculus into the kindergarten class. Flanagan was very dirty and withal very tired, and when finally they gave him the clear, and his flat and caboose and his staggering derrick rumbled sullenly down toward the roundhouse and shops, the sight of gilded cages, gaudily decorated cars, and converted Pullmans that were second-class tourist equipment painted white did not assuage his feelings. Neither was there enchantment for him in the roars of multifarious beasts, nor in the hybrid smells that assailed his nostrils from the general direction of the menagerie. Flanagan, for an hour's loss of sleep, with heartiness and abandon, consigned that particular circus, also all others, and everything thereunto pertaining, from fangless serpents to steam calliopes, to regions that are popularly credited with being somewhat warmer than the torrid zone on the hottest day in midsummer. But then, Flanagan did not know. Opinions differ. Flanagan was about the last man on earth that anyone on the Hill Division would have picked out for a marrying man, and equally true the other way round, about the last man they would have picked out as one a pretty girl would want to marry. With her, maybe, it was the strength of the man, since they say that comes first with women. With him, maybe, it was just a trim, little, brown-eyed, brown-haired figure that could ride with the grace of a fairy. Anyway, the only thing about it that didn't surprise anyone was the fact that when it came as sudden and quick as a head-on smash around a 90-degree curve. That was Flanagan's way, for Flanagan, if he was nothing else, was impulsive. That night, Flanagan cursed the circus. The next day, he saw Daisy McQueen riding in the street parade. But this isn't the story of Flanagan's courtship. Not but that the courtship of any man like Flanagan would be worth the telling, only there are other things. At first, Big Cloud winked and chuckled slyly to itself, and then when the circus left and Flanagan got a week off and left with it, it guffawed outright. But when, at the end of that week, Flanagan brought back Mrs. Flanagan, née Daisy McQueen, Big Cloud stuck its tongue in its cheek, wagged its head, and waited developments. This is the story of the developments. Maybe that same impulsiveness of Flanagan's, that could be blind and bullheaded, coupled with a passion that was like a devil's when aroused, was to blame? Maybe the women of Big Cloud, following the lead of Mrs. MacAloon, the engineer's wife and the leader of society circles, who shook her fiery red head and turned up her Celtic nose disdainfully at Daisy MacQueen, had something to do with it. Maybe Daisy herself had a little pride. But what's the use of speculating? It all goes back to the same beginning. Opinions differ. Tongues wagged. Flannagan listened. That's the gist of it. But once for all, let it be said and understood that Daisy MacQueen was as straight as they make them. She hadn't been brought up the way Mrs. MacAloon and her coterie had, and she liked to laugh, liked to play, liked to live, and not exist in a humdrum way, ever over washtubs and a cook stove. Though, all credit to her who hadn't been used to them, she never shirked one nor the other. The women's ideas about circuses and circus performers were, putting it mildly, puritanical. But the men liked Daisy MacQueen, and took no pains to hide it. They clustered around her, and before long she ruled them all imperially with a nod of her pretty head, and as a result the women's ideas from puritanical became more so, which is human nature, Big Cloud or anywhere else. At first Flannagan was proud of the little wife he had brought to Big Cloud, proud of her for the very attitude adopted toward her by his mates, but as the months went by, gradually the wagging tongues got in their work, gradually Flannagan began to listen, and the jealousy that was his by nature above the jealousy of most men commenced to smolder into flame. Just a rankling jealousy, directed against no one in particular, just jealousy. Things up at the little house off Main Street where the Flannagans lived weren't as harmonious as they had been. In the beginning, Daisy, not treating the matter seriously, answered Flannagan with a laugh. Finally, she answered him not at all. And that stage, unfortunately far from unique in other homes than Flannagan's the world over, was reached where only some one act, word or deed, was needed to bring matters to a head. Perhaps, after all, there was poetic justice in Flannagan's cursing of the circus, for it was the circus that supplied that one thing needed. Not that the circus came back to town, it didn't, but a certain round, little, ferret-eyed, short, pompadour-haired, waxed-mustached, perfumed Signor Ferraringhi, the ringmaster, did. Ferraringhi was a scoundrel. What he got he deserved, there was never any doubt about that, but that night Flannagan, when he walked into the house, saw only Ferraringhi on his knees before Daisy, heard only impassioned flowery words, and in the blind fury that transformed him from man to beast, the scorn, contempt and horror in Daisy's eyes, the significance of the rigid little figure with tight clenched hands was lost. Ferraringhi had been in love with Daisy. Flannagan knew that, and his seething brain remembered that. The circus people had told him so. Daisy had told him so. Ferraringhi had told him so with a snarl and a threat, and he had laughed. Then, one instant, Flannagan hung upon the threshold. He was not a pretty sight. Back from a wreck, he was still in his overalls, and these were smeared with blood. 4 carloads of steers had gone into premature shambles in the ditch. One instant Flannagan hung there, his face working convulsively, and then he jumped. His left hand locked into the collar of the ringmaster's coat, his arms straightened like the tautening chains of his own derrick crane, and as the other came off his knees and upright from the yank, Flannagan's right swung a terrific full-arm smash that, landing a little above the jaw, plastered one side of that tonsorial work of art, the waxed and curled mustache, flat into Ferraringhi's cheek. Ferraringhi's answer, as he wriggled free, was a torrent of malediction and a blinding flash. Daisy screamed. The shot missed, but the powder singed Flannagan's face. It was the only shot that Ferraringhi fired. With a roar, high-pitched like the maddening trumpet of an elephant amuck, Flanagan, with a single blow, sent the revolver sailing, ceiling high. Then his arms, like steel piston rods, worked in and out, and his fists drummed an awful, merciless tattoo upon the ringmaster. The smoke from the shot filled the room with pungent odor. Chairs and furniture, overturned, broken, crashed to the floor. Daisy, wild-eyed, with parted lips, dumb with terror, crouched against the wall, her hands clasped to her breast. But before Flanagan's eyes all was red, red. A battered, bruising, reeling, staggering form before him curled up suddenly and slid in a heap at his feet. Flanagan, with groping hands and twitching fingers, reached for it. And then, with a rush, other forms, many of them, came between him and what was on the floor. It was very good for Ferraringi, very good, for that was all that saved him. Flanagan was seeing only red. The neighbors lifted the stunned ringmaster, limp as rags, to his feet. Flanagan brushed his great fist once across his eyes in a half-dazed way and glared at the roomful of people. Suddenly he heaved forward, pushing those nearest him violently toward the door.
Get out of here! He bellowed hoarsely. Get out of here! Curse you, do you hear? Get out!
There were men in that little crowd, men besides the 3 or 4 women, Mrs. McAloon amongst them, men not reckoned over faint in spirit of Big Cloud by those who knew, but they knew Flanagan, and they went, half carrying, half dragging the ringmaster, oiled and perfumed now in a fashion grimly different than before.
Get out!
Roared Flanagan again to hurry them, and as the last one disappeared, he whirled on Daisy.
And you, too! He snarled. Get out!
Terrified, shaken by the scene as she was, his words, their implication, their injustice, whipped her into scorn and anger. White-lipped, she stared at him for an instant.
You dare!
She burst out.
You dare to!
Get out!
Flanagan's voice in his passion was a thick, stumbling, guttural whisper.
Get out! Go back to your circus! Go where you like! Get out!
His hand dove into his pocket, and its contents, bills and coins, what there was of them, he flung upon the table.
Get out! As far as all I've got will take you!
Daisy McQueen was proud, perhaps though not above the pride of other women. The blood was hot in her cheeks. Her big brown eyes had a light in them near to that light with which she had faced Ferraringi but a short time before. Her breath came in short, hard little gasps. For a full minute she did not speak, and then the words came cold as death.
Someday, Michael Flanagan, you'll get what you deserve.
That's what I'm getting now. What I deserve,
he flung back. Then, halting in the doorway,
you understand, huh? Get out! I'm letting you down easy. Get out of Big Cloud. Get out before I'm back. Number 15 will be in an hour. You better take her.
Flanagan stepped out on the street. A curious little group had collected 2 houses down in front of Mrs. McAloon's. Flanagan glanced at them, muttered a curse, and then, head down between his shoulders, clenched fists rammed in his pockets, he headed in the other direction toward Main Street. 5 minutes later, he pushed the swinging doors of the Blazing Star open and walked down the length of the room to where Pete McGuire, the proprietor, lounged across the bar.
Pete,
he jerked out his words hoarsely.
Next Tuesday's payday. Is my face good enough until then?
McGuire looked at him curiously. The news of the fracas had not yet reached the Blazing Star.
Why, sure, said he.
Sure it is, Flanagan, if you want. What's...
Then let 'em come my way,
Flanagan rapped out with a savage laugh.
And let 'em come fast.
Flanagan was the wrecking boss. A hard man, Regan had called him, and he was. A product of the wild, rough, pioneering life. One of those men who followed the grim-faced, bearded corps of engineers as they pitted their strength against the sullen gray of the mighty Rockies, from the eastern foothills to the plains of the Sierras, fighting every inch of their way with indomitable perseverance, and daring over chasms and gorges, through tunnels and cuts, in curves and levels and grades, against obstacles that tried their souls, against death itself, taping the thin steel lines they left behind them with their own blood. Hard? Yes, Flannagan was hard. Uncultured, rough, primal, he undoubtedly was. A brute man, perhaps, full of the elemental, fiery, hot-headed. His passions alone swayed him. That side of Flannagan, the years and the very environment in which he had lived them, had developed to the full. The other side had been untouched. What Flannagan did that night another might not have done, or he might. The judging of men is a grave business, best left alone. Flannagan let go his hold then, not at once, but gradually. That night spent in the Blazing Star was the first of others that followed insidiously, each closer upon the former's heels. Daisy had gone that night. Where, he did not know, and told himself he did not care. He grew moody, sullen, uncompanionable. Big Cloud took sides. The women for Flannagan, the men for the wife. Flannagan hated the women, avoided the men, and went to the Blazing Star. There was only one result, the inevitable one. Regan, kindly for all his gruffness, understanding in a way, stood between Flannagan and the super, and warned Flannagan oftener than most men were warned on the Hill Division. Nor were his warnings altogether without effect. Flannagan would steady up, temporarily, maybe for a week, then off again. Steady up just long enough to keep putting off and postponing the final reckoning. And then one day, some 6 months after Daisy Flannagan had gone away, the master mechanic warned him for the last time. "I'm through with you, Flannagan," he said. "Understand that? I'm out from under, and next time you'll talk to Carleton, and what he'll have to say won't take long, about 2 seconds. You know Carleton, don't you? Well then, what?" It was just a week to a day after that Flannagan cut loose and wild again. He made a night and a day of it, and then another. After that, though by that time Flannagan was quite unaware of the fact, some of the boys got him home, dumped him on his bed, and left him to his reflections, which were blank. Flannagan slept it off, and it took him about 18 hours to do it. When he came to himself, he was in a humor that, far from being happy, was atrocious. Likewise, there were bodily ailments. Flannagan's head was bad, and felt as though a gang of boilermakers working against time were driving rivets in it. He procured himself a bracer and went back to bed. This resulted in a decidedly improved physical condition, but when he arose late in the afternoon, any improvement there might have been in his mental state was speedily dissipated. Flannagan found a letter shoved under his door, postmarked the day before, and with it an official manila envelope from the super's office. He opened the letter and read it again while his jaws worked and the red surged in a passion into his face. Then, with an oath, he tore it savagely into shreds, flung the bits on the floor, and stamped upon them viciously with his heavy nail-heel boot. The official manila he did not open at all. A guess was enough for that. A curt request to present himself in the super's office, probably. Flannagan glared at it, then grabbed his hat and started down for the station. There was no idea of shirking it. Flannagan wasn't that kind at any time, and just now his mood, if anything, spurred him on rather than held him back. Flannagan welcomed the prospect of a row about anything with anybody at that moment, if only a war of words. Carleton's office was upstairs over the ticket office and next to the dispatcher's room then, for the station did duty for headquarters and everything else. Not now, it's changed now, and there's a rather imposing gray stone structure where the old wooden shack used to be. But no matter, that's the way it was then, for those were the early days when the road was young and in the making. Flannagan reached the station, climbed the stairs, and pushed Carleton's door open with little ceremony. "You want to see me?" he demanded gruffly as he stepped inside. Carleton, sitting at his desk, looked up and eyed the wrecking boss coolly for a minute. No, Flanagan, he said curtly, I don't.
Then what in blazes d'ye send for me for? Flanagan flung out in a growl.
See here, Flanagan, snapped Carleton. I've no time to talk to you. You can read, can't you? You're out. Flanagan blinked.
Was that what was in the letter?
It was. Just that, said Carleton grimly.
Hell!
Flanagan's short laugh held a jeering note of contempt.
I didn't open it. Or maybe I'd have known, huh?
Carleton's eyes narrowed. Well, you know now, don't you?
Sure.
Flanagan scowled and licked his lips.
I'm out. Thrown out, and
then get out. Carleton cut in sharply. You've had more chances than any man ever got before from me, thanks to Regan, but you've had your last, and talking won't do you any good now. Flanagan stepped nearer to the desk.
Talking? Who's talking? He flared in sudden bravado. Didn't I tell you I didn't read your damned letter? Didn't I? Didn't I? Do you think I'd crawl to you or any man for a job? I'm out, am I? Do you think I came down to ask you to take me back? I'll see you rot first. To hell with the job. See?
Few men on the Hill Division ever saw Carleton lose his temper. It wasn't Carleton's way of doing things. He didn't lose it now, but his words were like trickling drops of ice water. Sometimes, Flanagan, he said, to make a man like you understand, one has to use your language. You say you'd see me rot before you asked me for the job back again. Very well. I'd rot before I gave it to you after this. Now, will you get out, or be thrown out? For a moment, it looked as though Flanagan was going to mix in there and then. His eyes went ugly, and his fists, horny and gnarled, doubled into knots as he glared viciously at the super. Carleton, who was afraid of no man, or any aggregation of men, his face stern-set and hard, leaned back in his swivel chair and waited. A tense minute passed. Then Flanagan's better sense weighed down the balance, and without so much as a word, he turned, went out of the room, and stamped heavily down the stairs. Goaded into it, or through unbridled, ill-advised impulse, men say rash things sometimes. Afterward, both Flanagan and Carleton were to remember their own and the others' words, and the futility of them. Nor was it to be long afterward. Without warning, without so much as a premonition, quick and sudden as dooms, things happen in railroading. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Night Operator. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Night Operator by Frank L. Packard. Chapter 4, Part 2. It was 5:30 when Flanagan went out of the super's office. It was but 10 minutes later when, before he had decanted a drop from the bottle he had just lifted to fill his glass, he slapped the bottle back on the bar of the Blazing Star with a sudden jerk. From down the street in the direction of the yards boomed 3 long blasts from the shop whistle, the wrecking signal. It came again and again. Men around him began to move. Chairs from the little tables were pushed hurriedly back. The bell in the English chapel took up the alarm. It stirred the blood in Flanagan's veins and whipped it to his cheeks in fierce excitement. It was the call to arms. He turned from the bar and stopped like a man stunned. There had been times in the last 6 months when he had not responded to that call, because, deaf to everything, he had not heard it. Then it had been his call, the call for the wrecking crew, and first of all for the wrecking boss. Now, there was a dazed look on his face, and his lips worked queerly. It was not for him. He was barred. Out. Slowly he turned back to the bar, rested his foot on the rail, and with a mirthless laugh and a shrug of his shoulders reached for the bottle again. He poured the whiskey glass full to the brim, and laughed once more and shrugged his shoulders as his fingers curled around it. He raised the glass and held it poised halfway to his lips. Quick running steps came up the street, the swinging doors of the Blazing Star burst open, and a call boy shoved in his head.
"Wreckers out! Wreckers out!"
he bawled.
"Number 80's gone to glory in Spider Cut. Everybody's killed."
And he was gone. A grimy faced harbinger of death and disaster, gone, speeding with his summons to wherever men were gathered throughout the little town. An instant Flannagan stood motionless as one transformed from flesh to sculptured clay. Then the glass slid from his fingers and crashed into tinkling splinters on the floor. The liquor splashed his boots. Number 80 was the eastbound Coast Express. Like one who moves in unknown places through the dark, so then Flannagan moved toward the door. Men looked at him in amazement and stood aside to let him pass. Something was tugging at his heart, beating at his brain, impelling him forward, a force irresistible that, in its first sudden, overwhelming surge, he could not understand, could not grasp, could not focus into concrete form, could only obey. He passed out through the doors, and then for the first time a cry rang from his lips. There was no halting, stumbling, uncertain steps now. Men running down the street called to Flannagan as he sped past them. Flannagan made no answer, did not look their way. His face, strained and full of dumb anguish, was set toward the station. He gained the platform and raced along it. Shouts came from across the yards. Up and down the spurs fluttered the foreshortened little yard engine, coughing sparks and wheezing from her exhaust as she bustled the wrecking train together. Lamps swung and twinkled like fireflies, for it was just opening spring and the dark fell early, and in front of the roundhouse the 1014, blowing hard from her safety under a full head of steam like a thoroughbred that sensed the race, was ready on the table. With a heave of his great shoulders and a sweep of his arms, Flannagan won through the group of trainmen, shop hands, and loungers clustered around the door, and took the stairs 4 at a leap. A light burned in the super's office, but the voices came from the dispatcher's room, and there in the doorway Flannagan halted just for a few seconds' pause while his eyes swept the scene before him. Regan, the master mechanic, by the window, was mouthing curses under his breath as men do in times of stress. Spence, the dispatcher, white-faced, the hair straggling into his eyes, was leaning over the key under the green-shaded lamp, over the key clearing the line while the sounder clicked in his ears of ruin and of lives gone out. Harvey, the division engineer, was there, pulling savagely at a briar with empty bowl, and at the dispatcher's elbow stood Carleton, a grim commander, facing tidings of disaster, his shoulders braced and bent a little forward as though to take the blow, his jaws clamped tight till the lips, compressed, were bloodless, and the chiseled lines on his face told of the bitterness in his heart. Then Flannagan stepped forward. "Carleton!" he cried, and his words came like panting sobs. "Carleton, give me back my job!" It was no place for Flannagan. Carleton's cup was already full to overflowing, and he swung on Flannagan like a flash. His hand lifted and pointed to the door. "Get out of here," he said between his teeth. "Carleton!" cried Flannagan again, and his arms went out in supplication toward the super. "Carleton, give me back my job. Give it back to me for tonight, just for tonight." "No." The single word came from Carleton's lip like a thunderclap. Flannagan shivered a little and shrank back. "Just for tonight," he mumbled hoarsely. "Just for—" "No." Carleton's voice rang hard as flint. "I tell you no. Get out of here." Harvey moved suddenly, threateningly, toward Flannagan, and as suddenly Flannagan, roused by the act, brushed the division engineer aside like a plaything, sprang forward, and with a quick, fierce grip, caught Carleton's arms and pinioned them, vice-like, to his sides. "And I tell you, yes." His voice rose dominant with the power, the will that shook him now to the depths of his turbulent soul. As a man who knows no law, no obstacle, no restraint, as a man who would batter down the gates of hell itself to gain his end, so then was Flannagan. "I tell you yes, I tell you yes. My wife and baby's in that wreck tonight." Turmoil, shouts, the short, quick, intermittent hiss of steam as the 1014, her cylinder cocks opened, backed down the platform, the clash of coupling cars, a jumbled medley of sounds, floated up from the yard without, but within the little room, the chattering sounder for the moment stilled, there was a silence as of death, and no man among them moved or spoke. Flanagan, gray-faced, gasping, his mighty grip still on Carleton, his head thrown forward close to the other, stared into the super's face, and for a long minute, in the twitching muscles of the big wrecker's face, in the look that man reads seldom in his fellow's eyes, Carleton drew the fearful picture, lived the awful story that the babbling wire had told. Royal Carleton, square man and big of heart. His voice broke. God help you, Flanagan. Go. No word came from Flanagan's lips, only a queer choking sound as his hands dropped to his sides, only a queer choking sound as he turned suddenly and jumped for the door. On the stairs, Dorsey, the driver of the 1014, coming up for his orders, passed Flanagan's. "Bad spill, I hear," growled the engineer as he went by. "The 505's pony truck jumped the rails on the lower curve, and everything's in the ditch. Old Burke's gone out, and a heap of the passengers with him. Flanagan heard no more. He was on the platform now. Coupled behind the derrick crane and the tool car were two coaches, improvised ambulances, and into these latter, instead of the tool car, the men of the wrecking crew were piling. A bad smash brought luxury for them. Shouts, cries, hubbub, a babel of voices were around him, but in his brain, repeated and repeated over and over again, lived only a phrase from the letter he had torn to pieces, stamped under heel that afternoon. The words were swimming before his eyes.
Michael, dear, we've both been wrong. I'm bringing baby back on the Coast Express Friday night.
Men with big black bags brushed by them and tumbled into the rear coach. The doctor's a big cloud to the last one of them. Dorsey came running from the station, a bit of tissue, his orders fluttering in his hand, and sprang for the cab. 1014's exhaust burst suddenly into quick, deafening explosions. The sparks shot volleying heavenward from her short stack. The big whirling drivers were beginning to bite, and then through the gangway, after the engineer, into the cab swung Flanagan. Flanagan, the wrecking boss. Spider Cut is the eastern gateway of the Rockies, and it lies, as the crow flies, 16 miles west of Big Cloud. But the right of way, as it twists and turns, circling and dodging the buttes that grow from mounds to foothills, makes it on the blueprints 21.7. The running time of the fast flyers on this stretch is but what of that? Dorsey that night smashed all records, and the medical men in the rear coach tell to this day how they clung for life and limb to their seats and to each other, and most of them will admit, which is admitting much, that they were frightened, white-lipped men with broken nerves. As the wreck special, with a clash and clatter, shattered over the switches in the upper yard and nosed the main line, Stan Willard, who had the shovel end of it, with a snatch at the chain, swung open the furnace door, and a red glow lighted up the heavens. Dorsey turned in his seat and looked at the giant form of the wrecking boss behind him. They had told him the story in the office. The eyes of the two met. Flanagan's lips moved dumbly, and with a curious, pleading motion he gestured toward the throttle. Dorsey opened another notch. He laughed a grim, hard laugh. "I know," he shouted over the roar. "I know. Leave it to me, Flanagan." The bark of the exhaust came quicker and quicker, swelled and rose into the full, deep-toned thunder of a single note. Notch by notch, Dorsey opened out the 1014. Notch by notch, and the big mountain racer, answering like a mettlesome steed to the touch of the whip, leapt forward, ever faster, into the night. Now the headlight played on shining steel ahead, now suddenly threw a path of light across the short yellow stubble of a rising butte, and Dorsey checked grudgingly for an instant as they swung the curve, just for an instant, then into the straight again with wide flung throttle. It was mad work, and in that reeling, dizzy cab no man spoke. The sweep of the singing wind, the wild tattoo of beating trucks, the sullen whir of flying drivers was in their ears, while behind, the derrick crane, the tool car, and the coaches writhed and wriggled, swayed and lurched, tearing at their couplings, bouncing on their trucks, jerking viciously as each slew took up the axle play, rolling, pitching crazily like cockle shells tossed on an angry sea. Now they tore through a cut, and the walls took up the deafening roar and echoed and re-echoed it back in volume 1,000-fold. Now into the open, and the sudden contrast was like the gasping breath of an imprisoned thing escaped. Now over culverts, trestles, spans, hollow, reverberating, the speed was terrific. Over his levers, bounding on his seat, Dorsey, tense and strained, leaned far forward, following the leaping headlights' glare, while staggering like a drunken man to keep his balance, the sweat standing out in glistening beads upon his grimy face. Stan Willard watched the flickering needle on the gauge, and his shovel clanged and swung. And in the corner, back of Dorsey, bent low to brace himself, thrown backward and forward with every lurch in the fantastic, dancing light, like some tigerish, outraged animal crouched to spring, Flanagan, with head drawn into his shoulders, jaws out thrust, stared over the engineer's back, stared with never a look to right or left, stared through the cab glass to the right of way ahead, stared toward Spider Cut. Again and again, with sickening, giddy shock, wheel base lifted from the swing, the 1014 struck the tangents, hung a breathless space, and with a screech of crunching flanges found the rails once more. Again and again. But the story of that ride is the doctor's story. They tell it best. Dorsey made the run that night from Big Cloud to Spider Cut, 21.7 miles, in 19 minutes. There have been bad spills on the Hill Division, bad spills. But there have never been worse than on that Friday night when the 505 jumped the rails at the foot of the curve coming down the grade just east of Spider Cut, shot over the embankment, and piled the Coast Express, mahogany sleepers and all, into splintered wreckage 40 feet below the right of way. As Dorsey checked, and with screaming brake shoes, the 1014 slowed. Flanagan, with a wild cry, leaped from the cab and dashed up the track ahead of the still moving pilot. It was light enough. The cars of the wreck nearest him, the mail and baggage cars, had caught, and, fanned by the wind into yellow flames, were blazing like a huge bonfire. Shouts arose from below, cries, anguish, piercing, from those imprisoned in the wreck. Figures, those of the crew and passengers who had made their escape, were moving hither and thither, working as best they might, pulling others through shattered windows and upcanted doors, laying those who were past all knowing beside the long row of silent forms already tenderly stretched along the edge of the embankment. A man with face cut and bleeding came running toward Flanagan. It was Kingsley, conductor of number 80. Flanagan jumped for him, grasped him by the shoulders, and stared without a word into his face. But Kingsley shook his head.
"I don't know, Flanagan," he choked. "She was in one of the first class, just ahead of the Pullmans. There's no one come out of that car yet."
He turned away his head.
"We couldn't get to it."
"Couldn't get to it." Flanagan's lips repeated the phrase mechanically. Then he looked and understood the grim significance of the words. He laughed suddenly, jarring hoarse, as it is not good to hear men laugh. And with that laugh Flanagan went into the fight. The details of that night no one man knows. There, in the shadow of the gray-walled Rockies, men, flint-hearted, calloused, rough and ready though they were, sobbed as they toiled. And when the derrick tackles creaked and moaned, axe and pick and bar swung and crashed and tore through splintering glass and ripping timber, what men could do, they did. And through the hours Flanagan led them, tough, grizzled men. More than one dropped from sheer weariness. But ever Flanagan's great arms rose and fell, ever his mighty shoulders heaved, ever he led them on. What men could do, they did. But it was graying dawn before they opened a way to the heart of the wreck, the first-class coach that once ahead of the Pullmans was under them now. Flanagan, gaunt, burned and bleeding, a madman with reeling brain, staggered toward the jagged hole that they had torn in the flooring of the car. They tried to hold him back. The man who had spurred them through the night alternately with lashing curse and piteous prayer, the man who had worked with demon strength as no three men among them had worked, the man who was tottering now at the end in mind and body. They tried to hold him back for mercy's sake. But Flanagan shook them off and went laughing again, the same fearful laugh with which he had begun the fight. He found her there. Found her with a little bundle lying in the crook of her outstretched arm. She moaned and held it toward him, but Flanagan had gone his limit. His work was done. The tension broke. And when they worked their way to the far end of the car after him, those hard, grim-visaged followers of Flanagan, they found a man squatted on an upended seat, a woman beside him, death and desolation and huddled shapes around them, dandling a tiny infant in his arms, crooning a lullaby through cracked lips, crooning a lullaby to a little one long hushed already in its last sleep. Opinions differ, but Big Cloud today sides about solid with Regan.
Flanagan,
Says the master mechanic.
Flanagan's a pretty good wrecking boss, pretty good. I don't know of any better. Since the Almighty had him on the carpet. He's got a plot up on the butte behind the town, he and Daisy, with a little mound on it. They go up there every Sunday. Never known 'em to miss. A man ain't likely to fall off the right of way again as long as he does that, is he? Well, then, forget it. He's been doing that for a year now. What?
End of chapter 4. Chapter 5, Part 1 of The Night Operator by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Night Operator, Chapter 5, The Man Who Squealed, Part 1. Back in the early days, the payroll of the Hill Division was full of J. Smiths, T. Browns, and H. something or others, just as it is today. But today there is a difference. The years have brought a certain amount of inevitable pedigree, as it were, a certain amount of gossip, so to speak, over the back fences of Big Cloud. It's natural enough. There's a possibility, as a precedent, that one or two of the passengers on the Mayflower didn't have as much blue blood when they started on the voyage as their descendants have got now. It's possible. The old hooker, from all accounts, had a pretty full passenger list, and there may have been some who secured accommodations with few questions asked, and a subsequent coat of glorified whitewash that they couldn't have got if they'd stayed at home where they were intimately known. That is, they couldn't have got the coat of glorified whitewash. It's true that there's a few years between the landing of the Mayflower and the inception of Big Cloud. But the interval doesn't count. The principle is the same. Out in the mountains on the Hill Division, Who's Who begins with the founding of Big Cloud. It is verbose, unprofitable, and extremely bad taste to go back any further than that, even if it were possible. There's quite a bit known about the J. Smiths, the T. Browns, and the H. something or others now, with the enlightenment of years upon them, but there wasn't then. There were a good many men who immigrated west to help build the road through the Rockies and run it afterwards for reasons of their own. There weren't any questions asked. Plain J. Smith, T. Brown, or H. something or other went. That was all there was to it. He said his name was Walton, P. Walton. He was tall, hollow-cheeked, with skin of an unhealthy, colorless white, and black eyes under thin black brows that were unnaturally bright. He dropped off at Big Cloud one afternoon in the early days from number 1, the Limited from the east, climbed upstairs in the station to the super's room and coughed out a request to Carleton for a job. Carleton, Royal Carleton, the squarest man that ever held down a divisional swivel chair, looked P. Walton over for a moment before he spoke. P. Walton didn't size up much like a day's work any way you looked at him. "What can you do?" inquired Carleton. "Anything," said P. Walton, and coughed. Carleton reached for his pipe and struck a match. "If you could," said he, sucking at the amber mouthpiece between words, "there wouldn't be any trouble about it. For instance, the construction gangs want men to—" I'll do anything," cut in P. Walton eagerly. "Just give me a chance." "Nope," said Carleton with a grin. "I'm not hankering to break the sixth commandment. Know what that is?" P. Walton licked dry lips with the tip of his tongue. "Murder," said he. "But you might as well let it come that way as any other. I'm pretty bad here." He jerked his thumb toward his lungs. "And I'm broke here." He turned an empty trousers pocket inside out. Observed Carleton reflectively. There was something in the other that touched his sympathy, and something apart from that that appealed to him. A sort of grim, philosophical grit in the man with the infected lungs. "I came out," said P. Walton, looking through the window and kind of talking to himself, "because I thought it would be healthier for me out here than back east." "I dare say," said Carleton kindly, "but not if you start in by swinging a pick. Maybe we can find something else for you to do. Never done any railroading?" Walton shook his head. "No," he answered. "I've always worked on books. I'm called pretty good at figures, if you got anything in that line." "Clerk, eh? Well, I don't know," said Carleton slowly. "I guess perhaps we can give you a chance. My own clerk's doing double shift just at present. You might help him out temporarily. And if you're what you say you are, we'll find something better for you before the summer's over. $30 a month. It's not much of a stake. What do you say?" "It's a pretty big stake for me," said P. Walton, and his face lighted up as he turned it upon Carleton. "All right," said Carleton. "You'd better spend the rest of the afternoon then in hunting up some place to live. And here." He dug into his pocket and handed P. Walton 2 $5 gold pieces. "This may come in handy till you're on your feet." "Say," said P. Walton huskily, He stopped suddenly as the door opened and Regan, the master mechanic, came in. "Never mind," smiled Carleton. "Report to Halstead in the next room tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock." P. Walton hesitated, as though to complete his interrupted sentence, and then, with an uncertain look at Regan, turned and walked quietly from the room. Regan wheeled around and stared after the retreating figure. When the door had closed, he looked inquiringly at Carleton. "Touched you for a loan, eh?" he volunteered quizzically. "No," said Carleton, still smiling. "A job. I gave him the money as an advance." "More fool you," said the blunt little master mechanic. "Your security's bad. He'll never live long enough to earn it. What sort of a job?" "Helping Halstead out to begin with," replied Carleton. Remarked Regan. "Poor devil." "Yes, Tommy," said Carleton. "Quite so. Poor devil." Regan, big-hearted, good-natured for all his bluntness, walked to the front window and watched P. Walton's figure disappear slowly and a little haltingly down the platform. The fat little master mechanic's face puckered. "We get some queer cards out here," he said. "He looks as though he'd had a pretty hard time of it. Kind of a discard in the game, I guess. Out here to die. Pleasant, what? I wonder where he came from." "He didn't say," said Carleton dryly. "No," said Regan. "I dare say he didn't. None of 'em do. I wonder, though, where he came from." And in this the division generally were in accord with Regan. They didn't ask, which was outside the ethics, and P. Walton didn't say, which was quite within his rights. But for all that, the division with Regan wondered. Ordinarily, they wouldn't have paid much attention to a new man one way or the other, but P. Walton was a little more than just a new man. He was a man they couldn't size up. That was the trouble. It didn't matter who anyone was or where he came from if they could form an opinion of him. which wasn't hard to form in most instances, that would at all satisfactorily fill the bill. But P. Walton didn't bear the earmarks of a hard case "wanted" East, or show any tendency toward deep theological thought. Therefore, opinions were conflicting, which wasn't satisfying. Not that P. Walton refused to mix, or held himself aloof, or anything of that kind. On the contrary, all hands came to know him pretty well as P. Walton. As a matter of cold fact, they had more chances of knowing him than they had of knowing most newcomers, and that bothered them a little, because somehow they didn't seem to make anything out of their opportunities. As assistant clerk to the super, P. Walton was soon a familiar enough figure in the yards, the roundhouse, and the shops, and genial enough, and pleasant enough, too. But they never got past the pure, soft-spoken, perfect English, and the kind of firm, determined swing to the jaw that no amount of emaciation could eliminate. They agreed only on one thing, on the question of therapeutics. They were unanimous on that point with Regan. P. Walton, whatever else he was, or wasn't, was out there to die. And it kind of looked to them as though P. Walton had through rights to the terminal, and not much of any limit to speak of on his permit. Regan put the matter up to Carleton one day in the super's office, about a month after P. Walton's advent to Big Cloud. "I said he was a queer card the first minute I clapped eyes on him," observed the master mechanic, "and I think so now, only more so. What in blazes does a white man want to go and live in a two-room pigsty with a family of Polacks and about 18 kids for?" Carleton tamped down the dottle in his pipe with his forefinger, musingly. "How much a week, Tommy?" he inquired. "Is $30 a month, with about a third of the time out for sick spells." "I'm not a mathematician," growled the little master mechanic. "About $5, I guess." "It's a good guess," said Carleton quietly. "He bought new clothes, you remember, with the 10 I gave him, and he needed them badly enough." Carleton reached into a drawer of his desk and handed Regan an envelope that was torn open across the end. "I found this here this afternoon after the pay car left," he said. Regan peered into the envelope, then extracted 2 $5 gold pieces and a note. He unfolded the note and read the 2 lines written in a hand that looked like a steel plate engraving: "With thanks and grateful appreciation, P. Walton." Regan blinked, handed the money, note, and envelope back to Carleton, and fumbled a little awkwardly with his watch chain. "He's the best hand with figures and his pen it's ever been my luck to meet," said Carleton, kind of speculatively. "Better than Halstead, whole lot better. Halstead's going back East in a couple of weeks into the general office. Got the offer, and I couldn't stand in his way. I was thinking of giving P. Walton the job and breaking some young fellow in to relay him when he's sick. What do you think about it, Tommy?" "I think," said Regan softly, "he's been getting blamed few eggs and less fresh air than he ought to have had, trying to make good on that loan. And I think he's a better man than I thought he was. A fellow that would do that is white enough not to fall very far off the right of way. I guess you won't make any mistake as far as trusting him goes." "No," said Carleton, "I don't think I will." And therein Carleton and Regan were both right and wrong. P. Walton wasn't but just a minute, we're overrunning our holding orders. P. Walton is in the block ahead. The month hadn't helped P. Walton much physically, even if it had helped him more than he perhaps realized in Carleton's estimation. And the afternoon following Regan's and Carleton's conversation, alone in the room, for Halstead was out, he was hanging over his desk a pretty sick man, though his pen moved steadily with the work before him, when the connecting door from the super's office opened and Bob Donkin, the dispatcher, came hurriedly in. "Where's the super?" he asked quickly. "I don't know," said P. Walton. "He went out in the yards with Regan half an hour ago. I guess he'll be back shortly." "Well, you'd better try and find him and give him this. 42 will be along in 20 minutes." Donkin slapped the tissue on the desk and hurried back to his key in the dispatcher's room. P. Walton picked up the tissue and read it. It was from the first station west on the line. "Gopher Butte, 3:16 p.m. J. H. Carleton, Superintendent, Hill Division." Number 42, held up by two train robbers 3 miles west of here. Express messenger Nulty in game fight killed one and captured the other in the express car. Arrange for removal of body, and have sheriff on hand to take prisoner into custody on arrival in Big Cloud. Everything OK. McCurdy, conductor. P. Walton, with the telegram in his hand, rose from his chair and made for the hall through the super's room, reading it a second time as he went along. There had been some pretty valuable express stuff on the train, as he knew from the correspondence that had passed through his hands, and he smiled a little grimly. Well, they certainly missed a good one, he muttered to himself. I think I'd rather be the dead one than the other. It'll go hard with him. 20 years, I guess. He stepped out into the hall to the head of the stairs and met Carleton coming up. Carleton, quick as a steel trap, getting the gist of the message in a glance, brushed by P. Walton, hurried along the wall to the dispatcher's room, and the next moment a wide-eyed call boy was streaking uptown for the sheriff, and breathlessly imparting the tale of the hold-up embellished with gory imagination to everyone he met. By the time 42's whistle sounded down the gorge, there was a crowd on the platform bigger than a political convention, and P. Walton, by virtue of his official position, rather than from physical qualifications, together with his chief, Regan, the ticket agent, the baggage master, and Carruthers, the sheriff, were having a hard time of it to keep themselves from being shoved off on the tracks, let alone trying to keep a modest breadth of the platform clear. And when the train came to a stop with screeching brake shoes, and the side door of the express car was shot back with a dramatic bang by someone inside, the crowd seemed to get altogether beyond P. Walton's control and surged past him. As they handed out a hard-visaged, bullet-headed customer, whose arms were tightly lashed behind him, P. Walton was pretty well back by the ticket office window with the crowd between him and the center of attention. And P. Walton was holding his handkerchief to his lips, flecking the handkerchief with a spot or two of red, and coughing rather badly. Carleton found him there when the crowd trailing Carruthers and his prisoner uptown thinned out, and Carleton sent him home. P. Walton, however, did not go home, though he started in that direction. He followed in the rear of the crowd up to Carruthers' place, saw steel bracelets replace the cords around the captive's wrists, saw the captive's legs securely bound together and the captive chucked into Carruthers' back shed. This was in the early days, and Big Cloud hadn't yet risen to the dignity of a jail, with about as much formality as would be used in handling a sack of meal. After that, Carruthers barred the door by slamming the long 2-inch thick piece of timber that worked on a pivot in the center home into its iron rests with a flourish of finality, as though to indicate that the show was over, and the crowd dispersed, the men headed for the swinging doors of the Blazing Star, and the women for their own back fences. P. Walton, with a kind of grim smile on his lips, retraced his steps to the station, climbed the stairs, and started through the super's room to reach his own desk. Carleton removed his pipe from his mouth and stared angrily as the other came in. "You blamed idiot!" he exploded. "I thought I told you to go home." "I'm feeling better," said P. Walton. "I haven't got those night orders out yet for the roundhouse. There's 3 specials from the East tonight." "Well, Halstead can attend to them," said Carleton, a kindliness creeping into the tones that he tried to make gruff. "What are you trying to do? Commit suicide?" "No," said P. Walton, with a steady smile. "Just my work. It was a little too violent exercise trying to hold the crowd, that was all. But I'm all right now." "You blamed idiot!" grunted Carleton again. "Why didn't you say so? I never thought of it, or I wouldn't have let." "It doesn't matter," said P. Walton brightly. "I'm all right now." And he passed on into his own room. When he left his desk again, it was 10 minutes of 6, and Carleton had already gone. P. Walton, with his neatly written order sheets, walked across the tracks to the roundhouse, handed them over to Clarihue, the night turner, who had just come in, and then hung around, toying in an apparently aimless fashion with the various tools on the workbenches till the whistle blew, while the fitters, wipers, and day gang generally washed up. After that, he plodded across the fields to the Polack quarters on the other side of the tracks from the town proper, stumbled into the filthy, garlic-smelling interior of one of the shacks, and flung himself down on the bunk that was his bedroom.
Lord,
he muttered, I'm pretty bad tonight. Guess I'll have to postpone it. Might be as well, anyway. He lay there for an hour, his bright eyes fastened now on the dirty, squalling brood of children upon the floor, now on the heavy, slatternly figure of their mother, and now on the tin bowl of boiled sheep's head that awaited the arrival of Ivan Peloff, the master of the house, and then, with abhorrent disgust, he turned his eyes to the wall. Thank God I get into a decent place soon, he mumbled once. It's the roughest month I ever spent. I'd rather be back where... He smiled sort of cryptically to himself. Where I came from. A moment later he spoke again in a queer, kind of argumentative, kind of self-extenuating way, in broken sentences. Maybe I put it on a little too thick, boarding here, so's to stand in with Carleton and pay that 10 back quick. But my God, I was scared. I got to stand in with somebody, or go to the wall. It was after 7 when Ivan Peloff came, smelling strong of drink, and excitement heightened the flush upon his cheek.
Hello, Mr. Walton,
he bubbled out with earnest inebriety.
We raise hell tonight, by and by. Get them goods by midnight.
Ivan Peloff drew his fingers around his throat, and in lieu of English that came hard to him at any time, jerked his thumb dramatically up and down in the air. Who? Inquired P. Walton without much enthusiasm.
Them robber, him by train come in, explained Ivan Peloff laboriously.
Oh, said P. Walton. Talking of stringing him up, is that it? Ivan Peloff nodded his head delightedly. P. Walton swung himself lazily from his bunk.
Eat,
invited Ivan Peloff, moving toward the table. No, said P. Walton, moving toward the door. I'm not hungry. I'm going out for some air. Ivan Peloff pulled 2 bottles of a deadly brand from under his coat and set them on the table.
Me eat, he grinned. By and by have drinks all around.
He waved his hands as though to embrace the whole Polack quarter.
Then we comes, raise hell, do him goods by midnight.
P. Walton halted in the doorway. Who put you up to this, Peloff? He inquired casually.
Cowboys,
grinned Peloff, lunging at the sheep's head.
Plenty drink. Say, have fun.
Cowboys, observed P. Walton. So they're in town, are they, and looking for fun?
We fix him good by midnight,
repeated Ivan Peloff, wagging his head, then with a sudden scowl.
You not tell, huh, Mr. Walton?
P. Walton smiled disinterestedly, but there wasn't any doubt in P. Walton's mind that devilment was in the wind. Big Cloud in the early days knew its full share of that. Ah, said P. Walton quietly as he went out. No, I won't tell. It's no business of mine, is it? It was fall and already dark. P. Walton made his way out of the Polack quarters, reached the tracks, crossed them, and then headed out through the fields to circle around the town to the upper end again, where it dwindled away from cross streets to the houses flanking on Main Street alone. I guess, he coughed and smiled, I won't postpone it till tomorrow night, after all. It was a long walk for a man in P. Walton's condition, and it was a good half hour before he finally stopped in the rear of Sheriff Carruthers' back shed and listened. There were no fences here, just a procession of buttes and knolls, merging the prairie country into the foothills proper of the Rockies. Neither was there any sound. P. Walton stifled a cough, and slipped like a shadow through the darkness around to the front of the shed, shifted the wooden bar noiselessly on its pivot, opened the door, and as he stepped inside, closed it softly behind him. Butch, he whispered. A startled ejaculation and a quick movement of a man suddenly shifting his position on the floor answered him. Keep quiet, Butcher. It's all right, said P. Walton calmly, and stooping, guiding his knife blade by the sense of touch, cut away the rope from the other's ankles. He caught at the steel-linked wrists and helped the man to his feet. Come on, he said. Slip around to the back of the shed. Talk later. P. Walton pushed the door open, and the man he called the Butcher, lurching a little unsteadily from cramped ankles, passed out. P. Walton carefully closed the door, coolly replaced the bar in position, and joined the other. "Now run for it," he said, and led the way straight from the town. For 200 yards, perhaps a little more, they raced, and then P. Walton stumbled and went down. I'm not very well to night," he gasped. "This'll do. It's far enough." The Butcher halted, gazed at the prostrate form.
"Say, Cull, what's your name?" he demanded. "I owe you something for this, and don't you forget it."
P. Walton made no answer. His head was swimming, lights were dancing before his eyes, and there was a premonitory weakness upon him whose issue he knew too well, unless he could fight it off. The Butcher went down until his face was within an inch of P. Walton's.
"So help me," he informed the universe in unbounded amazement. "It's the Dook!"
"Sit down here opposite me and hold out your hands," directed P. Walton, with an effort. "We haven't got any time to waste." The Butcher, heavy with wonderment, obeyed mechanically, and P. Walton drew a rat tail file from his pocket. "I saw you in the express car this afternoon, and I went to the roundhouse for this when I left the office," P. Walton said, as he set to work on the steel links. "But I was feeling kind of down and out, and was going to leave you till tomorrow night, only I heard they were going to lynch you at midnight."
"Lynch me?" growled the Butcher. "What for? They don't lynch a fella 'cause he's nipped in a hold-up. We didn't kill no one."
"Some of the cowboys are looking for amusement," said P. Walton monotonously. "They've distributed red eye among the Polacks for the purpose, I imagine, of putting the blame on the Polacks."
"I get you," snarled the Butcher with an oath. "It's the Bar K ranch. We took their payroll away from 'em 2 weeks ago. Lynching, huh? Well, some of 'em'll dance on air for this themselves, blast 'em. Dook, you're white, as you always was. I thought me luck was out for keeps today when Spud... You saw Spud, didn't you?"
"Yes," said P. Walton, filing steadily.
"Spud always had a soft spot in his heart," said the Butcher. "Instead of drilling that devil Nulty when he had the chance. Nulty filled Spud full of holes, and we fluked up. You're getting a bit of my wrist, Dook, with that damn file. Well, as I said, I thought me luck was out for keeps, and you show up. Jeez! Who'd have thought of seeing the Angel Dook, the prize penman, the gem of forgers? How'd you make your getaway? You was in for 20 spaces, wasn't you?"
"I think they wanted to save the expense of burying me," said P. Walton. "The other wrist, Butch, I got a pardon."
"What's the matter with you, Dook?" inquired the Butcher solicitously.
"Lungs," said P. Walton tersely. "Bad."
"Hell!" said Butcher earnestly.
There was silence for a moment, save only for the rasping of the file, and then the Butcher spoke again.
"What'd you lay down out here, Dook?" he asked.
"Working for the railroad in the super's office, and keeping my mouth shut," said P. Walton.
"There's nothing in that," said the Butcher profoundly. "Nothing to it."
"Not much," agreed P. Walton. "$40 a month, and oh, well, $40 a month."
"I'll fix that for you, Dook," said the Butcher cheerily. "You join the gang. There's the old crowd from Joliet up here in the mountains. We got a swell layout. There's Larry and Big Tom and Dago Pete. Spud's cashed in, and they'll stand on their heads and yell Salvation Army songs when they hear that the slickest of 'em all, that's you, Dook, is buying a stack and setting in."
"No," said P. Walton. "No, Butch, I guess not. It's me for the 40 per."
"Ah!" ejaculated the Butcher heavily. "You don't mean to say you've turned parson, Dook? You wouldn't be letting me loose if you had."
"No, nothing like that," replied P. Walton. "I'm sitting tight because I have to, until someone turns up and gives my record away, if I'm not dead first. I'm too sick, Butch, to be of any use to you. I couldn't stand the pace."
Sure you could, said the Butcher reassuringly. Anyway, I'm not for leaving a pal out in the cold, and... He stopped suddenly and leaned toward P. Walton. What was it you said you was doing in the office? He demanded excitedly. Assistant clerk to the superintendent, said P. Walton, and his file bit through the second link. You'll have to get the bracelets off your wrists when you get back to the boys. Your hands are free. Say, said Butcher breathlessly, it's a cinch. You see the letters and know what's going on pretty familiar like, don't you? Yes, said P. Walton. Well, say, can you beat it? Once more the Butcher invoked the universe. You're the inside man, see? Geez, it's a cinch. We only knew there was Mazuma on the train today by a fluke, just Spud and me heard of it. Too late to plan anything fancy and get the rest of the gang. You see what happened. After this, we don't have to take no chances. You passes out the word when there's a good juicy lot of swag coming along, we does the rest, and you gets your share, equal. And that ain't all. They'll be sending down east for the Pinkertons, if they ain't done it already, and we gives 'em the laugh, you tipping us off on the trains the dicks are riding on, and putting us wise to 'em generally. And say... The Butcher's voice dropped suddenly to a low, sullen, angry growl. You give us the lay the first crack we make when that low-lived, snook-nosed Nulty's aboard. He goes out for Spud, and he goes out quick. He's fired a gun for the last time he'll ever fire one, see? P. Walton felt around on the ground, picked up the bit of chain he had filed from the handcuffs, and handed it, with the file, to Butcher. Put these in your pocket, Butch, he said, and throw them in the river where it's deep when you get a chance, especially the file. I guess from the way you put it, I could earn my stake with the gang. Didn't I tell you could? The Butcher, with a swift change of mood, grinned delightedly. Sure you can. Larry's an innocent-looking kid, and he's not known in the town. He'll float around and get the bulletins from you. You'll know ahead when there's anything good coming along, won't you? When it leaves the coast, said P. Walton. 36 hours, sometimes more. And I thought me luck was out for keeps, observed the Butcher in an almost awestruck voice. Well, don't play it too hard by hanging around here until they get you again, cautioned P. Walton dryly. The further you get away from Big Cloud in the next few hours, the better you'll like it tomorrow. I'm off now, announced the Butcher, rising to his feet. Duke, you're white all the way through. Don't forget about Nulty. Blast him. He wrung P. Walton's hand with emotion. So long, Duke. So long, Butch, said P. Walton. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of The Night Operator by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Night Operator, Chapter 5, The Man Who Squealed, Part 2. P. Walton watched the Butcher disappear in the darkness, then he began to retrace his steps toward the Polack quarters. His one thought now was to reach his bunk. He was sick, good and sick, and those premonitory symptoms, if they had been arrested, were still with him. The day had been too much for him. The jostling on the platform, mostly when he had fought his way through the rear of the crowd for fear of unguarded recognition on the part of the Butcher, then the walking he had done, and, lastly, that run from the sheriff's shed. P. Walton, with swimming head and choking lungs, reeled a little as he went along. It was farther, quite a lot farther, to go by the fields, and he was far enough down from Carruthers now, so that it would not make any difference anyhow, even if the Butcher's escape had been discovered, which it hadn't. The town was too quiet for that. P. Walton headed into a cross street, staggered along it, reached the corner of Main Street, and, fainting, went suddenly down in a heap, as the hemorrhage caught him, and the bright crimson ruby stained his lips. Coming up the street from a conference in the super's office, Nulty, the express messenger, big, brawny, hard-faced, thin-lipped, swung along, dragging fiercely at his pipe, scowling grimly as he reviewed the day's happenings. He passed a little knot of Polacks.
quite obviously far gone in liquor, and almost fell over P. Walton's body.
"Hello," said Nulty. "What the deuce is this?"
He bent down for a look into the unconscious man's face.
"The super's clerk!"
he exclaimed, and stared around for help. There was no one in sight, save the approaching Polacks, but one of these hurriedly, if unsteadily, lurched forward.
"Mr. Walton,"
announced Ivan Peloff genially.
"Him be sick, yes?"
"Where's he live?" demanded Nulty, without waste of words.
"Him by me live,"
said Ivan Peloff, tapping his chest proudly as he swayed upon his feet. He called to his companions and reached for P. Walton's legs.
"We take him by us home."
"Leave him alone," said Nulty gruffly, as the interior of a Polack shanty pictured itself before his eyes.
"Him by me live,"
repeated Ivan Peloff, still reaching doggedly, if uncertainly, for P. Walton's legs.
"Let him alone, I tell you, you drunken guinea!"
roared Nulty suddenly, and his arm went out with a sweep that brushed Ivan Peloff back to an ultimate seat in the road 3 yards away. Without so much as a glance in the direction taken by the other, Nulty stepped up to the rest of the Polacks, stared into their faces, and selecting the one that appeared less drunk than the others, unceremoniously jerked the man by the collar into the foreground.
"You know me," he snapped. "I'm Nulty. Nulty! Say it!"
"Nulty,"
said the bewildered foreigner.
"Yes," said Nulty. "Now you run for the doctor. And you run like hell. If he ain't at home, find him. Tell him to come to Nulty. Quick! Understand?"
The Polack nodded his head excitedly.
"Doctor! Nulty!"
he ejaculated brightly.
"Yes," said Nulty. "Go on now. Run!"
And he gave the Polack an initial start with a vigorous push that nearly toppled the man forward on his nose. Nulty stooped down, picked up P. Walton in his arms as though the latter were a baby, and started toward his own home, a block away.
"My God," he muttered. "A railroad man down there in a state like this. He'd have a long chance, he would. Poor devil. Guess he won't last out many more of these. Blast it all! Now if the wife was home, she'd know what to do. Blamed if I know."
For all that, however, Nulty did pretty well. He put P. Walton to bed and started feeding him cracked ice even before the doctor came. After that, Nulty went on feeding cracked ice. Along toward midnight, Gleason, the yardmaster, burst hurriedly into the house.
"Say, Nulty, you there?" he bawled. "That blasted train robber's got away, and oh!"
He had stepped from the hall over the threshold of the bedroom door, only to halt abruptly as his eyes fell upon the bed.
"Anything I can do, Nulty?"
he asked in a booming whisper that he tried to make soft. Nulty, sitting in a chair by the bed, shook his head, and Gleason tiptoed in squeaky boots out of the house. P. Walton, who had been lying with closed eyes, opened them and looked at Nulty. "What did he say?" he inquired.
"Says the fellow we got today's got away," said Nulty shortly. "Shut up. The doctor says you're not to talk."
P. Walton's bright eyes made a circuit of the room, came back, and rested again on Nulty. "Would you know him again if you saw him?" he demanded.
"Would I know him?" exclaimed Nulty. "It's not likely I wouldn't, is it? I was deadheading him down from Gopher Butte, wasn't I?"
"I think," said P. Walton slowly, "if it were me, I'd be scared stiff that he got away. Afraid he'd be trying to revenge that other fella, you know. And you want to look out for him."
"I'll ask nothing better than to meet him again," said Nulty grimly. "Now shut up. You're not to talk."
P. Walton was pretty sick. Nulty sat up all that night with him, laid off from his run the next day, and sat up with P. Walton again the next night. Then, having sent for Mrs. Nulty, who was visiting relatives down the line, Mrs. Nulty took a hand in the nursing. Mrs. Nulty was a little, sweet-faced woman with gray Irish eyes and no style about her. Nulty's paycheck didn't reach that far, but she knew how to nurse, and if her hands were red and the knuckles a little swollen from the wash tub, she could use them with a touch that was full enough of tender sympathy to discount anything a manicure might have reason to find fault with on professional grounds. She didn't rate Nulty for turning her home into a hospital and crowding her train sheet of work, already pretty full, past all endurance. Mrs. Nulty, God bless her, wasn't that kind of a woman. She looked at her husband with a sort of happy pride in her eyes, looked at P. Walton and said,
Poor man.
as her eyes filled, and went to work. But for all of that, it was touch and go with P. Walton. P. Walton was a pretty sick man. It's queer the way trouble of that sort starts. Down and out one day with every signal in every block set dead against you, and the next day a clear track with rights through buttoned in your reefer, a wide-flung throttle, and the sweep of the wind through the cab glass whipping your face till you could yell with the mad joy of living. It's queer. 5 days saw P. Walton back at the office, as good, apparently, as ever he was, but Mrs. Nulty didn't stop nursing. Nulty came down sick in place of P. Walton and took to bed. "To give her a chance to keep her hand in," Nulty said. Nulty came down, not from overdoing it on P. Walton's account. A few nights sitting up wasn't enough to lay a man like Nulty low. Nulty came down with a touch of just plain mountain fever. It wasn't anything serious or anything like that, but it put a stop order, temporarily at least, on the arrangements Nulty had cussed P. Walton into agreeing to. P. Walton was to come and board with the Nultys at the same figure he was paying Ivan Peloff until he got a raise and could pay more. And so, while Nulty was running hot and cold with mountain fever, P. Walton, with Mrs. Nulty in mind, kept his reservations on down in the Polack quarters until such time as Nulty should get better, and went back to work at the office. On the first night of his convalescence, P. Walton had a visitor, in the person of Larry, the brains and leader of the gang. Larry did not come inside the shack. He waited outside in the dark until P. Walton went out to him.
Hello, Duke, said Larry. Tough luck, huh? Been sick? Gee, I'm glad to see you. All to the mustard again? Couldn't get into town before, but a fellow uptown said you'd been bad.
"Hello, Larry," returned P. Walton, and he shook the other's hand cordially. "Glad to see you, too. Yes, I guess I'm all right. Till next time."
"Sure you are," said Larry heartily. "Anything good doing?"
"Well," said P. Walton, "I don't know whether you'd call it good or not, but there was a new order went into effect yesterday to remain in force until further notice, owing to the heavy passenger traffic. They are taking the mail and express cars off the regular afternoon eastbound trains and running them as a through extra on fast time. They figure to land the mails east quicker and ease up on the equipment of the regular trains so as to keep them a little nearer schedule. So now the express stuff comes along on extra number 34. Due Spider Cut at 8:17 p.m., which is her last stop before Big Cloud."
"Say," said Larry dubiously, "'tain't gonna be possible to board a train like that casual like, is it?"
Then brightening suddenly,
"But say, when you get to thinking about it, it don't size up so bad, neither. I got the lay, Duke. I got it for fair. Listen. Instead of a trainload of passengers to handle, there won't be no one after the ditching but what's left of the train crew and the mail clerks. A couple of us can stand the stamp lickers up easy, while the two others pinches the swag. We'll stop her all right. We'll ditch the train, see? There's a peach of a place for it about 7 miles up the line from here. We tap the wires, Big Tom's some cheese at that, and then cuts them as soon as we know the train has passed Spider Cut and is wafting its way toward us. Ha! Say, it's good, Duke. It's like a Christmas present. I was near forgetting the registered mail."
P. Walton laughed and coughed. "I guess it's all right, Larry," he said. "According to a letter I saw in the office this afternoon, there's a big shipment of banknotes that some bank is remitting, and that will be on board night after next."
"Say that again," said Larry, sucking in his breath quickly. "I ain't deaf, but I'd like to hear it just once more."
"I was thinking," said P. Walton, more to himself than to his companion, that I'd like to get down to northern Australia, up Queensland way. They say it's good for what ails me. Bakes it out of one.
Duke, said Larry, shoving out his hand, you can buy your ticket the day after the night after next. You'll get yours, and don't you forget it. I'll see to that. We'll move camp tomorrow down handy to the place I told you about and get things ready. And say, Duke, is that cuss Nolte on the new run?
I don't know anything about Nolte, said P. Walton.
Well, I hope he is,
said Larry, with a fervent oath.
We're going to cut the heart out of him for what he did to Spud. The butcher was for coming into town and putting a bullet through him anyway, but I'm not for throwing the game. It won't hurt Spud's memory any to wait a bit, and we won't lose any enthusiasm by the delay. You can bet your life on that. And now I guess I'll mosey along. The less I'm seen around here, the better. Well, so long, Duke. I got it straight, huh? Night after tomorrow, train passes Spider Cut 8:17. That right?
8:17, night after tomorrow, yes, said P. Walton. Good luck to you, Larry.
Same to you, Duke,
said Larry, and slipped away in the shadows. P. Walton went uptown to sit for an hour or two with Nolte, turnabout being no more than fair play. Also, on the following night, he did the same, and on this latter occasion he took the opportunity, when Mrs. Nolte wasn't around to hear and worry about it, to turn the conversation on the hold-up, after leading up to it casually. When you get out and back on your run again, Nolte, I'd keep a sharp lookout for that fellow whose pal you shot, he said.
You can trust me for that, said Nolte anxiously. I'll bet he wouldn't get away a second time.
Unless he saw you first, amended P. Walton evenly. There's probably more where those two came from. A gang of them, I dare say. They'll have it in for you, Nolte.
Don't you worry none about me, said Nolte, and his jaw shot out. I'm able to take care of myself.
Oh, well, said P. Walton, I'm just warning you, that's all. Anyway, there isn't any immediate need for worry. I guess you're safe enough, so long as you stay in bed. The next day P. Walton worked assiduously at the office. If excitement or nervousness in regard to the events of the night that was to come was in any wise his portion, he did not show it. There was not a quiver in the steel-plate hand in which he wrote the super's letters, not even an inadvertent blur on the tissue pages of the book in which he copied them. Only, perhaps, he worked a little more slowly. His work wasn't done when the shop whistle blew, and he came back to the office after supper. It was close on 10 minutes after 8 when he finally finished, and went into the dispatcher's room with a sheaf of official telegrams to go east during the night at odd moments when the wires were light. Here's the super's stuff, he said, laying the papers on the dispatcher's desk. All right, said Spence, who was sitting in on the early trick. How's P. Walton tonight? Pretty fair, said P. Walton, with a smile. How's everything moving? Slick as clockwork, Spence answered. Everything on the dot. I'll get some of that stuff off for you now. Good, said P. Walton, moving toward the door. Good night, Spence. Night, old man, rejoined Spence, and picking up the first of the super's telegrams, began to rattle a call on his key like the tattoo of a snare drum. P. Walton, in possession of the information he sought, that Extra 34 was on time, descended the stairs to the platform and started uptown. I think, he mused as he went along, that about as good a place as any for me when this thing breaks will be sitting with Nolte. P. Walton noticed the light burning in Nolte's bedroom window as he reached the house, and, it being a warm night, found the front door wide open. He stepped into the hall, and from there into the bedroom. Mrs. Nolte was sitting in a rocking chair beside the lamp, mending away busily at a pair of Nolte's overalls, but there wasn't anybody else in the room. Hello, said P. Walton cheerily. Where's the sick man?
Why, didn't you know?
Asked Mrs. Nolte a little anxiously, as she laid aside her work and rose from her chair.
The express company sent word this morning that if he was able, they particularly wanted to have him make the run through the mountains tonight on extra number 34. I think it was some special shipment of money. He wasn't at all fit to go, and I tried to keep him home, but he wouldn't listen to me. He went up to Elk River this morning to meet 34 and to come back on it. I've been worrying about him all day."
P. Walton's eyes rested on the anxious face of the little woman before him, dropped to the red, hard-working hands that played nervously with the corner of her apron, then traveled to Nulty's alarm clock that ticked raucously upon the table. It was 8:17. Walton smiled. "Now, don't you worry, Mrs. Nulty," he said reassuringly. "A touch of mountain fever isn't anything one way or the other. Don't you worry, it'll be all right. I didn't know he was out, and I was going to sit with him for a little while, but what I really came for was to get him to lend me a revolver. There's a coyote haunting my end of the town that's kept me awake for the last 2 nights, and I'd like to even up the score. If Nulty hasn't taken the whole of his armament with him, perhaps you'll let me have one."
"Why, yes, of course,"
said Mrs. Nulty readily.
Well, there's 2 in the top of the bureau drawer. Take whichever one you want."
"Thanks," said P. Walton, and stepped to the bureau. He took out a revolver, slipped it into his pocket, and turned toward the door. "Now, don't you worry, Mrs. Nulty," he said encouragingly, "because there's nothing to worry about. Tell him I dropped in, will you? And thank you again for the revolver. Good night, Mrs. Nulty." P. Walton's eyes strayed to the clock as he left the room. It was 8:19. On the sidewalk, he broke into a run, dashed around the corner, and sped, with instantly protesting lungs, down Main Street, making for the railroad yards. And as he ran, P. Walton did a sum in mental arithmetic, while his breath came in gasps. If you remember Flanagan, you will remember that the distance from Spider Cut to Big Cloud was 21.7 miles. P. Walton figured it roughly 22. Number 34, on time, had already left Spider Cut at 8:17, and the wires were cut. Her running time for the 22 miles was 29 minutes. She made Big Cloud at 8:46. Counting Larry's estimate of 7 miles to be accurate, number 34 had 15 miles to go from Spider Cut before they piled her in the ditch, and it would take her a little over 19 minutes to do it. With 2 minutes already elapsed, 3 now, and allowing, by shaving it close, another 5 before he started, P. Walton found that he was left with 11 minutes in which to cover 7 miles. It took P. Walton 4 of his 5-minute allowance to reach the station platform, and here, for just an instant, he paused while his eyes swept the twinkling switch lights in the yards. Then he raced along the length of the platform, jumped from the upper end to the ground, and, lurching a little, up the main line track to where foreshortened, unclassed little switching engine, the 229, was struggling heavily, and stealing a momentary rest after having sent a string of flats flying down a spur under the tender guidance of a brakeman or 2. And as P. Walton ran, he reached into his pocket and drew out Nulty's revolver. There wasn't much light inside the cab. There was only the lamp over the gauges, but it was light enough to show P. Walton's glittering eyes, fever bright, the deadly white of his face, the deadly smile on his lips, and the deadly weapon in his hand as he sprang through the gangway. "Get out!" panted P. Walton coldly. Neither Dalheen, the fireman, nor Mulligan, fat as a porpoise, on the right-hand side, stood upon the order of their going. Dalheen ducked and took a flying leap through the left-hand gangway, and Mulligan, with a sort of anxious gasp that seemed as though he wished to convey to P. Walton the fact that he was hurrying all he could, squeezed himself through the right-hand gangway and sat down on the ground. P. Walton pulled the throttle open with an unscientific jerk. With a kind of startled scream from the hissing steam, the sparks flying from madly racing drivers, as the wheel tires bent into the rails, the old 229, like a frightened thoroughbred at the vicious lash of a yokel driver, reared and plunged wildly forward. The sudden violent start from inertia pitched P. Walton off his feet, across the driver's seat, and smashed his head against the reversing lever that stood notched forward in the segment. He gained his feet again, and, his head swimming a little from the blow, looked behind him. Yells were coming from half a dozen different directions. Forms, racing along with lanterns bobbing up and down, were tearing madly for the upper end of the yard toward him. There was a blur of switch lights, red, white, purple, and green. Then, with a wicked lurch around a curve, darkness hid them, and the sweep of the wind, the roar of the pounding drivers deadened all other sounds. P. Walton smiled, a strange, curious, wistful smile, and sat down in Mulligan's seat. His qualifications for a Brotherhood card had been exhausted when he had pulled the throttle. Engine driving was not in P. Walton's line. P. Walton smiled at the air latch, the water glass, the gauges and injectors whose inner workings were mysteries to him, and clung to the window sill of the cab to keep his seat. He understood the throttle, in a measure. He had ridden up and down the yards in the switchers once or twice during the month that was past. That was all. Quicker came the bark of the exhaust, quicker the speed. P. Walton's eyes were fixed through the cab glass ahead, following the headlight's glare that silvered now the rails, and now flung its beams athwart the stubble of a butte as the 229 swung a curve. Around him, about him, was dizzy, lurching chaos, as like some mad thing the little switcher reeled drunkenly through the night, now losing her wheelbase with a sickening slew on the circling track, now finding it again with a staggering quiver as she struck the tangent once more. It was not scientific running. P. Walton never eased her, never helped her. P. Walton was not an engineer. He only knew that he must go fast to make the 7 miles in 11 minutes, and he was going fast. And mocking every formula of dynamics, the little switcher, with no single trailing coach to steady it, swinging, swaying, rocking, held the rails. P. Walton's lips were still half parted in their strange, curious smile. A deafening roar was in his ears, the pound of beating trucks on the fish plates, the creak and groan of axle play, the screech of crunching flanges, the whistling wind, the full-toned thunder now of the exhaust, and reverberating back and forth, flinging it from butte to butte, for miles around in the foothills, the still night woke into 1,000 answering echoes. Meanwhile, back in Big Cloud, things were happening in the super's office. Spence, the dispatcher, interrupting Carleton and Regan at their nightly pedro, came hastily into the room.
"Something's wrong," he said tersely. "I can't get anything west of here, and—"
He stopped suddenly as Mulligan, flabby white, came tumbling into the room.
"He's gone off his chump!" screamed Mulligan. "Gone delirious or mad or—"
"What's the matter?" Carleton was on his feet, his words cold as ice.
"Here!" gasped the engineer. "Look!"
He dragged Carleton to the side window and pointed up the track. The 229, sparks volleying skyward from her stack, was just disappearing around the first bend.
That's the 229, he panted. P. Walton's in her. Drove me and Dalheen out of the cab with a revolver.
For an instant, no more than a breathing space, no one spoke. Then Spence's voice, with a queer sag in it, broke the silence.
Extra 34 left Spider Cut 8 minutes ago.
Carleton, master always of himself and master always of the situation, spoke before the words were hardly out of the dispatcher's mouth. "Order the wrecker out, Spence. Jump. Mulligan, go down and help get the crew together." And then, as Spence and Mulligan hurried from the room, Carleton looked at the master mechanic. "Well, Tommy, what do you make of this?" he demanded grimly. Regan, with thinned lips, was pulling viciously at his mustache. "What do I make of it?" he growled. "A mail train in the ditch, and nothing worth speaking of left of the 229. That's what I make of it." Carleton shook his head. "Doesn't it strike you as a rather remarkable coincidence that our wires should go out, and P. Walton should go off his head with delirium at the same moment?" "Eh?" snapped Regan sharply. "Eh? What do you mean?" "I don't mean anything," Carleton answered, clipping off his words. "It's strange, that's all. I think we'll go up with the wrecker, Tommy." "Yes," said Regan slowly, puzzled. Then, with a scowl and a tug at his mustache, "It does look queer. Queerer every minute. Blame queer. I wonder who P. Walton is and where he came from, anyhow." "You asked me that once before," Carleton threw back over his shoulder, moving toward the door. "P. Walton never said." And while Regan, still tugging at his mustache, followed Carleton down the stairs to the platform, and ill-omened call-boys flew about the town for the wrecking crew, and the 1018, big and capable, snorting from a full head of steam, backed the tool car, a flat, and the rumbling derrick from a spur to the main line, P. Walton still sat, smiling strangely, clinging to the window sill of the laboring 229, staring out into the night through the cab glass ahead. "You see," said P. Walton to himself, as though summing up an argument dispassionately, "ditching a train traveling pretty near a mile a minute is apt to result in a few casualties, and Nulty might get hurt, and if he didn't, the first thing they'd do would be to pass him out for keeps. Anyway, on Spud's account, they're not a very gentle lot. I remember the night back at Joliet that Larry and the Butcher walked out with the guards' clothes on, after cracking the guards' skulls. They're not a very gentle lot, and I guess they've been to some trouble fixing up for tonight. Enough so's they won't feel pleasant at having it spoiled, I guess." P. Walton coughed. "I won't need any ticket for the heat of northern Queensland, I guess," he ended gravely. "I guess I'm going to hell." P. Walton put his head out through the window and listened, and nodded his head. "Sound carries a long way out here in the foothills," he observed. "They ought to hear it on the mail train as soon as we get close, and I guess we're close enough now to start it." P. Walton got down, and, clutching at the cab frame for support, lifted up the cover of the engineer's seat. There was sure to be something there among the tools that would do. P. Walton's hand came out with a heavy piece of cord. He turned then, pulled the whistle lever down, tied it down, and, screaming now like a lost soul, the 229 reeled on through the night. The minutes passed, and then the pace began to slacken. Dalheen was always rated a good fireman, and a wizard with the shovel, but even Dalheen had his limitations, and P. Walton hadn't helped him out any. The steam was dropping pretty fast as the 229 started to climb a grade. P. Walton stared anxiously about him. It must be 11 minutes now since he had started from the Big Cloud yards, but how far had he come? Was he going to stop too soon, after all? What was the matter? P. Walton's eyes on the track ahead dilated suddenly, and as suddenly he reached for the throttle and slammed it shut. He was not going to stop too soon, perhaps not soon enough. Larry, the Butcher, Big Tom, and Dago Pete had chosen their position well. 100 yards ahead, the headlight played on a dismantled roadbed and torn up rails, then shot off into nothingness over the embankment as the right of way swerved sharply to the right. They had left no single loophole for Extra 34, not even a fighting chance. The mail train would swing the curve and be into the muck before the men in her cab would be able to touch a lever. Screaming hoarsely, the 229 slowed, bumped her pony truck on the ties where there were no longer any rails, jarred, bounced, and thumped along another half-dozen yards, and brought up with a shock that sent P. Walton reeling back on the coal in the tender. A dark form, springing forward, bulked in the left-hand gangway, and P. Walton recognized the Butcher. "Keep out, Butch," he coughed over the scream of the whistle, and the Butcher, in his surprise, sort of sagged mechanically back to the ground. "It's the Dook!" he yelled with a gasp, and then, as other forms joined him, he burst into a torrent of oaths. "What the blazes are you doing?" he bawled. "The train'll be along any minute, if you ain't queered it already. Cut out that cursed whistle! Cut it out, you hear, or we'll come in there and do it for you in a way you won't like. Have you gone nutty?" "Try it," invited P. Walton, and coughed again. "You won't have far to come, but I'll drop you if you do. I've changed my mind. There isn't going to be any wreck tonight. You'd better use what time is left in making your getaway." "So that's it, is it?" roared another voice. "You dirty pup! You'd squeal on your pals, would you, you white-livered snitch, you? Well, take that!" There was a flash. A lane of light cut streaming through the darkness, and a bullet lodged with an angry spat on the coal behind P. Walton's head. Another and another followed. P. Walton smiled and flattened himself down on the coal. A form leaped for the gangway, and P. Walton fired. There was a yell of pain, and the man dropped back. Then P. Walton heard some of them running around behind the tender, and they came at him from both sides, firing at an angle through both gangways. Yells, oaths, revolver shots, and the screech of the whistle filled the air. And again P. Walton smiled. He was hit now, quite badly, somewhere in his side. His brain grew sick and giddy. He fired once, twice, more unsteadily. Then the revolver slipped from his fingers. From somewhere came another whistle. They weren't firing at him any more. They were running away. And P. Walton tried to rise and pitched back unconscious. Nulty, the first man out from the mail train, found him there, and wondering, his face set and grim, carried P. Walton to the express car. They made a mattress for him out of chair cushions and laid him on the floor. And there, a few minutes later, Regan and Carleton from the wrecker, after a look at the 229 and the wrecked track that spoke eloquently for itself, joined the group. Carleton knelt and looked at P. Walton, then looked into Nulty's face. Nulty, bending over P. Walton on the other side, shook his head. "He's past all hope," he said gruffly. P. Walton stirred, and his lips moved. He was talking to himself. "If I were you, Nulty," he murmured, and they stooped to catch the words, "I'd look out for the The words trailed off into incoherency. Regan, tugging at his mustache, swallowed a lump in his throat and turned away his head. "It's queer," he muttered. "How'd he know? What? I wonder where he came from and who he was." But P. Walton never said. P. Walton was dead. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of The Night Operator by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Night Operator, Chapter 6, The Age Limit, Part 1. As its scarred and battle-torn colors are the glory of a regiment, brave testimony of hard-fought fields where men were men, so too the Hill Division is its tradition. And there are names there, too, on the honor roll, not famous, not worldwide, not on every tongue, but names that in railroading will never die. The years have gone since men fought and conquered the sullen, gray-walled Rockies and shackled them with steel and iron, and laid their lives on the altar of one of the mightiest engineering triumphs the world has ever known. But the years have dimmed no memory, have only brought achievement into clearer focus, and honor to its fullness where honor is due. They tell the stories of those days yet, as they always will tell them, at night in the roundhouse over the soft purr of steam, with the yellow flicker of the oil lamps on the group clustered around the pilot of a 1600 class mountain greyhound. And the telling is as though men stood erect, bareheaded, at salute, to the passing of the old guard. Heroes? They never called themselves that, never thought of themselves in that way, those old fellows who have left their stories. Their uniform was a suit of overalls, their decorations the grime that came with the day's work. Just railroad men, hard-tongued, hard-fisted, hard-faced, rough, without much polish perhaps, as some rank polish, with hearts that were right and big as a woman's. That was all. McCaffery, Dan McCaffery, was one of these. This is old Dan McCaffery's story. McCaffery? Dan was an engineer, one of the old-timers, blue-eyed, thin, but you'd never get old Dan that way. He wouldn't look natural. You've got to put him in the cab of the 304, leaning out of the window, way out, thin as a bent toothpick, and pounding down the gorge and around into the straight, making for the Big Cloud yards, with a string of buff-colored coaches jouncing after him, and himself bouncing up and down in his seat like an animated piece of rubber. Nobody ever saw old Dan inside the cab, that is, all in. He always had his head out of the window, said he could see better, though the wind used to send the water trickling down from the old blue eyes, and generally there were two little white streaks on his cheeks where no grime or coal dust ever got a chance at a stranglehold on the skin crevices. For the rest, what you could see sticking out of the cab over the whirling rod as he came down the straight was just a black, greasy, peaked cap surmounting a scanty fringe of gray hair, and a wizened face with a round little knob in the center of it for a nose. But that isn't altogether old Dan McCaffery either. There was Mrs. McCaffery. Everybody liked Dan, with his smile and the cheery way he had of puckering up his lips sympathetically and pushing back his cap and scratching near his ear where the hair was, as he listened maybe to a hard luck story. Everybody liked Dan, but they swore by Mrs. McCaffery. Leaving out the railroaders who worshipped her anyway, even the worst characters in Big Cloud, and there were some pretty bad ones in those early days, hangers-on and touts for the gambling hells and dives, used to speak of the little old lady in the lace cap with a sort of veneration. Lace cap? Yes, sounds queer, doesn't it? An engineer's wife, keeping his shanty in a rough and ready, half-baked bit of an uncivilized town in the shadow of the Rockies, and a lace cap don't go together very often, that's a fact. But it is equally a fact that Mrs. McCaffery wore a lace cap, and somehow none of the other women ever had a word to say about her being stuck up, either. There was something patrician about Mrs. McCaffery, not the cold, standoffish effect that's only make-believe, but the real thing. The Lord knows she had to work hard enough, but you never saw her rinsing the washtub suds from her hands and coming to the door with her sleeves rolled up. Not at all. The last thing you'd ever think there was in that house was a washtub. Little lace cap over smoothly parted gray hair, little black dress with a little white frill around the throat, and just a glad look on her face whether she'd ever seen you before or not. That was Mrs. McCaffery. As far back as anyone could remember, she had always looked like that, always a little old lady, never a young woman, although she and Dan had come there years before, even before the operating department had got the steel shaken down into anything that might with justice be called a permanent right of way. Perhaps it was the gray hair. Mrs. McCaffery's hair had been gray then, when it ought to have been the glossy, luxuriant brown that the old-fashioned daguerreotype hanging in the shanty's combination dining and sitting room proclaimed that it once was. Big Cloud, of course, didn't call her patrician, because they didn't talk that way out there. They said there was some class to Mrs. McCaffery, and if their expression was inelegant, what they meant by it wasn't. Not that they ranked her any finer than Dan, for the last one of them ranked Dan as one of God's own noblemen, and there's nothing finer than that, only they figured, at least the women did, that back in the old country she'd been brought up to things that Dan McCaffery hadn't. Maybe that accounted for their sending young Dan east, and pinching themselves pretty near down to bedrock to give the boy an education and a start. Not that Mrs. McCaffery had any notions that railroading in overalls and dirt was plebeian and beneath her. Far from it. She was proud of old Dan, proud of his work, proud of his record. She'd talk about Dan's engine to you by the hour, just as though it were alive, just as Dan would, and she would have hung chintz curtains on the cab windows and put flower pots on the running boards if they had let her. It wasn't that. Mrs. McCaffery wasn't that kind. Only there were limitations to a cab, and she didn't want the boy, he was the only one they had, to start out with limitations of any kind that would put a slow order on his reaching the goal her mother's heart dreamed of. What goal? Who knows? Mothers always dream of their boys' future in that gentle, loving, all-conquering, up-in-the-clouds kind of way, don't they? She wanted young Dan to do something, make a name for himself some day. And young Dan did. He handed a jolt to the theory of heredity that should, if it didn't, have sent the disciples of that creed to the mat for the full count. When he got through his education, he got into a bank and backed the brain development the old couple had scrimped to the bone to give him against the market, with $5,000 of the bank's money. Old Dan and Mrs. McCaffery got him off. Mrs. McCaffery with her sweet old face, and Dan with his grim old honesty. The bank didn't prosecute. The boy was drowned in a ferryboat accident the year after, and old Dan had been paying up ever since. He was always paying up. $5,000, even in installments for a whole lot of years, didn't leave much to come and go on from his monthly paycheck. He talked some of dropping the benefit orders he belonged to, and he belonged to most of them. But Mrs. McCaffery talked him out of that on account of the insurance, she said, but really because she knew that Dan and his lodge rooms and his regalias and his worshipful titles were just part and parcel of each other, and that he either was, or was just going to be, supreme, high, chief, illustrious something or other of every order in town. Besides, after all, it didn't cost much compared with the other, just meant pinching a tiny bit harder, and so they pinched. Old Dan and Mrs. McCaffery didn't talk about their troubles. You'd never get the blues on their account, no matter how intimate you got with them. But everybody knew the story, of course, for everybody knows a thing like that, and everybody knew that dollars were scarce up at the McCafferys' shanty, for though they didn't know how much old Dan sent east each year, they knew it had to be a pretty big slice of what was coming to him to make much impression on that $5,000 at the other end. And they wondered, naturally enough, how the McCafferys got along at all. But the McCafferys got along somehow, outwardly without a sign of the hurt that was deeper than a mere matter of dollars and cents, got along through the years, and Mrs. McCaffery got a little grayer, a little more gentle and patient and sweet-faced, and old Dan's hair narrowed to a fringe like a broken tonsure above his ears, but there's our clearance now, and we're off with a clean swept track and the rights through into division. Dan was handling the cab end of one of the local passenger runs when things broke loose in the east, a flurry in Wall Street. But Wall Street was a long, long way from the Rockies, and though the papers were full of it, there didn't seem to be anything intimate enough in a battle of brokers and magnates, bitter, prolonged, and to the death though it might be, to stir up any excitement or enthusiasm on the Hill Division. The Hill Division, generally speaking, had about all it could do to mind its own affairs without bothering about those of others, for the Rockies, if conquered, took their subjection with bad grace and were always in an incipient state of insurrection that kept the operating, the motive power, and the maintenance of way departments close to the verge of nervous prostration without much let-up to speak of. But when the smoke cleared away down east, the Hill Division and Big Cloud forgot their bridge troubles and their washouts and their slides long enough to stick their tongues in their cheeks and look askance at each other. And Carleton, in his swivel chair, pulled on the amber mouthpiece of his briar and looked at Regan, who in turn pulled on his scraggly brown mustache and reached for his hip pocket and his plug. The system was under new control.
Who's H. Harrington Campbell when he's at home?
Sputtered Regan. Our new general manager, Tommy, Carleton told him for the second time. Regan grunted.
I ain't blind. I've read that much. Who is he? Know him?
Carleton took the pipe from his mouth, a little seriously. It's the PM&K crowd, Tommy. Makes quite an amalgamation, doesn't it? Direct Eastern Tidewater connection, what? They're a younger lot, pretty progressive, too, and sharp as they make them.
I don't care a hoot who owns the stock,
observed Regan, biting deeply at his blackstrap.
It's the bucko with the overgrown name in the center that interests me. Who's he? Do you know him?
Yes, said Carleton slowly. I know him. He got up suddenly and walked over to the window, looked out into the yards for a moment, then turned to face the master mechanic. I know him, and I know most of the others, and I'll say, between you and me, Tommy, that I'm blamed sorry they've got their fingers on the old road. They're a cold, money-grabbing crew, and Campbell's about as human as a snowman, only not so warm-blooded. I fancy you'll see some changes out here.
I turned down an offer from the pen last week, said the fat little master mechanic reminiscently. Maybe I...
Carleton laughed. He could afford to. There was hardly a road in the country but had made covetous offers for the services of the cool-eyed master of the Hill Division, who was the idol of his men down to the last car tink. No, I guess not, Tommy. Our heads are safe enough, I think. When I go, you go. And as the PM and K have been after me before, I guess they'll let me alone now that I'm on their payroll.
What kind of changes, then?
Inquired Regan gruffly. I don't know, said Carleton. I don't know, Tommy. New crowd, new ways. We'll see. And in time, Regan saw. Perhaps Regan himself, together with Riley the trainmaster, were unwittingly the means of bringing it about a little sooner than it might otherwise have come. Perhaps not. Ultimately, it would have been all the same. Sentiment and H. Harrington Campbell were not on speaking terms. However, one way or the other, in results, it makes little difference. It was natural enough that about the first official act of the new directors should be a trip to look over the new property they had acquired, and if there was any resentment on the Hill Division at the change in ownership, there was no sign of it in Big Cloud when the word went out of what was coming. On the contrary, everybody sort of figured to make a kind of holiday affair of it, for the special was to lay off there until afternoon to give the big fellows a chance to see the shops. Anyway, it was more or less mutually understood that they were to be given the best the Hill Division had to offer. Regan kept his pet flyer, the 1608, in the roundhouse, and tinkered over her for 2 days, and sent for Dan McCaffery. There'd been a good deal of speculation amongst the engine crews as to who would get the run, and the men were hot for the honor. Regan squinted at old Dan, and squinted at the 1608 on the pit beside him.
How do you think she looks, Dan?
He inquired casually. The old engineer ran his eyes wistfully over the big racer, groomed to the minute, like the thoroughbred it was.
She'll do you proud, Regan,
he said simply. And then Regan's fat little hand came down with a bang on the other's overall shoulder. That was Regan's way.
And you too, Dan, he grinned. I've got you slated for the run.
Me? Said McCaffery, his wizened face lighting up.
You, sure.
Regan's grin expanded.
It's coming to you, ain't it? You're the senior engineer on the division, aren't you? Well, then, what's the matter with you? Riley's doing the same for Pete Chartrand. He's putting Pete in the aisles, what?
Old Dan looked at Regan, then at the 1608, and back at Regan again.
Say, he said a little huskily, the missus'll be pleased when I tell her. We was talking it over last night and hoping, just hoping, mind you, that maybe.
Well, go tell her then, said the little master mechanic, who didn't need any word picture to make him see Mrs. McCaffery's face when she heard the news, and he gave the engineer a friendly push doorwards. Not a very big thing to pull the latch on the director's special? Nothing to make a fuss over? Well, no, perhaps not. Not unless you were a railroad man. It meant quite a bit to Dan McCaffery, though, and quite a bit to Mrs. McCaffery, because it was an honor coming to Dan, and it meant something to Regan, too. Call it a little thing, but little things count a whole lot, too, sometimes in this old world of ours, don't they? There had been a sort of little program mapped out. Regan, as naturally fell to his lot, being master mechanic, was to do the honors of the shops, and Carleton was to make the run up through the Rockies and over the division with the new directors. But at the last moment a telegram sent the superintendent flying east to a brother's sickbed, and the whole kit and caboodle of the honors, to his inward consternation and dismay, fell to Regan. Regan, however, did the best he could. He fished out the black Sunday suit he wore on the rare occasions when he had time to know one day of the week from the other, wriggled into a boiled shirt and a stiff collar that was yellow for want of daylight, and, nervous as a galvanic battery, was down on the platform an hour before the train was due. Also, by the time the train rolled in, Regan's handkerchief was wringing wet from the sweat he mopped off his forehead. But 5 minutes after that, the earnest little master mechanic, as he afterwards confided to Carleton, wouldn't have given a whoop for 2 trainloads of 'em, let alone the measly lot you could crowd into one private car. Somehow Regan had got it into his head that he was going on his mettle before a crowd of up to the minute, way up railroaders, but what he found there wasn't a practical railroad man amongst them, bar H. Herrington Campbell, to whom he promptly and wholeheartedly took a dislike. Regan experienced a sort of pitying contempt, which, if it passed over the nabobs' heads without doing them any harm, had at least the effect of putting the fat little master mechanic almost superciliously at his ease. Inspect the shops? Not at all. They were out for a joy ride across the continent and the fun there was in it. "How long we got here? 3 hours? Wow!" boomed a big fellow, stretching his arms lazily as he gazed about them.
"Let's paint the town, boys,"
wheezed an asthmatic, bow-legged little man of 50 who sported an enormous gold watch chain.
"Come on and look the natives over."
Regan, who had been a little hazy on the etiquette of chewing in select company, reached openly for his plug, and kind of squinted over it non-committingly as he bit in at H. Herrington Campbell, who stood beside him. Carleton had sized the new general manager up pretty well, cold as a snowman, and he looked it. H. Herrington Campbell was a spare-built man, with sharp, quick, black eyes, a face like a hawk, and lips so thin you wouldn't know he had any if one corner of his mouth hadn't been pried kind of open, so to speak, with the stub of a cigar.
"Go ahead and amuse yourself, boys,"
H. Herrington Campbell talked out of the corner of his mouth where the cigar was.
"We pull out at 12:30 sharp."
Then to Regan curtly,
"We'll look the equipment and shops over, Mr. Regan."
"Yes, sure," agreed Regan, without much enthusiasm, and led the way across the tracks toward the roundhouse as a starting point for the inspection tour. The whole blamed thing was different from the way Regan had figured it out in his mind beforehand, but Regan set out to make himself agreeable, and H. Herrington Campbell listened. H. Herrington Campbell was the greatest listener Regan had ever met, and Regan froze, and then Regan thawed out again, but not on account of H. Herrington Campbell. Regan might have an unresponsive audience, but then Regan didn't require an audience at all to warm him up when it came to his roundhouse and his big mountain racers and the shops he lay awake at night planning and thinking about. Here and there H. Herrington Campbell shot out a question, crisp, incisive, unexpected, and lapsed into silence again. That was all. They inspected everything there was to inspect. But when they got through, Regan had about as good an idea of what impression it had made on H. Herrington Campbell as he had when he started out, which is to say, none at all. The new general manager just listened. Regan had done all the talking. Not that H. Herrington Campbell sized up as a misfit, not by any means, far from it. Regan didn't make that mistake for a minute. He didn't need to be told that the other knew railroading from the ground up. He could feel it. But he didn't need to be told, either, that the other was more a high-geared efficiency machine than he was a man. He could feel that, too. One word of praise Regan wanted, not for himself, but for the things he loved and worked over, and into which he put his soul. And the one word, where 1,000 were due, Regan did not get. The new general manager had the emotional instincts of a wooden Indian. Regan, toward the end of the morning, got to talking a little less himself, that is, aloud. Inwardly, he grew more eloquent than ever, cholerically so. It was train time when they had finished, and the 1608, with old Dan McCaffery, half out of the cab window as usual, had just backed down and coupled on the special, as Regan and the new general manager came along the platform from the upper freight sheds. And Regan, for all his inward spleen, couldn't help it as they reached the big, powerful racer, spick and span from the guard plates up.
"I don't know where you'll beat that, east or west," said Regan proudly, with a wave of his hand at the 1608. "Wish we had more of that type out here. We could use 'em. What do you think of her, Mr. Campbell,
H. Herrington Campbell didn't appear to take any notice of the masterpiece of machine design to speak of. His eyes traveled over the engine and fixed on Dan McCaffery in the cab window. Dan had an old but spotless suit of overalls on, spotless because Mrs. McCaffery, who was even then modestly sharing her husband's honors from the back of the crowd by the ticket office window, had made them spotless with a good many hours' work the day before, for grease sticks hard even in a washtub, and on old Dan's wizened face was a genial smile that would have got an instant response from anybody except H. Herrington Campbell. H. Herrington Campbell didn't smile. Neither did he answer Regan's question. "How old are you?" said he bluntly to Dan McCaffery. "Me?" said old Dan, taken back for a moment. Then he laughed. "Blessed if I know, sir. It's so long since I kept track of my birthdays. 61, I guess. No, 62. H. Herrington Campbell didn't appear to hear the old engineer's answer any more than he had appeared to take any notice of the 1608. He had barely paused in his walk, and he was pulling out his watch now and looking at it as he continued along the platform, only to glance up again as Pete Chartrand, the senior conductor, gray-haired, gray-bearded, but dapper as you please in his blue uniform and brass buttons, hurried by toward the cab with the green tissue copy of the engineer's orders in his hand. Regan opened his mouth to say something, and instead snapped his jaws shut like a steel trap. The last little bit of enthusiasm had oozed out of the usually good-natured little master mechanic. 2 days tinkering with the 1608, the division all keyed up to a smile, everybody trying to do his best to please, a dozen little intimate plans and arrangements talked over and worked out, were all now a matter of earnest and savage regret to Regan. "By Christmas," growled Regan to himself as he elbowed his way through the crowd on the platform. For the town, to the last squaw with a papoose strapped on her back, had turned out to see the director's special off. "By Christmas, if 'twere not for Carleton's sake, I'd tell him, the little tin god that he thinks he is, what I think of him. And maybe," added Regan viciously, as he swung aboard the observation car behind H. Herrington Campbell, "and maybe I will yet." But Regan's cup, brimming as he held it to be, was not yet full. It was a pretty swell train, the director's special, that the crowd sent off with a burst of cheering that lasted until the markers were lost to view around a butte. A pretty swell train, about the swellest that had ever decorated the train sheet of the Hill Division. 2 sleepers, a diner and observation, mostly mahogany, and the baggage car a good enough imitation to fit into the color scheme without outraging even the most aesthetic taste. And the 1608 on the front end, gold leafed and shining like a mirror from polished steel and brass. As far as looks went, there wasn't a thing the matter with it, not a thing. It would have pulled a grin of pride out of a Polack section hand, which is pulling some. And there wasn't anything the matter with the send-off either. That was propitious enough to satisfy anybody. But for all that, barring the first hour or so out of Big Cloud, trouble and the director's special that afternoon were as near akin as twin brothers. Nothing went right. Everything went wrong, except the 1608. That ran as smooth as a full jeweled watch, when old Dan, for the mix-up behind him, could run her at all. The coupling on the diner broke. That started it. When they got that fixed, something else happened. And then the forward truck of the baggage car developed a virulent attack of hot box. The special had the track swept for her clean to the western foothills and rights through. But she didn't need them. Her progress was a crawl. The directors, in spite of their dollar ante and the roof of the observation car for the limit, began to lose interest in their game. "What is this new toy we've bought?" inquired one of them plaintively. "A funeral procession?" Even H. Herrington Campbell began to show emotion. He shifted his cigar stub at intervals from one corner of his mouth to the other. Regan was hot, both ways, inside and out, hotter a whole lot than the hot box he took his coat off to, and helped old Pete Chartrand and the train crew slosh buckets of water over every time the director's special stopped, which was frequently. It wasn't old Pete's fault. It wasn't anybody's fault. It was just blamed hard luck. And it lasted through the whole blamed afternoon, and by the time they pulled into Elk River, where Regan had wired for another car and had transferred the baggage, the director's special, as far as temper went, was as touchy as a man with a bad case of gout. As they coupled on the new car, Regan spoke to old Dan in the cab. Spoke from his heart. "We're 2 hours late, Dan. For the love of Mike, let her out and do something. That bunch back there's getting so damn polite to me you'd think the words would melt in their mouths. What? Old Dan puckered his face into a reassuring smile under the peak of his greasy cap.
"I guess we're all right now we've got rid of that car," he said. "You leave it to me. Just leave it to me, Regan."
Pete Chartrand, savage as though the whole matter were a personal and direct affront, reached up with a new tissue to the cab window.
2 hours and 10 minutes late, he snapped out. Nice, ain't it? Director's special. All the swells. We're doing ourselves proud. Oh, hell!
Keep your shirt on, Pete, said Regan, somewhat inconsistently. Losing your hair over it won't do any good. You're not to blame, are you?
Well, then, forget it.
2 hours and 10 minutes late. Bad enough, but in itself nothing disastrous. It wasn't the first time in railroading that schedules had gone a glimmering. Only there was more to it than that. There were not a few other trains, fast freights, passengers, locals, and work trains, whose movements and the movements of the Director's Special were intimately connected one with the other. 2 hours and 10 minutes was sufficient, a whole lot more than sufficient, to play havoc with a dispatcher's carefully planned meeting points over 100 miles of right-of-way, and all afternoon Donkin had been chewing his lips over his train sheet back in the dispatcher's office at Big Cloud, until the Director's Special, officially Special 117, had become a nightmare to him. Orders, counter-orders, cancellations, new orders had followed each other all afternoon, and now a new batch went out as the rehabilitated Special went out of Elk River, and Bob Donkin, with a sigh of relief at the prospect of clear sailing ahead, pushed his hair out of his eyes and relaxed a little as he began to give back the completes. It wasn't Donkin's fault. There was never so much as a hint that it was. The day man at Mitre Peak forgot. That's all. But it's a hard word. The hardest there is in railroading. There was a lot of traffic moving that afternoon, and with sections, regulars, and extras all trying to dodge Special 117, they were crowding each other pretty hard, and the day man at Mitre Peak forgot. It was edging dusk as old Pete Chartrand from the Elk River platform lifted a finger to old Dan McCaffrey in the cab, and old Dan, with a sort of grim smile at the knowledge that the honor of the Hill Division, what there was left of it as far as Special 117 was concerned, was up to him, opened out the 1608 to take the rights they'd given him afresh for all there was in it. From Elk River to Mitre Peak, where the right-of-way crosses the divide, is a fairly stiff climb. From Mitre Peak to Eagle Pass at the canyon bed, it is an equally emphatic drop, and the track in its gyrations around the base of the towering, jutting peaks, where it clings as a fly clings to a wall, is an endless succession of short tangents and shorter curves. The Rockies, as has been said, had been harnessed, but they had never been tamed, nor never will be. Silent, brooding always. There seems a sullen patience about them, as though they were waiting warily to strike. There are stretches, many of them, where no more than 100 yards will blot utterly one train from the sight of another, where the thundering reverberations of the one, flung echoing back and forth from peak to peak, drown utterly the sounds of the other. And west of Mitre Peak it is like this, and the operator at Mitre Peak forgot the holding order for extra freight number 69. It came quick, quick as the winking of an eye, sudden as the crack of doom. Extra freight number 69 was running west, too, in the same direction as the Director's Special, only extra number 69 was a heavy train, and she was feeling her way down the grade like a snail, while the Director's Special, with the spur and prod of her own delinquency and misbehavior, was hitting up the fastest clip that old Dan, who knew every inch of the road with his eyes shut, dared to give within the limits of safety on that particular piece of track. It came quick. 10 yards clear on the right of way, then a gray wall of rock, a short, right-angled dive of the track around it, and as the pilot of the 1608 swung the curve, old Dan's heart for an instant stopped its beat. 3 red lights focused themselves before his eyes, the tail lights on the caboose of extra number 69. There was a yell from little Billy Dawes, his fireman.
"My God, Dan, we're into her!"
Dawes yelled, "We're into her!" Cool old veteran, one of the best that ever pulled a throttle in any cab. There was a queer smile on old Dan McCaffrey's lips. He needed no telling that disaster he could not avert, could only in a measure mitigate, perhaps, was upon them. But even as he checked hard, and checked again, the thought of others was uppermost in his mind. The train crew of the freight, some of them anyway, in the caboose. Dawes was beside him now, almost at his elbow, as nervy and as full of grit as the engineer he'd shoveled for 5 years and thought more of than he did of any other man on earth. And for the fraction of a second old Dan McCaffrey looked into the other's eyes.
"Give the boys in the caboose a chance for their lives, Billy, in case they ain't seen or heard us," he shouted in the fireman's ears. "Hold that whistle lever down."
20 yards, 15 between them, the 1608 in the reverse, bucking like a maddened bronco, old Dan working with all the craft he knew at his levers. 10 yards, and two men, scurrying like rats from a sinking ship, leaped from the tail of the caboose to the right of way. "Jump!" The word came like a half sob from old Dan. There was nothing more that any man could do, and he followed his fireman through the gangway. End of chapter 6, part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Night Operator by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Night Operator, Chapter 6, The Age Limit, Part 2. It made a mess, a nasty mess. From the standpoint of traffic, as nasty a mess as the Hill Division had ever faced. The rear of the freight went to matchwood, the 1608, the baggage, and two Pullmans turned turtle, derailing the remaining cars behind, but by a miracle, it seemed, there wasn't anyone seriously hurt. Scared, yes, pretty badly. The directors, a shaken, white-lipped crowd, poured out of the observation car to the trackside. There was no cigar in H. Harrington Campbell's mouth. It was dark by then. But the wreckage caught fire and flung a yellow glow far across the canyon, and in a shadowy way lighted up the immediate surroundings. Train crews and engine crews of both trains hurried here and there. Torches and lanterns began to splutter and wink. Hoarse shouts began to echo back and forth, adding their quota to a weird medley of escaping steam and crackling flame. Regan, from a hasty consultation with old Dan McCaffrey and old Pete Chartrand, that sent the two men on the jump to carry out his orders, turned to face H. Harrington Campbell. "Nobody hurt, sir, thank God," puffed the fat little master mechanic in honest relief. H. Harrington Campbell's eyes were on the retreating forms of the engineer and conductor. "Oh, indeed," he said coldly. "The whole affair is hardly worth mentioning, I take it. Quite a common occurrence. You've got some pretty old men handling your trains out here, haven't you?" Regan's face went hard. "They're pretty good men," he said shortly. "And there's no blame coming to them for this, Mr. Campbell, if that's what you mean." H. Harrington Campbell's fingers went tentatively to his vest pocket for a cigar, extracted the broken remains of one, the relic of his own collision with the back of a car seat where the smash had hurled him, and threw it away with an icy smile. "Blame," expostulated H. Harrington Campbell ironically. "I don't want to blame anyone. I'm looking for someone to congratulate. On the worst run division and the most pitiful exemplification of near railroading I've had any experience with in 20 years, Mr. Regan." For a full minute Regan did not speak. He couldn't. And then the words came away with a roar from the bluff little master mechanic. "By glory!" he exploded. "We don't take that kind of talk out here even from general managers. We don't have to. That's straight enough, ain't it? Well, I'll give you some more of it, now I've started. I don't like you. I don't like that pained look on your face. I've been filling up on you all morning, and you don't digest well. We don't stand for anything as raw as that from any man on earth. And you needn't hunt around for any greased words, as far as I'm concerned, to do your firing with. You can have my resignation as master mechanic of the worst run division you've seen in 20 years right now, if you want it, H. Harrington Campbell was gallingly preoccupied.
How long are we stalled here for? The rest of the night?"
he inquired irrelevantly. Regan stared at him a moment, still apoplectic.
"I've ordered them to run the forward end of the freight to Eagle Pass and take you down," he said, choking a little. "There's a couple of flats left whole that you can pile yourselves and your baggage on, and down there they'll make up a new train for you."
"Oh, very good,"
said H. Herrington Campbell curtly. And 10 minutes later the Directors' Special, metamorphosized into a string of boxcars with two flats trailing on the rear, on which the newly elected board of the Transcontinental sat, some on their baggage and some with their legs hanging over the sides, pulled away from the wreck and headed down the grade for Eagle Pass. Funny, the transition from the luxurious leather upholstery of the Observation to an angry, chattering mob of magnates clinging to each other's necks as they jounced on the flooring of an old flat? Well, perhaps. It depends on how you look at it. Regan looked at it, and Regan grinned for the pure savagery that was in him.
"But I guess," said Regan to himself as he watched them go, "I guess maybe I'll be looking for that job on the Penn after all,
Everybody talked about the Directors' Special run, naturally. And naturally, everybody wondered what was going to come from it. It was an open secret that Regan had handed one to the general manager without any candy coating on the pill, and the Hill Division sort of looked to see the master mechanic's head fall and Regan go. But Regan did not go, and for that matter, nothing else happened for a while. Carleton came back and got the rights of it from Regan, and said nothing to Regan about his reply to H. Herrington Campbell's letter, in which he had stated that if they were looking for a new master mechanic there would be a division superintendency vacant at the same time. The day man at Mitre Peak quit railroading without waiting for an investigation. Old Dan McCaffery and Billy Dawes went back to their regular run with the 304, and the division generally settled down again to its daily routine. And from the perspective of distance, if the truth be told, got to grinning reminiscently at the run the big bugs had had for their money. Only the grin came too soon. A week or so passed, payday came and went, and the day after that a general order from the East hit the Hill Division like a landslide. Carleton slit the innocent-looking official manila open with his paper knife, chucked the envelope in the wastebasket, read the communication, read it again with gathering brows, and sent for Regan. He handed the form to the master mechanic without a word as the latter entered the office. Regan read it again, as his chief had, and two hectic spots grew bright on his cheeks. It was brief, curt, cold. For the good of the service, safety, and operating efficiency, it stated. In a word, on and after the first of the month, the services of employees over the age of 60 years would no longer be required. Those were early days in railroading. Not a word about pensions, not a word about half pay, just 60 years and out. The paper crackled in Regan's clenched fists. Carleton was beating a tattoo on his teeth with the mouthpiece of his pipe. There wasn't another sound in the office for a moment. Then Regan spoke, and his voice broke a little.
"It's a damned shame," he said through his teeth. "It's that skunk Campbell."
"How many men does it affect?" asked Carleton, looking through the window.
"I don't know," said the little master mechanic bitterly, "but I know one that it'll hit harder than all the rest put together, and that's old Dan McCaffery."
There was hurt in the super's gray eyes as he looked at the big-hearted little master mechanic's working face. "I was thinking of old Dan myself," he said in his low, quiet way.
"He hasn't a cent!" stormed Regan. "Not a cent! Not a thing on earth to fall back on! Think of it! Him and that little old missus of his, God bless her sweet old face, that have been scrimping all these years to pay back what that blasted kid robbed out of the bank. It ain't right, Carleton, it ain't right. It's hell, that's what it is. 60 years! There ain't a better man ever pulled a latch in a cab. There ain't a better one pulling one anywhere today than old Dan McCaffery, and I kind of feel as though I were to blame for this in a way."
To blame?" repeated Carleton. "I put him on that run, and Riley put old Pete Chartrand on. It kind of stuck them under Campbell's nose. The two of them together, the two oldest men, and the blamedest luck that ever happened on a run, Carleton shook his head. "I don't think it would have made any difference in the long run, Tommy. I told you there'd be changes as soon as the new board got settled in the saddle." Regan tugged viciously at his scraggly brown mustache. "Maybe," he growled fiercely, "but Campbell's seen old Dan now, or I'd put one over on that pup, I would. There ain't any birth register that I ever heard of out in the mountains, and if Dan said he was 50, I'd take his word for it." "Dan wouldn't say that," said Carleton quietly. "Not even to hold his job." "No, of course he wouldn't," spluttered the fat little master mechanic, belligerently inconsistent. "Who said he would? And anyway, it wouldn't do any good. Campbell asked him his age, and Dan told him. Oh, what's the use? I know it. I know I'm only talking, Carleton." Neither of them said anything for a minute. Then Regan, pacing up and down the room, spoke again. "It's a clean sweep, Train crews, engine crews, everything. There ain't any other job for him. Over 60 is out everywhere. A white man, one of the whitest." Regan sort of said it to himself. "Old Dan McCaffery. Who's to tell him?" Carleton drew a match with a long crackling noise under the arm of his chair. "Me?" said Regan, and his voice broke again. He stopped before the desk, and leaning over, stretched out his arm impulsively across it. "I'd rather have that arm cut off than tell him, Carleton," he said huskily. "I don't know what he'll say, I don't know what he'll do, but I know it'll break his heart, and break Mrs. McCaffery's heart, Carleton." He took another turn the length of the room and back again. "But I guess it'd better be me," said the little master mechanic, more to himself than to Carleton. "I guess it had. Oh, I hate to think of his getting it so's it would hurt any more than it had to, And so Tommy Regan told old Dan McCaffery that afternoon, the day after payday. Regan didn't mean to exactly, not then. He was kind of putting it off, as it were, until next day, and fretting himself sick over it. But that afternoon old Dan, on his way down to the roundhouse, Dan took out the regular passenger local that left Big Cloud at 6:55 every evening, and to spend an hour ahead of running time with the 304 was as much a habit with Dan as breathing was, hunted Regan up in the latter's office just before the 6 o'clock whistle blew. For an instant Regan thought the engineer had somehow or other already heard the news, but a glance at Dan's face dispelled that idea as quickly as it had come. Dan was always smiling, but there was a smile on the wizened, puckered, honest old face now that seemed to bubble out all over it.
"Regan,"
said old Dan, bursting with happy excitement,
"I just had to drop in and tell you on the way over to the roundhouse, and the missus, she says you tell Mr. Regan, Dan, he'll be right down glad."
Regan got up out of his chair. There seemed a sense of disaster coming, somehow, that set him to breathing heavily. "Sure, Dan, sure," he said weakly. "What is it?"
"Well," said Dan, "you know that trouble the boy got into back.
"Yes, I know," said Regan hastily.
"Well," said Dan, "taken a long time, a good many years, but yesterday, you know, was payday, and today Regan, the missus and me, Regan sent the last of that money east, interest and all, the last cent of it, cleaned it all up. Say, Regan, I feel like I was walking on air. And you'd ought to have seen the missus sitting up there in the cottage and smiling through her tears. 'Oh, Dan,' she says, and then she gets up and puts her two hands on my shoulders, and I felt blame near like crying myself. 'We can start in now, Dan, to save up for old age,' she says, smiling. Say, Regan, ain't it fine? We're going to start in now and save up for old age."
Regan didn't say a word. It came with a rush, choking him up in his throat and something misty in front of his eyes so he couldn't see, and he turned his back, searching for his hat on the peg behind his desk. He jammed his hat on his head and jerked it low down over his forehead.
Ain't you glad? Said old Dan, a sort of puzzled hurt in his eyes. I'll walk a bit of the way to the roundhouse with you, Dan, said Regan gruffly. Come on. They stepped out of the shops and across the spur, old Dan, still puzzled, striding along beside the master mechanic. What's the matter, Regan? He asked reproachfully. I thought you'd be. And then Regan stopped, and his hand fell in a tight grip on the other's shoulder. I got to tell you, Dan, he blurted out, but I don't need to tell you what I think of it. It's a damned shame. The new crowd that's running this road don't want anybody helping them to do it after the first of the month that's over 60 years of age. You're out. Old Dan didn't seem to get it for a minute. Then a whiteness kind of crept around his lips and his eyes, from Regan seemed to circuit in a queer, wistful way about the yards, and fix finally on the roundhouse in front of him, and then he lifted his peaked cap in the way he had of doing and scratched near his ear where the hair was. He hit Regan pretty hard with what he said. Regan, he said, there's 2 weeks yet to the end of the month. Don't tell her, Regan, and don't you let the boys tell her. There's 2 weeks. She don't need to worry. I'd kind of like to have her have them 2 weeks. Regan nodded. There weren't any words that would come, and he couldn't have spoken them if there had. Yes, said old Dan, kind of whispering to himself. I'd kind of like to have her have them 2 weeks. Regan cleared his throat, pulled at his mustache, swore under his breath, and cleared his throat again. What'll you do, Dan, afterwards? Old Dan straightened up, looked at Regan, and smiled. I don't know, he said, shaking his head and smiling. I don't know, but it'll be all right. We'll get along somehow. His eyes shifted to the roundhouse again. I guess I better be getting over to the 304, he said, and turned abruptly away. Regan watched him go, watched the overalled figure with a slight shoulder stoop across the turntable, watched until the other disappeared inside the roundhouse doors, and then he turned and walked slowly across the tracks and uptown toward his boarding house. Don't tell her. The words kept reiterating themselves insistently. Don't let the boys tell her. I guess they won't, said Regan, muttering fiercely to himself. I guess they won't. Nor did they. The division and Big Cloud kept the secret for those 2 weeks, and they kept it for long after that. The little old lady in the lace cap never knew. They ranked her high, those pioneering womenkind of hers in that little mountain town, those rough and ready toilers who had been her husband's mates. She never knew. But everybody else knew, and they watched old Dan as the days went by, watched him somehow with a tight feeling in their throats, and kept aloof a little, because they didn't know what to say, kept aloof a little awkwardly, as it were. Not that there seemed much of any difference in the old engineer, it was more as something that they sensed. Old Dan came down to the roundhouse in the late afternoon, an hour before train time, just as he always did, puttered and oiled around and coddled the 304 for an hour, just as he always did, just as though he was always going to do it. Took his train out, came back on the early morning run, backed the 304 into the roundhouse, and trudged up Main Street to where it began to straggle into the buttes, to where his cottage and the little old lady were, just as he always did. And the little old lady, with the debt paid, went about the town for those 2 weeks happier looking, younger looking than Big Cloud had ever seen her before. That was all. But Regan, worrying, pulling at his mustache, put it up to little Billy Dawes, old Dan's fireman, one day in the roundhouse near the end of the 2 weeks. How's Dan take it in the cab, Billy? He asked. The little fireman rolled the hunk of greasy waste in his hands and swabbed at his fingers with it for a moment before he answered. Then he sent a stream of blackstrap juice viciously into the pit, and with a savage jerk hurled the hunk of waste after it. By God! He said fiercely. Regan blinked and waited. Just the same as ever he was, said Billy Dawes huskily after a silence. Just the same.
when he thinks you're not looking. I've seen him sometimes when he didn't know I was looking."
Regan said, kind of coughed it out, reached for his plug, as was usual with him in times of stress, bit into it deeply, sputtered something hurriedly about new piston rings for the left-hand head, and, muttering to himself, left the roundhouse. And that night old Dan McCaffery took out the 304 and the local passenger for the run west and the run back east, just as he always did, and the next night, and for 2 nights after that, he did the same. Came then the night of the 31st. It was the fall of the year, and the dusk fell early, and by a little after 6, with the oil lamps lighted, that at best only filtered spasmodic yellow streaks of gloom about the roundhouse, the engines back on the pits were beginning to loom up through the murk in big, grotesque, shadowy shapes, as Regan, crossing the turntable, paused for a moment hesitantly. Why he was there, he didn't know. He hadn't meant to be there. He was just a little early for his nightly game of pedro with Carleton over in the super's office. It wasn't much more than 6:30, so he had had some time to put in. That must be about the size of it. He hadn't meant to come. There wasn't any use in it. No, none at all. Nothing he could do. Better, in fact, if he stayed away. Only he had left the boarding house early, and he was down there now, standing on the turntable, and it was old Dan's last run. "I guess," mumbled Regan, "I'll go back over to the station. Carleton will be along in a few minutes. I guess I will." Only Regan didn't. He started on again slowly over the turntable and entered the roundhouse. There wasn't anybody in sight around the pit on which the 304 stood, nobody puttering over the links and motion gear, poking here and there solicitously with a long-spouted oil can, as he had more than half, expected to find old Dan doing. But he heard someone moving about in the cab, and caught the flare of a torch. Regan walked down the length of the engine and peered into the cab. It was Billy Dawes. "Where's Dan, Billy? Ain't he about?" inquired Regan. The fireman came out into the gangway.
"Yes," he answered. "He's down there back of the tender by the fitters' benches. He's looking for some washers he said he wanted for a loose stud nut. I'll get him for you."
"No, never mind," said Regan. "I'll find him." It was pretty dark at the rear of the roundhouse in the narrow space between the engine tenders on the various pits and the row of workbenches that flanked the wall, and for a moment, as Regan reached the end of the 304's tender, he could not see any one, and then he stopped short, as he made out old Dan's form down on the floor by the end bench, as though he were groping for something underneath it. For a minute, 2 perhaps, Regan stood there motionless, watching old Dan McCaffery. Then he drew back, tiptoed softly away, went out through the engine doors, and, as he crossed the tracks to the station platform, brushed his hand hurriedly across his eyes. Regan didn't play much of a game of pedro that night. His heart wasn't in it. Carleton had barely dealt the first hand when Regan heard the 304 backing down and coupling on the local, and he got up from his chair and walked out to the window and stood there watching until the local pulled out. Carleton didn't say anything, just dealt the cards over again, and began once more as Regan resumed his seat. An hour passed. Regan, fidgety and nervous, played in a desultory fashion, Carleton, disturbed, patiently correcting the master mechanic's mistakes. The game was a farce. "What's the matter, Tommy?" asked Carleton gravely, as Regan made a misdeal twice in succession. "Nothing," said Regan shortly. "Go on, play. It's your bid." Carleton shook his head. "You're taking it too much to heart, Tommy," he said. "It won't do you any good, either of you. You or Dan. He'll pull out of it somehow. You'll see." There was a queer look on Regan's face as he stared for an instant at Carleton across the table, and he opened his lips as though to say something, and closed them again in a hard line instead. Carleton bid. "It's yours," said Regan. Carleton led, and then Regan, with a sweep of his hand, shot his cards into the center of the table. "It's no good," he said gruffly, getting up. "I can't play the blamed game tonight. He stopped suddenly and turned his head as a chair scraped sharply in the dispatcher's room next door. A step sounded in the hall, the super's door flung open, and Spence put in his head. One glance at the dispatcher, and Carleton was on his feet. "What's the matter, Spence?" he asked, quick and hard. Regan hadn't moved. But Regan spoke now, answering the question that was addressed to the dispatcher, and answering it in a strangely assertive, absolute, irrefutable way. "The local," he said. "Number 47. Dan McCaffery's dead." Both men stared at him in amazement, and Spence sort of unconsciously nodded his head.
Yes," said
Spence, still staring at Regan.
"There was some sort of engine trouble just west of Big Eddy in the Beaver Canyon. I haven't got the rights of it yet, only that somehow McCaffrey got his engine stopped just in time to keep the train from going over the bridge embankment, and went out doing it. There's no one else hurt. Dawes, the fireman, and Conductor Neal walked back to Big Eddy. I got them on the wire now. Come into the other room."
Regan stepped to the door mechanically, and with Carleton behind him, followed Spence into the dispatcher's room. There Carleton, tight-lipped, leaned against the table. Regan, his face like stone, took his place at Spence's elbow as the dispatcher dropped into his chair. There wasn't a sound in the room for a moment save the clicking of the sender in a quick tattoo under Spence's fingers. Then Spence picked up a pencil and began scribbling the message on a pad as the sounder spoke. Billy Dawes was dictating his story to the Big Eddy operator.
"It was just west of Big Eddy, just before you get to the curve at the approach to the Beaver Bridge,"
came Dawes's story.
"and we were hitting up a fast clip, but no more than usual, when we got a jolt in the cab that spilled me into the coal and knocked Dan off his seat. It all came so quick there wasn't any time to think, but I knew we'd shed a driver on Dan's side, and the rod was cutting the side of the cab like a knife through cheese. I heard Dan shout something about the train going over the embankment and into the river if we ever hit the Beaver curve, and then he jumped for the throttle in the air. There wasn't a chance in a million for him, but it was the only chance for every last one of the rest of us. He made it somehow. I don't know how. It's all a blur to me. He checked her, and then the rod caught him, and—" The sounder broke, almost with a human sob in it, it seemed, and then went on again. "We stopped just as the 304 turned turtle. None of the coaches left the rails. That's all." Regan spoke through dry lips. "Ask him what Dan was like in the cab tonight," he said hoarsely. Spence looked up and around at the master mechanic as though he had not heard aright. "Ask him what I say," repeated Regan shortly. "What was Dan like in the cab tonight?" Spence bent over his key again. There was a pause before the answer came. "He says he hadn't seen Dan so cheerful for months," said Spence presently. Regan nodded, kind of curiously, kind of as though it were the answer he expected, and then he nodded at Carleton, and the two went back to the super's room. Regan closed the door behind him. Carleton dropped into his chair, his gray eyes hard and full of pain. "I don't understand it, Tommy," he said heavily. "It's almost as though you knew it was going to happen." Regan came across the floor and stood in front of the desk. "I did," he said in a low way. "I think I was almost certain of it." Carleton pulled himself forward with a jerk in his chair. "Do you know what you're saying, Tommy?" he asked sharply. "I'll tell you," Regan said in the same low way. "I went over to the roundhouse tonight before Dan took the 304 out. I didn't see Dan anywhere about, and I asked Dawes where he was. Dawes said he'd gone back to the fitters' benches to look for some washers. I walked on past the tender, and I found him there, down on the floor on his knees by one of the benches. But he wasn't looking for any washers. He was praying." With a sharp exclamation, Carleton pushed back his chair and, standing, leaned over the desk toward Regan. Regan swallowed a lump in his throat and shook his head. "He didn't see me," he said brokenly. "He didn't know I was there. He was praying aloud. I heard what he said. It's been ringing in my head all night, word for word, while I was trying to play with those." He jerked his hand toward the scattered cards on the desk between them. "I can hear him saying it now. It's the queerest prayer I ever heard, and I guess he prayed the way he lived, as though he was kind of intimate with God." "Yes?"
prompted Carleton softly, as Regan paused. Regan turned his head away, and his eyes filled suddenly, and his voice was choked.
What he said was this, just as though he was talking to you or me. You know how it is, God. I wouldn't take that way myself unless you fixed it up for me, because it wouldn't be right unless you did it. But I hope, God, you'll think that's the best way out of it. You see, there ain't anything left as it is, but if we fixed it up that way, there'd be the fraternal insurance to take care of the missus, and she wouldn't never know. And then, you see, God, I guess my work is all done, and I'd kind of like to quit while I was still on the payroll. I'd kind of like to finish that way, and tonight's the last chance. You understand, God, don't you?
Regan's lips were quivering as he stopped. There was silence for a moment, and Carleton looked up from the blotter on his desk. "Tommy," he said in his big, quiet way, as his hand touched Regan's sleeve, "tell me why you didn't stop him then from going out tonight." Regan didn't answer at once. He went over to the window and stared out at the twinkling switch lights in the yards below. He was still staring out of the window as he spoke. "He didn't put it up to me," said Regan. "He put it up to God." End of chapter 6.